Being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-442, the National Lyme Disease Strategy Act, standing in the name of Ms. May.
Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Young, Oakville, moves that Bill C-442, an act respecting a national Lyme disease strategy, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. Today I have the great honor to table this bill for a National Lyme Disease Strategy Act at second reading. It is a great honor because I am certain that since we as members are able to work together, and when that happens, everything is possible.
Great honor of presenting a bill that, in my name, if I could, I'd remove my name and put the names of all of us, because this is a truly nonpartisan effort. And this is reflected in the process of this bill in the House so far. At first reading, back in June of 2012, my seconder was my friend, the Honourable Member from Etobicoke North, a Liberal member who's been very active on many health issues. And today, the enormous honour of having my bill seconded by the Honourable Member from Oakville, himself a champion on a number of health issues. I commend him and the Minister of Health, in fact all the Conservative members, for bringing forward C-17, Vanessa's Law, and I look forward to seeing that being made into law. These are important steps that prove that individuals can change public policy, as indeed I hope we will hear. By somewhat of a coincidence, the Honourable Member from Oakville has also taken a stand on the Lyme disease issue, having written a foreword to a Canadian book called Ending Denial, the Lyme Disease Epidemic. The first party to signal full support for my bill in this nonpartisan spirit is the official opposition, the Democratic Party, whose member and health critic, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, signaled some time ago that I could count on their support. But I have to say it means a tremendous amount to me personally, and I think to the importance of this bill and the potential of its success is that the Honourable Member for Edmonton, the Minister of Health, has herself been very willing to work with me. We've sat down and worked over this bill. There are some amendments that I will expect to see in committee, and I don't regard them as in any way other than helpful. I think this bodes well for our ability, working together, to make a difference on this issue. Now, what is this issue? I think everyone in this chamber is now familiar with the fact that Lyme disease is spreading. It is spread through a very specific bacteria that is carried by ticks, often black-legged ticks or deer ticks, but is now spreading to other species of ticks as well. The bacteria Borrelia burgdorferi is a bacteria that brings with it a collection of symptoms that present both a personal potential tragedy and a very troubling set of symptoms for diagnosis. So we've seen as this disease spreads, and it's been spread through ticks can be delivered to other areas through the agency of birds. We also know that the range in which these ticks occur across Canada has been spreading and is part of the increase in vector-borne diseases anticipated in relation to global warming and the climate crisis. So we know that there are more cases. It was certainly, I think, shocking to many when earlier this year, and well, actually last year, summer of 2013, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, Georgia, issued a revised estimate of Lyme disease in the United States. And their new estimate increased the prevalence of Lyme disease tenfold, reporting that the previous yearly reported cases of 30,000 cases is probably 300,000 cases. This is certainly was a timely reminder to us in Canada as we grapple with this illness that it is indeed spreading and that its incidence is spreading. To the credit of the Canadian Department of Health, since 2009, Lyme disease has been a reportable illness in Canada. There's no question as to the fact that we know it exists in Canada, and health professionals have had a mandatory duty to report when they diagnose Lyme. But we are aware as well that it's now still underreported. the practice and the way the current system works is any medical practitioner who diagnoses Lyme has a responsibility to inform the provincial health authorities. They, in turn, report this to the Public Health Agency of Canada. And at this point, we have only 310 reported cases across Canada. Yet I'm sure my colleagues on all sides of the House, just in terms of our own anecdotal experience of constituents who have Lyme disease, of the numbers of petitions that we've received in this place from people urging a solution, urging better treatment and cure, that number is somewhat low. We can't estimate exactly how low, but as in the United States, I think we'll find that as we increase awareness, we'll have a clearer understanding of the incidence. So let me just review quickly what this bill would do. This is, as I've explained, a bill to deal with the threat of Lyme disease, but it does it in a couple of different ways. The bill's goals are to create a national surveillance system dealing with the problem I've just mentioned, that we don't always have good information as to exactly where the ticks are spreading and how prevalent they are. The other areas are important is to get a handle on better awareness, perhaps national standards, or at least a sharing of best practices to understand the challenges of diagnosis and treatment. So the bill calls for, in the language of the bill, l'établissement des lignes directrices.
The establishment of guidelines concerning the prevention, screening, treatment, and management of Lyme disease, which contain, among others, a national care guidelines, national care standards that put in place best practices to treat Lyme disease.
It also calls on the Minister of Health, working with others, to create a national program of educational materials to increase public awareness, but also to assist medical professionals. Now, the process by which this would take place is that there is in the bill a mandatory obligation on the Minister of Health, once the bill has come into force, to convene within 6 months a national conference to which the provincial ministers of health would also be involved, and territorial ministers of health, and also the stakeholders described in the bill as representatives of the medical community and patients groups for the purpose of developing this national framework. Now, I'm very heartened that at this relatively early stage in the consideration of Bill C-442, it has already received the support of important elements within that medical community. So I want to cite particularly and thank Eric Mang, the Director of Health Policy and Government Relations for the College of Family Physicians of Canada, who wrote in the fall of 2013 that they support this bill, that, quote, the College of Family Physicians of Canada, quote, supports further studying the economic and health impacts of Lyme disease to ensure that Canadian physicians have the necessary tools and knowledge at their disposal. Guidelines produced as part of the strategy should include the input of family physicians and be available to all primary health care providers. Now, that's the College of Family Physicians of Canada. And even more recently, and I can't tell you how thrilled I was to receive this letter just days ago, February 27th, 2014, from the Canadian Medical Association and its president, Dr. Louis Hugo Francescuti, who wrote the following, and I think it's important, coming from the medical community, that I read some of this letter into our record at second reading debate. Quote, diagnosis of Lyme disease can be difficult because signs and symptoms can be nonspecific and found in other conditions. If Lyme disease is not recognized during the early stages, patients may suffer seriously debilitating disease that may be more difficult to treat. Given the increasing incidence of Lyme disease in Canada, continuing education for health care and public health professionals and a national standard of care can improve identification, treatment, and management of this disease. Greater awareness of where ticks are endemic in Canada, as well as information on the disease and prevention measures, can help Canadians protect themselves from infection. a national Lyme disease strategy that includes representation from the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, the medical and patient communities, can address concerns around research, surveillance, diagnosis, treatment, and management of the disease. In addition, public health prevention measures will advance our current knowledge base and improve the care and treatment of those suffering from Lyme disease." Close quote. So with the support of those two important organizations, associations of medical professionals, the Canadian Medical Association and the College of Family Physicians of Canada, I'm encouraged to know that not only can we work together as members of Parliament from all parties in this place, but I also believe that the approach set out in the bill of a national conference urging people, federal and provincial, jurisdictional responsibility in the health community, as well as the medical community, the doctors, the healthcare professionals, the nurses, people who deal with trying to sort out a diagnosis for Lyme when it's not always easy, and the patient communities, people who have advocated, people who've cried out for help, people for whom this bill represents the first ray of light in what for many has been years of suffering. I'm enormously encouraged by the support from the medical community, and I want to now turn to the support from the patient community, because I would never have even thought to put forward a private member's bill on Lyme disease had I not encountered so many Canadians suffering from the disease. My first friend who told me she had Lyme disease, Brenda Sterling of Pictou County, Nova Scotia, who in her wheelchair told me that this one thing had happened to her, that she'd been bitten by a tick and now she was virtually completely disabled. I was shocked. I didn't know Lyme disease could be so serious when I first met Brenda, but she educated me about it. And then when I moved to Saanich Gulf Islands and living in Sydney, I kept meeting people who were experiencing Lyme disease, some of them kids. I tell you, it's really heartbreaking to know a brilliant young, beautiful young woman, Nicole Bottles, who's in a wheelchair and not able to go to school, not because of the wheelchair as a difficulty, but Lyme disease, as she says, muddles her brain from time to time, and she has trouble concentrating, and she hasn't been able to keep up with her schooling. But she and her mother, Chris Powell, have met many of the people, I think, in this chamber today. They've come to Ottawa and advocated for Bill C-442 because they see it as a way to get to better levels of awareness. I'm so grateful to James, to Michael, other young constituents, to Eric and his family. And when I think about this bill and why I chose it, it was a lot to do with Eric and his family because his father-in-law was such a strong supporter of mine, and I thought, how can I ever thank him? So this is a thank you to Fraser, among many people. But to try to bring forward one bill that could make the difference in thousands of lives. As we work towards this bill, let's keep a couple of things in mind to remain hopeful. One is this: we should never fear the outdoors. I've had some people come to me since this bill was tabled and say, well, for heaven's sakes, be careful that we don't create too much fear of going outside. And I want to emphasize that that's not my intention. I think that I subscribe to the view of some who've described nature deficit disorder as a real threat to our kids. They need to get out and engage with wilderness. They need to be in nature. It increases learning abilities and capabilities and emotional maturity. It's great for kids to spend time outdoors. But just as we've gotten used to the educational challenge of a thinning ozone layer, which, thank goodness, due to the Montreal Protocol, it will not thin more and is reversing the thinning process. But what we've gotten used to over the years, something that didn't occur when I was a kid, which was, what's the UV rating? And wear long-sleeve shirts, and remember your sunscreen, and wear a broad-brim hat. These are just common-sense prevention measures. We need to have that be as common sense and part of our daily routine when our kids go out to play, to say, well, tuck your pant legs into your socks. Yeah, and when they come in from playing outdoors, let me just give you a quick check to make sure you haven't picked up a tick. This kind of thing is a common-sense prevention measure. And the really good news about what we're facing with Lyme disease is that it is preventable. That's why a federal framework makes so much sense. If we're aware of the disease and watchful, we won't get it in the first place. Secondly, if we get it, if diagnosis is speedy and correct, treatment works. and the treatment need not take long, and you can recover to complete state of health and well-being. And lastly, the challenge for those who have continuing debilitating symptoms. Let's shine a light of hope for them, that with a real focus and continued research, we can find treatment measures that will work for the entire Lyme patient community. I'm indebted to all of the members who've come here this morning for second reading. I thank you for your support, and with your help, this bill will become law. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for bringing forward this important piece of legislation. And I would like to thank her on behalf of one of my constituents who suffered for the longest time and suffered in terms of finding a diagnosis and then treatment. And she wasn't able to find appropriate treatment in Canada and actually ended up being treated a couple of times. I think 3 times she went to Mexico. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, in terms of best practices and treatments, is the intent to actually look worldwide and go outside of Canada and the United States to search for the best treatment possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my honourable friend from Sault Ste. Marie. I want to make this point really clearly, and this gives me a good opportunity. I'm not a medical doctor. A few of us in this House are, but for the most part, I want to make sure the medical diagnosis and research is left to medical experts, the ministers of health, provincially, federally, and territorially. I would think it makes sense to do what my honourable friend suggests. I know my constituents have gone to the U.S. for treatment, gone to Mexico for treatment. I was interviewed this morning by Kamloops CBC, where a family is trying to raise money for some treatment in Florida that I don't know what it is. I think it's important that what we do as members of Parliament is set up a framework that allows the research to extend to wherever the answers will be found, but that we shouldn't prejudge that. We should make it possible for medical professionals to seek out best practices. I think a lot of those may be in Canada. We just need to share across provincial and territorial boundaries, and perhaps international ones as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Victoria.
Speaker, I'd like to first congratulate and thank my friend and neighbour from Saanich Gulf Islands for her excellent presentation and for her hard work on this bill. During her speech, she alluded to certain amendments that might be brought forward at the committee stage, and I wonder if she could advise this House as to the kind of amendment she would consider acceptable.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, I thank my honourable friend and colleague from Victoria for that question. Yeah, and it is helpful to perhaps give a prelude. I don't assume anything. I'm keeping my fingers crossed and toes crossed that we get through second reading and get to committee. I have had the great opportunity of the Minister of Health being forthcoming and sharing with me some of the things that she thinks would make the bill easier from her point of view. And obviously, I want to do everything possible to be reasonable and bend over backwards to make sure we can accept any amendments. The kinds of things that have been suggested, I think, are really sensible. I don't want the bill to create, for instance, any federal or provincial jurisdictional conflict. So it's been suggested that we would change the terms around standard of care to best practices, to change the words national strategy to federal framework, and to give the Minister of Health, in the current version of the bill, is 6 months from when the bill enters into force to hold a conference, but perhaps make that longer to ensure that federal provincial processes are respected. So it could go to perhaps 12 months. None of those things strike me as anything other than helpful, and I certainly look forward to getting the bill to committee so those amendments can be made.
Time for one more short question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be very short. And I want to pick up on the point in terms of the need for having that national strategy. As individual provinces, some more than others quite possibly, look at the Lyme disease and what can be done. I just wanted to get the member to maybe provide more comment as to why it's so important that there in fact be a national strategy. This way we can better serve all Canadians through it.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, short answer, please.
Well, thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North. I think the reasons are clear in terms of the context. And I have had some honourable colleagues ask me, why should the federal government be involved in this? Partly, unlike other symptoms and other diseases, this one's preventable. Better knowledge and sharing of best practices can allow Canadians, wherever they go across this country, to know again with the metaphor to UV radiation and skin cancer, well, are we in a part of the country where we know that ticks that bear this bacteria are endemic? Are we in a place where we should perhaps be a little bit more vigilant than usual? The more that we share across provincial boundaries, best practices, and then the more that the medical community is able to benefit from what some doctors are doing in one part of Canada is quite different from what's happening elsewhere. Sharing best practices as a country will make sure every Canadian is better protected wherever they live from this terrible disease.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's certainly an honour for me to rise today to participate in this debate on Bill C-442, an act representing a national Lyme disease strategy today. I want to begin by commending the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her stewardship of this important bill, and I want to acknowledge its support by many members in this House. And Mr. Speaker, the honourable member mentioned in her comments the fact that many of us, myself included, live in areas where the black-legged tick or the deer tick is endemic. And many of us, myself included, have constituents who have contacted Lyme disease at some point. So this is an endemic disease. It is a Canadian-wide disease, and it is a disease that is spreading. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we need a national strategy. The support for this bill underscores the need to work together to address the emerging infectious disease in order to minimize risks for Canadians. Across the country, the number of reported cases of Lyme disease has increased significantly in the last decade. In fact, the actual number of cases in Canada is estimated to be up to 3 times higher than reported because many Canadians may not seek a full diagnosis, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, many medical professionals don't know how to diagnose Lyme disease. And perhaps to underscore that point, as the honourable member would know, Lyme disease was first reported in Lyme, Connecticut in 1975 or 1974. Here we are 39 years later with Lyme disease very endemic throughout New England, now spread into Canada, following the white-tailed deer, of course, and we still do not have a national strategy for Lyme disease. So I think that underscores the need for this important discussion that we're having here in the House of Commons today. Mr. Speaker, this has led to a growing recognition among governments, health practitioners, and stakeholders that work needs to be done to address this emerging infectious disease. Support for this bill also highlights the need to better leverage efforts at the federal level and across jurisdictions in Lyme disease surveillance and research. Our government has already established improved surveillance facilities to improve understanding and awareness of risk factors, prevention, and treatment options. Mr. Speaker, the objectives of this bill are laudable and in fact align with the many activities already being undertaken by our government. Canadians should be reassured that this government has not been standing still. We are already making significant progress under the leadership of the Public Health Agency of Canada. We are working with provincial and territorial health authorities and other partners in informing Canadians of the health risks from contracting Lyme disease. And we also continue to help protect Canadians against Lyme disease through improved surveillance, by conducting research, by providing factual and evidence-based information to Canadians, and by providing support for laboratory diagnosis. Since 2006, our government has invested $4.6 million through the Canadian Institutes for Health Research to specifically fund research on Lyme disease and to disseminate the latest findings and knowledge to the scientific community. Mr. Speaker, these efforts are a central component to the Public Health Agency's approach to infectious diseases in Canada. More specifically, our approach to Lyme disease takes important action to reduce the disease's impact. We do this, Mr. Speaker, by enhancing surveillance, prevention and control, research and diagnosis, and engagement, education, and awareness. These three areas are consistent with the key elements of the bill, and our approach is already delivering results. But as mentioned before, we are also prepared to do more, and in a collaborative fashion, to further address this emerging infectious disease. That is why I want to signal to the House today that the government supports the intent of Bill C-442 and that we will be proposing practical amendments to ensure that the vision and values expressed in the bill can be realized and provide maximum benefit to the Canadian people. The proposed bill addresses an important issue, but needs to be refined to remain consistent with the jurisdictional roles and accountabilities of Canada's federal system of government. In keeping with the spirit of the bill, we must be mindful of our federal role and respect jurisdictional accountabilities. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the provision of health care services in Canada falls under provincial and territorial jurisdiction. It is the provinces and the territories that establish and monitor standards of care for health providers. It is also the purview of relevant medical colleges to define clinical care guidelines. It is not the federal role to tell medical professionals how to practice. The proper role for the federal government in this area is to ensure that best practices are being shared across all jurisdictions so that Canadians can be reassured that treatments are guided by the best scientific evidence. In a similar vein, dictating to provinces and territories how and where to allocate their spending is contrary to our government's approach to fiscal federalism. However, it is within our federal role to facilitate collaboration across jurisdictions and with stakeholders to monitor and address the challenges proposed by Lyme disease. We're doing precisely that through our involvement in the Pan-Canadian Public Health Network and our collaborative work with stakeholders such as the College of Family Physicians of Canada and patient advocacy groups. For example, the Public Health Agency is already working with the College of Family Physicians of Canada to engage health professionals on Lyme disease by increasing awareness among healthcare providers to enable them to recognize, diagnose, and treat the disease in its early stages. Suffice to say, while we concur with the bill's goals and objectives, it will need to be amended to reflect these jurisdictional realities, something that the honourable member has already mentioned she's supportive of. This government is looking forward to working with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands who will propose amendments in these areas to ensure the bill is consistent with the provinces and territories' primary role in delivering health care. Mr. Speaker, early on in my speech, I mentioned that it was 39 years ago that Lyme disease was first diagnosed in Lyme, Connecticut. 39 years ago to get to this stage. I've heard some members in this place, as the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands has already alluded to, question whether or not they would support this particular piece of legislation. Some members say that Lyme disease is not prevalent in their area, it's not endemic in their area. I would suggest to them, Mr. Speaker, that they better take a look at whether or not they have white-tailed deer in their area or not, quite frankly. The black-legged tick, or the better known in my part of the world as the deer tick, came to North America with the white-tailed deer. It has spread very successfully in most jurisdictions of North America. And as deer become more urban, or perhaps as humans become more rural, and therefore as a result of that, there are more white-tailed deer moving into what were once urban or rural areas, but are now urban areas, this disease is only going to get worse. And it has been wildly, Mr. Speaker, underreported there are a number of cases that we're still trying to diagnose that I suspect will end up being Lyme disease or some variant of Lyme disease. So in closing, I commend the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her very important and I think extremely timely work on this file. I know I have a number of constituents in South Shore St. Margaret's and Nova Scotia who are very much watching this file as it proceeds forward. These folks either have contracted Lyme disease themselves or have family members who have contracted Lyme disease. This is a terrible, insidious disease that's very difficult to diagnose, so this is very, very timely legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very, very pleased to rise and speak to Bill C-442, an act respecting the National Lyme Disease Strategy at this second reading stage. Again, I would like to acknowledge the work of my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for bringing forth this very important initiative. And I want to say from the very outset, Mr. Speaker, that the official opposition will be voting in favour of this bill. I want to acknowledge as well the pioneering work of former MP Judy Washalisha-Lease, who well over 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker, urged the Health Minister to implement such a strategy. Our NDP health critic from Vancouver East has also written to the Minister of Health about this issue and pushed very hard to establish a national strategy to diagnose, treat, and do better surveillance for Lyme disease in response to the growing threat of infection from coast to coast. Both she and I have seconded this important bill. Receiving early and appropriate treatment would improve the quality of life for thousands of Canadians and their families. Lyme disease is one of the fastest-growing infectious diseases in North America. I have heard firsthand about its devastating effect from a constituent, Nicole Bottles, who is a 20-year-old sufferer of Lyme disease. She's now in a wheelchair, Mr. Speaker, and met with me in Ottawa to advocate for this national strategy bill. Early treatment of Lyme disease reduces the severity and duration of the illness. Experts agree. More accurate testing and earlier treatment of Lyme disease would reduce the health care costs associated with a lengthy illness and the more severe side effects, particularly for women who suffer longer-lasting effects when their Lyme disease goes untreated. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Lyme disease is caused by a specific bacterium spread through tick bites. It is one of the most underdiagnosed diseases in Canada. However, Lyme disease symptoms can range from a localized rash to fatigue to very serious central nervous system disorders that can lead to paralysis. So let me begin by outlining the nature of the disease, then talk about what Bill C-442 is intended to do to address the problem. Last month, the newspaper in my community, the Victoria Times Colonist, reported that a Vancouver Island hawk became the first raptor to join the list of species believed to spread Lyme disease. Research scientist John Scott found a Cooper's hawk with 22 ticks on it, 4 of which were infected with the bacterium that causes Lyme disease. It's the first raptor or bird of prey known to host this bacteria. The Cooper's hawk was found on the doorstep of a house in Oak Bay, part of my constituency. It flew into a window. Then it was delivered to the Wild Animal Rehabilitation Centre near Victoria, where it was examined. 5 of the 6 species of ticks that live on Vancouver Island are apparently involved in the transmission of Lyme disease. Other known reservoir species hosts include songbirds, deer, mice, and rabbits. And I would agree with my honourable friend opposite from South Shore St. Margaret's that deer have become an increasing part of the problem, and in communities such as Oak Bay, with the rapid increase of deer population, this only can cause additional concern about the spread of this devastating disease. Because the ticks feed on the blood of animals and humans and pass on Lyme disease when they feed on these species, mice, birds, and the like, and then they carry the bacteria that bites humans, and the disease cycle begins. Ticks are most common during the warmer months, so Canadians who live in areas of our country with mild winter temperatures and minimal snowfall, such as in southern Vancouver Island, have an increased risk of coming into contact with ticks. But as Bill C-442 notes in its preamble, climate change is one of the factors that is causing more and more regions of Canada to be at risk, as we have experiencing more warmer weather ahead of us, and that would only increase the tick distribution across the country, as the scientists have predicted. So by 2009, Canadian physicians were required to report on cases of Lyme disease through their provincial health registries. However, Mr. Speaker, according to the CBC News last year, national statistics are still unavailable at this time. Recently, as the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island mentioned, the U.S. Centre for Disease Control and Prevention estimated the number of people in the United States affected by Lyme disease was around 300,000, but that figure is 10 times higher than what is reported to that agency. In the province of New Brunswick, in 2009, there were 128 confirmed cases of Lyme disease, but by 2011, that number had doubled to 258. Lyme disease, if treated at early stages with antibiotics and the removal of the tick, can avoid the severe neurological symptoms that often occur. I'm told that in some states, like in the United States, such as Massachusetts, it's relatively routine for the tick to be removed and antibiotics administered at that early stage. However, there seems to be a different level of awareness in Canada, hence the need for the strategy before us. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any standardized testing for Lyme disease in Canada. So Lyme disease advocates and health practitioners say the different types of blood tests performed to identify Lyme disease currently yield inaccurate results. What does that mean? It means that patients who in fact have Lyme disease are often not diagnosed or are misdiagnosed with such illnesses as multiple sclerosis or chronic fatigue syndrome. They don't receive the appropriate treatment, thereby exacerbating the symptoms. I've spoken with some patients from Victoria who say that they've had to travel to other countries, as the member opposite from Sault Ste. Marie has also acknowledged, possibly because the treatment in Canada ranges so dramatically and is often inadequate. What would Bill C-442 do then? Well, first it would track the incidence rates, create educational materials to raise awareness about Lyme disease, and establish testing and treatment guidelines, as well as track the related economic impacts of Lyme disease. Second, Bill C-442 would support research and implementation of better and more reliable diagnostic testing, as well as increased education and awareness among physicians. In short, Mr. Speaker, the bill would create a coordinated strategy, which is long overdue. Canadians deserve to get adequate testing and treatment for this disease. The federal government is responsible for improving the surveillance of Lyme disease, as well as establishing best practices, so the province can better understand the disease and adopt evidence-based measures to improve outcomes. Now, the Canadian Lyme Disease Foundation, or CanLyme, is in full support of Bill C-442. President Wilson stated as follows: "This bill responds to the failure of existing guidelines to reliably detect and treat Lyme disease," close quote. As the member for Saanich Gulf Islands already noted, the College of Family Physicians in Canada has also supported Bill C-442. It stated as follows, I quote, "The College supports further studying the economic and health impact of Lyme disease to ensure Canadian physicians have the necessary tools and knowledge at their disposal," close quote. Mr. Speaker, I regret that in past governments have failed to take the appropriate leadership role on a range of important health issues, including the kind of coordination that is necessary and funding necessary for health innovations, testing, and treatment. It's only in 2009 that we began to track Lyme disease, And some have argued in my office that there's been a failure to heed the pleas to advance testing and treatment options in this country. So this is an issue where the federal government must show leadership in health care and work to better protect and support the health of Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, I think this is far from a partisan issue. It doesn't help at all to talk about past governments. We want to stand firm with the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island and all members of this House to address this problem. The time to act is now. Sufferers from Lyme disease are looking to this government for leadership. The official opposition wants to be part of that solution. It's time to get on with it. We will be voting in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure I rise today and support Bill C-442. On behalf of the Liberal caucus, Mr. Speaker, I would indicate that we do support the bill and want to see the bill ultimately pass and go through our committee process and obviously third reading. And I was encouraged to hear from the Leader of the Green Party that she is open to having some possible amendments that will not change the intent of the bill, but quite possibly make it a little bit more practical in terms of its implementation. The Lyme disease is, in fact, a very serious issue, as it's been talked about at length in the last 45 minutes. I thought maybe, Mr. Speaker, I would emphasize from a different perspective, more of a personal way, in terms of just what I believe is likely the most important issue facing this particular disease, and that is the whole sense of public awareness. There's different regions in Canada, and some more affected by Lyme disease than others. In Manitoba, it is a very serious disease, and many people are aware that Manitoba, we have these beautiful, wonderful summers, and many of my friends have cottages out in rural Manitoba. There's all sorts of camps that take place, youth camps that take place. Some regions of the province of Manitoba, in particular in the southeast, there's a higher risk factor of Lyme disease, and we need to ensure that there's a higher sense of public awareness. Over the years, I have found, over the last maybe 3-4 years, there seems to be more of a higher sense of public awareness. But even today, I don't believe there's enough done in terms of promotional, educational material, and the government taking a proactive approach at ensuring that there's a high sense of education on this particular disease. That's one of the aspects of the bill that I do support in its entirety, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we need to recognize that and incorporate it, and I'm glad that it's actually in the legislation itself. I have, for example, gone out to Pelican Lake, which is in the southeast in Manitoba, gone through all the different trails. I've spent many a days with, in particular, my daughter going through, and after a half day of going through the trails, you get back to the cabin, and you might have a dozen or so ticks on you. And that is even, Mr. Speaker, if you take caution and you have the long clothes on and you have them tucked into your socks, you put on some form of repellent. Somehow, they have this ability, the ticks, to cling on to you, and it does not take much. And you do get that look over to make sure that you're doing what you can to get rid of the ticks if you see the ticks that are on you. But what amazes me is that when I've had the opportunity to talk to people in regards to Lyme disease, to the degree in which they don't know what Lyme disease is. They know what a wood tick is, and they'll often have wood ticks on their body, Mr. Speaker, but they don't know what Lyme disease is. And I find that to be actually quite tragic. And this is individuals that I would have thought that would have known, Mr. Speaker. Some of the more regular cottage goers. Even when you go to camps, and in particular, I made reference to youth camps. We have young people that participate in camps throughout Canada. And I made comments in regards to southeastern Manitoba. Well, we've had cases identified in most provinces of Lyme disease, Mr. Speaker. And every year we will have literally tens of thousands of children participating in outdoor activities, in summer camps, and so forth. As the leader of the Green Party pointed out, we want to encourage our young people and all people to appreciate and enjoy outdoors. But it's very important that we recognize the advantages of being proactive in terms of material on this particular disease because of the debilitating impact of someone acquiring Lyme disease, Mr. Speaker. Most would say that it takes 2 or 3 days before you see the symptoms, and quite often that is in fact the case. But often, Mr. Speaker, it will take a week or so. It's even been suggested and recorded where we have seen it appear months, if not a couple of years later after an original infection from a tick. The symptoms range from fatigue, fever, headaches. The idea of a tick bite or a tick infestation will often leave kind of a bullseye look of a rash on the skin. These are the type of things that one needs to be aware of and to look for. I am suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that one of the first priorities in terms of this whole consultation process, from my perspective, is to come up with a program that's all-inclusive, that ensures that there's a very strong educational component and promotional component to fighting this disease. And that is something in which I believe is absolutely critical. When we talk about the establishment of the role of the federal government to work with the provinces and territories, and we need to expand that. I understand we talk about medical professions, but there are other stakeholders that are out there. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you things such as our school boards and other vested groups, non-profit groups, groups that promote outdoors, Mr. Speaker. We have all sorts of outdoors groups, from, as pointed out, cottages to ATV to jogging clubs, you name it, that they're there, that we need to heighten the sense of awareness of this particular disease. And this is something that I think is critical. So when we talk about mandating the federal government to start looking at bringing the stakeholders together, I would like to think that we will take a very holistic approach at who it is that has something to offer in terms of the development of this overall strategy, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that the federal government in particular has a strong role to play in terms of best practices. And that is something in which we do need to take seriously. And that's where we can complement the different provincial and territorial jurisdictions. I do believe that we need to make sure that the resources are there, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, if we can be more proactive at the front end, we will improve, I believe, dramatically the increased spread of this disease, Mr. Speaker, because what we have realized is that the number of reports is on the rise, that the Lyme disease is something that is growing. So in looking at Bill C-442 and It, in essence, wants us to convene a conference with the provincial and territorial health ministers and different stakeholders. It wants the establishment of a national medical surveillance program to use data collected by the Public Health Agency. I've made reference in terms of the educational component. It wants to develop and have a report of the strategy to be tabled here in Parliament, and that the strategy must be reviewed for its effectiveness after 5 years. I believe it is a bill that is worth supporting. We within the Liberal caucus do support it in anticipation, Mr. Speaker, that it's only a question of time before it ultimately passes. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in today's debate on Bill C-442, an act respecting a national Lyme disease strategy. I'd like to start off, Mr. Speaker, by stating my own personal support for Bill C-442, and that I'm pleased to see that most, if not all, of the government members will be showing such support as well. I'm also pleased how the federal government is working with the provinces, the territories and the stakeholders to address Lyme disease, and why the bill would be a sound complement to these efforts. Mr. Speaker, as members of this House are aware, Lyme disease is a rapidly emerging infectious disease in North America and in Europe, and is transmitted to humans from the bite of infected black-legged ticks. Over the past few years, I've met with a number of constituents from my riding of Dufferin-Caledon who suffer from Lyme disease, as well as family members and friends of sufferers. They have relayed to me the symptoms they live with and the difficulties they have faced within the medical system. In October of 2012, I met with a constituent of my riding whose name I will not use for privacy reasons, but who has been suffering from Lyme disease for 7 years now. She informed me of the difficulty in diagnosing the disease, and which is similar to multiple sclerosis. She also informed me of the type of treatment she's been receiving and gave me some detail about what it was like to be living with this disease. This constituent is quite passionate about raising awareness of this issue. She organized signatures for a petition which I had the honour of tabling in this House. The petition called for the government to increase its efforts on behalf of those suffering with Lyme disease. That brings me to the bill before us today. Numerous residents of Dufferin-Caledon have written to me regarding Bill C-442, and I'm honoured to be able to speak to this bill. The number of reported cases of Lyme disease in Canada has increased ninefold from 2003 to 2012 to over 300 cases annually. One of our problems is the actual number of cases of Lyme disease is estimated to be 3 times higher than those cases which are actually reported. Even more troubling, based on current trends, the Public Health Agency of Canada estimates that these numbers will continue to rise. In the majority of cases, Lyme disease symptoms may include fever, headache, and fatigue. Fortunately, if diagnosed early, Lyme disease can be treated quickly and effectively with antibiotics. In cases of late diagnosis, where the disease has spread through the body, the burden of illness and the cost to the health system increase exponentially. Suffice it to say, if left undiagnosed, the impacts can be devastating. Let me put in perspective why we need to make progress in raising awareness of the challenges of Lyme disease poses and the importance of early diagnosis and treatment. This applies as much to the public as large as it does to the health professionals. If Canada were to indeed be managing the increased rates of Lyme disease, the differences in costs associated with early versus late diagnosis treatment are startling. The Public Health Agency estimates that the potential cost of early diagnosis in 2020 would be just over $8 million annually. However, for late diagnosis, that figure could raise to $338 million. Fortunately, our government has made significant research investments in areas related to Lyme disease. Indeed, since 2006, we've invested over $4.5 million. We have established improved surveillance specifically aimed at Lyme disease so that action can be taken quickly and effectively. And we're also providing federal leadership, building consensus, mobilizing partnerships, and promoting education and awareness. Research has shown, Mr. Speaker, that climate change is bringing Lyme disease carrying ticks further into Canada. Understanding and tracking their movement is an important part of any future strategy to combat Lyme disease. Mr. Speaker, supporting research to generate new insights on how Lyme disease is evolving, why its impacts vary so widely, and how it can be treated is central to our efforts. That is why we're committed to supporting research on the range of strains of tick-borne pathogens and their geographic location as well, the epidemiology and interventions of the disease in Canada. This will help us better forecast how Lyme disease is spreading and how its impacts can be contained. But the federal government cannot and should not act alone. With Lyme disease now a national reportable disease, it should also come as no surprise that we've been working closely with the provinces and the territories. Early measures include exploring how we can work together in communicating the risks of Lyme disease to the public and medical professions. We're also reviewing current Lyme disease guidelines to ensure that they're based on the best evidence available. This will help us collectively to educate Canadians in identifying and protecting themselves from Lyme disease. Mr. Speaker, these collaborative efforts just don't occur in a vacuum. This is an integral part of the Public Health Agency of Canada's approach to managing infectious diseases. The agency's key areas of action are surveillance, prevention and control, research and diagnosis, and engagement, education and awareness. Mr. Speaker, let me summarize just a few of the ways that work in these areas is providing real results for Canadians struggling with Lyme disease and their families. The Public Health Agency is conducting surveillance of Lyme disease in Canada and developing strategies to encourage preventive behaviour, investing in new laboratory methods to improve our surveillance of the tick that causes Lyme disease, undertaking research into new strains and pathogens of tick-borne diseases, and updating public health guidelines on Lyme disease. The agency is also working to develop new approaches to better educate both healthcare providers and the general public, especially those at risk of infection, about Lyme disease. Together, these efforts will equip all stakeholders to better respond to Lyme disease. Mr. Speaker, our government's current leadership in this area, coupled with the positive principle of this bill before us today, will serve to focus on protecting the health and safety of Canadians, recognize the need of action for leadership to mitigate the impact of Lyme disease, drive the imperative for evidence-based decision-making and sharing best practices, acknowledging the importance of collaboration to raise the awareness of the disease and how to avoid it and how to diagnose and treat it, disseminate data of the real impact Lyme disease has already had on too many Canadian families. That is why, Mr. Speaker, as I said at the outset, I'm supportive of the principle of this bill and look forward to reviewing the work that is undertaken by the Health Committee. And I encourage all members of this House to support the bill. Thank you very much.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-18, the Agricultural Growth Act.
Mr. Ritz, seconded by Mr. Moore, Port, Moody, Westwood, Coquitlam, moves that Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts related to agriculture and agri-food, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to be here today to speak of this legislation because it delivers new tools and better services to help Canadian farmers grow their businesses. And like businesses of farming, the Agricultural Growth Act is about putting in place those new tools and better services for Canadian producers. This Act supports growth of our farm businesses, growth of our economy, and of course growth of our opportunities on the world stage. The Agricultural Growth Act is also about being proactive about the future of Canadian agriculture and bringing existing legislation into the 21st century. Just as farmers adjust their business practices to suit changing weather or market conditions, governments must have new approaches for a new generation of agriculture. The agricultural sector knows the importance of adapting to constantly shifting conditions. Farmers are not farming the way they did 10 or even 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker. C18 will help our government continue to give farmers access to the tools they need to grow their operations and our overall economy. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that the Agricultural Growth Act, or C18, reflects years of extensive stakeholder consultations, some as long as 22 years, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank all the stakeholders and stakeholder associations who took part over that time in those consultations and invested themselves in working with our government to identify the opportunities for improvements contained within this piece of legislation. With the Agricultural Growth Act, we are modernizing Canadian legislation on a foundation of science, technology, innovation, and international standards. The proposed legislation bolsters the competitiveness of Canada's agricultural sector while ensuring a consistent regulatory approach across all commodities. Mr. Speaker, the Agricultural Growth Act will bring existing legislation in line with new science, as well as international standards used by our trading partners, and most importantly, the needs of Canada's farmers and the agricultural sector overall. This Act will strengthen the safety of agricultural products, the first link in the food chain, while reducing the regulatory burden for industry and promoting trade in agricultural products. I am pleased to report that 2012 saw Canada's agricultural sector achieve record results, and 2013 proved to be another banner year with record production up some 27%. That said, we need to continue this growth curve. Mr. Speaker, the timing for the improvements proposed in this Act couldn't be better. World demand is increasing for the world-class food that our farmers grow. The global population is expected to reach 9.3 billion by 2050. The Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations and others have forecast that global food production must increase by some 60% to meet that future demand. Canada's farmers are more than up to the challenge of feeding a growing, hungry world. They depend on exports for up to 85% of their sales on an annual basis. Farmers want to earn their money from the marketplace, and they can beat the competition hands down as long as we're playing on a level playing field. Our government continues to work with industry to level that playing field, open new markets for our farmers, and sign new free trade agreements. Together, we've delivered real results for our farmers by growing our jobs and our economy. We've reopened our beef market in Korea, which had been closed for 9 years. We implemented free trade agreements with 9 countries in less than 6 years. Last fall, our government reached an agreement in principle with the European Union on a free trade agreement that will add 28 new countries to that list, giving our farmers access to more than 500 million of the world's most affluent customers. To help farmers meet this growing global demand, our government delivered marketing freedom to Western wheat and barley, a freedom many fought for decades to achieve. Farmers embraced that new reality by seeding 2 million more acres of wheat last year, Mr. Speaker. Our agri-food sector is now the leading manufacturing employer in the country, and our exports have helped put Canada on the map as a major trading nation. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, our government is committed to supporting Canada's farmers and our world-class agricultural industry to ensure they remain competitive in world markets and positioned to serve the needs of Canadians and a growing world population. Through the 5-year Growing Forward 2 agreement signed last April, our government is making strategic investments with the provinces and territories in innovation, market access, and, of course, competitiveness. The Agricultural Growth Act that I'm speaking about today will modernize and streamline 9 different statutes, 7 under the purview of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or CFIA as it's well known, and 2 administered by Agriculture Canada. Some of the acts we are amending date back to the 50s, Mr. Speaker. Now, while the opposition doesn't realize it, a lot has changed since then, and this Act will go a long way in modernizing the tools and services available to Canada's world-class producers. The Agricultural Growth Act addresses many important areas, from seed to feed to fertilizer to animal health to plant protection to plant breeding and, of course, to farm finance. Mr. Speaker, the Agricultural Growth Act is designed to update and streamline government requirements while also helping industry meet requirements by reducing red tape and administration costs while improving overall program delivery. Let me explain how we can achieve this. What we're doing with this proposed legislation is building a more effective, innovative and nimble legislative framework that supports farmers from the first planting of seed in Canadian soil to sales at home or abroad. For example, Bill C-18 will bring plant breeders' rights in line with those of our international competitors, and this will level the playing field for Canadian farmers. UPOV 91 will be implemented and ratified, Mr. Speaker. Proposed changes will encourage increased investment in plant breeding in Canada and encourage foreign breeders to protect and sell their varieties here. As a result, Canada's farmers will benefit from improved access to innovative new varieties that have been bred to enhance crop yields, improve resistance to disease and drought, and meet specific market demands. At the same time, the Act explicitly recognizes the traditional practice of saving, conditioning, and replanting seed that is personally saved from crops grown on a producer's own land. This is known as farmer's privilege. It's entrenched in this legislation, unlike UPOV 78 that we're now under. For those that continue to say otherwise, let me be clear. Read the bill. Mr. Speaker, these proposed changes reflect consultation. The CFIA held national public consultations with plant breeders, farmers, horticulturalists, seed dealers, and of course the general public. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that the majority of our farm community is supportive of these reforms. A group of leading Canadian farmer and agricultural organizations have joined forces to support the Agricultural Growth Act. Partners in innovation includes the Canadian Hort Council, Grain Growers of Canada, Western Canadian Wheat Growers, Western Canadian Barley Growers, and a number of other commodity groups. This bill is also supported by the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the Canadian Seed Trade Association, and the Canadian Canola Growers Association. The group says that strengthened plant breeders' rights in Canada, and I quote, is critical for the future of our farmers and our agricultural industry's ability to compete in a global market. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture also support this bill. CFA President Ron Bonnet said with respect to the Act, and I quote, the proposed changes reflect a number of recommendations made by industry over the years and showcase the government has been listening. We're pleased the government has taken action and followed up in a concrete way with these legislative changes and formal consultations on these proposed amendments, unquote. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to consult with our agricultural industry here in the country. Before any changes are implemented, including regulatory changes, our government remains committed to these consultations to determine the best way to move forward. Mr. Speaker, another key change in the Agricultural Growth Act concerns fertilizer and animal feed. The Act introduces the authority to require licensing and registration for operators of fertilizer and animal feed facilities involved in the trade of products across provincial or international borders. This is in addition to the current system where feed and fertilizer products are registered on a product-by-product basis. Licensing or registration of facilities and operators will provide an even more effective approach to assuring products meet safety standards while providing greater flexibility and efficiencies for the industries involved. The work done by CFIA on the feed link for PED underscores the need for these timely changes. The Act proposes enhanced legislative authority and stronger enforcement tools for CFIA inspectors, which will further promote compliance with federal requirements and safety standards. This will dovetail with recent CFIA initiatives to modernize its legislative base, as was done with the passage of the Safe Food for Canadians Act in 2012. It will also support the work underway to modernize the agency's inspection and regulatory frameworks. This new legislation will allow the CFIA to order non-compliant imported agricultural products out of the country to ensure that all agricultural products meet the appropriate Canadian requirements no matter where they come from. Right now, at times, Canada must pay to dispose of illegal feeds, fertilizers and seed products that are seized. Under the Agricultural Growth Act, CFIA inspectors will be able to order imported shipments of feeds, fertilizers and seeds out of Canada if they do not meet our legal requirements. We already do this with imported plants and animals, Mr. Speaker. The Act also gives CFIA inspectors the ability to allow the importer to fix the problem in Canada if it's not a matter of safety and if they can be sure that the issue will be addressed in a timely manner. The proposed amendment will provide the CFIA with stronger tools to more efficiently fulfill its mandate to protect Canada's plant and animal resource base. Monetary penalties for infractions will also be increased to make them a more effective compliance tool for inspectors, as was done in the Safe Food for Canadians Act. The changes proposed in the Agricultural Growth Act reflect the ongoing needs of Canada's agricultural sector. They align with CFIA's modernized regulatory and inspection initiatives, and they help ensure consistency across all agricultural commodities. Mr. Speaker, if Canada's agricultural sector is to compete and succeed in the modern world and to maintain its competitive edge on that global stage, it needs 21st century tools to do so. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we listen to farmers and are focusing their financial tools so they can capture new opportunities in the global marketplace. We consulted with farmers across Canada about how we can improve the Advanced Payments Program, which is enabled under the Agricultural Marketing Programs Act. Through this legislation, we're delivering on the direction farmers presented us. The Agricultural Growth Act will improve the Advanced Payments Program by making it more flexible and user-friendly for Canadian producers. Making the Advanced Payments Program more flexible and predictable will assist farmers in managing their cash flows, building their businesses, and driving our economy. Producers are constantly fine-tuning their operations and businesses, and they rightly expect government to do the same with the tools and services we offer to them. Responding to producers' recommendations, the legislative changes will help us streamline delivery of cash advances under the Advanced Payments Program. The goal is to enhance program flexibility to ensure programs remain relevant and responsive to the changing nature and needs of our agricultural industry. The Agricultural Growth Act also allows farmers to obtain 5-year agreements with Advanced Payment Program administrators. This will reduce the burden of filling out paperwork each year. Mr. Speaker, it's a great time to be in agriculture. Many producers will tell you they're seeing stronger returns, increased market access, and opportunities for investment and a brighter future ahead. We will continue to work hard on behalf of farmers because our government knows that in many cases, yesterday's answers can't meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. The time is right to put greater focus on innovation, market access, and improving government programs and services to meet the changing needs of our agricultural industry. The Agricultural Growth Act is consistent with our government's priorities, growing the economy and creating jobs for Canadians. 1 in 8 Canadian jobs are agricultural related, and I see no reason why we cannot increase this number as the sector continues to prosper and grow. Agricultural growth, whether it's through innovation or efficiency, provides consumers with more choices for Canadian-grown products, and this is good for our overall economy. Wielding the latest science, tools and practices, Canada's agricultural sector has the potential to grow and prosper in a manner that secures the future of our agricultural industry and benefits all Canadians. There's no better way to support our farm families than to give them the new tools and better services they require to help them grow their businesses. I ask all parliamentarians to give the Agricultural Growth Act, Bill C-18, their careful attention and move it forward in a timely manner so that Canada's agricultural entrepreneurs can harness innovation, add value, and generate jobs and growth right across this great country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for introducing his bill, albeit I would have preferred not to have been an omnibus bill, but that's the general nature from the other side, so we're quite used to it on this side, actually, to have a number of things put all together. But clearly, you know, he's talking about a great time to be in agriculture. I would agree with him, except if you're on the prairies looking for a train to get your grain to market. Perhaps the minister should revise his speech a little bit and talk about why it is we need to stick to hit those 2 railroaders and make sure we actually get that great product that those great farmers actually grow for us in that part of the world, and make sure it actually gets to port so that maybe they can get paid. Because if they don't get paid, then the part in here about advance payments is actually going to really be necessary, because they're going to be taking out loans to pay last year's loans, and at this rate, they'll be taking out a loan next year to pay off this year's loan and then next year's loan. But specifically to UPOV 29 and farmers' privilege, one of the questions that really has come up is this sense of, under the present legislation that's proposed, C-18, farmers' privilege would only last a year. Lots of farmers are saying, well, under UPOV 78, it lasted longer than a year. And I just heard the minister say, if I'm correct, that it actually makes no difference this way, farmers' privilege versus 78. Can you clarify if you can save it for a year, or is it longer than a year under C-18?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, a number of questions and comments there, Mr. Speaker, which of course is allowed. I'm not sure that I would classify this as an omnibus bill. He condemns those and then wants us to add several more things to it. So I'm not sure exactly what kind of information I'm getting there. He also called it UPOV 29. It's UPOV 91. UPOV 78 does not in any way, shape, or form allow farmers' privilege. There's no vehicle in UPOV 78 to allow farmers to maintain and use that seed in the propagation on their own farm. UPOV 91 does have that clearly written in there. It lasts more than a year. If you save seed, keep it in your bin, have it clean, stored, and you decide not to put it in that year, carry it over to the year after, of course, it maintains that status with you. You only pay an end-use royalty in that case, Mr. Speaker, when you sell the seed that's gained from that farm-saved seed. So, yes, it's very clearly described. I know there are one farm group out there that can't seem to read the writing. I can tell them it's on page 7 of the bill. It's very succinct in what it says about farmers being able to hold that and use it on their own facility in perpetuity, Mr. Speaker, should it last that long. You know, we had wheat stored in the pyramids. I guess you could actually do that in this, under this bill.
Questions and comments? Honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I couldn't help but notice the minister kind of wandered off Bill C-18 quite a bit, actually, and tried to put a spin on some of the decisions that the government previously made, one of them being the killing of the Canadian Wheat Board without any long-term planning on all the other things the Wheat Board did besides single-desk selling. As a result, now in Western Canada we have a crisis because there was no planning on the part of the government. We have a crisis in transportation where the railways and the grain companies are taking all the profit, and farmers are left paying demurrage while some 50 ships sit in Vancouver and Prince Rupert. Prices are discounted up toward 40% compared to the U.S. He also failed to mention the fact that he cut agri-stability and agri-invest, and those safety nets are not there now for the farm community. But my question relates to the same question asked earlier on farmers' privilege. There is a worry out there among some farm groups. And is farmers' privilege protected by way of the legislation, or can it be discarded by regulation later on? I heard what the minister said. I welcome what he said related to farmers' privilege on page 7 of the bill. But how long is it confirmed to be in existence?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, I completely reject the idea that somehow the old Canadian Wheat Board would have had a positive effect on this year's crop. We have 50% more crop in Western Canada than we ever had before, simply because farmers stopped hemorrhaging wheat and barley acres, and putting in other crops, and reseeded some 2 million acres of wheat. They still have the CWB there to market through, should they decide. They've offered several pools. They've been successful in doing that. They're in the process of buying export capacity at Thunder Bay. They've got that checked off their list, and they're moving forward on bricks and mortar in Western Canada to allow them some catchment, some gatherment area, and we look forward to seeing the results of that. Having said that, on the farmer-saved seed, yes, it's right here in legislation on page 7 of the bill, and it can be enhanced by regulation as we move forward. But the actual farmer-saved seed is in the legislation itself, and it can be enhanced as we move forward by regulation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a number of new provisions in this bill will require additional resources to be implemented. And we've seen the record of this government, the cuts to the CFIA, which has devastated our food safety for Canadians. How can the member assure Canadians that additional resources will be available to implement some of the provisions so that they have full implementation and full effect, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, I have to begin by responding that there have been no cuts to CFIA that reflect into this food safety. This government has actually added over 700 frontline food inspectors, which his party has decided to vote against. That's really unfortunate. In fact, in Budget 2014, Mr. Speaker, there's the provision to hire another 200 inspectors level positions at CFIA to move forward on other commodities, imports, and produce and so forth, and I'm sure that his party will stand right up and support that, as they always do, Mr. Speaker. Not.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, as tempted as I am to ask about the problems of shipping grain, farmers on Vancouver Island were 3 days away from having no grain to feed their livestock. But I want to focus on C-18, and I note that he says we should be reassured as to the ability to save seed for some farmers. It's found on page 7, and that he might want to make it clearer in future regulations. I wonder if he's open to making it clearer through amendments to this Act as it goes forward.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, of course, that's the nature of committee work, Mr. Speaker. If they come forward with substantive amendments, they'll be discussed. There will be witnesses called, and the bill will be stronger at the end of it. Should they want to build the capacity in the bill to serve farmers in a better way, should they decide to remove chunks and try and break it apart, then of course we would not allow that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to follow up to the Minister's response to my previous question. He mentioned that the new budget contains 200 positions for the CFI. Could the member let this House and Canadians know how many did you cut before you actually had to reinvest to get more members in? In fact, he's going to try to spin this, Mr. Speaker, but hundreds more they cut in the CFI than they reinstated, now 200.
Before I go to the Minister of Agriculture, just remind all honourable members to direct their comments and questions to the Chair rather than to their colleagues. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand and respond to the member. The answer is very simple. None.
Right on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his thorough and in-depth presentation. And one of the things that we may want to get a little clearer handle on is the licensing of feed and fertilizer establishments. And I wonder if you could expand on that, of what it actually means of moving from product to product to the establishment of facilities also and their operators.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
It clarifies the role of CFIA in making sure that we feed our animals, which is the first step in having a good quality product on store shelves and on your kitchen table. It ensures that the feed that's going into those animals is of top quality, that it meets all of Canadian safety standards, that it makes sure that any product that is brought in from other countries is acceptable. We will now have a way to trace that back. The PED situation that we're facing with pork right now, there was some concern that the blood plasma that was coming in may be carrying that genetic marker of the PED virus. We have been able to test successfully that it has not transferred through in a way that affected the pigs negatively once it's pelletized. So that's a great step, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of work that will be going ongoing after we pass this piece of legislation. Very positive things.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his clarification on farmers' privilege being beyond the year, and but then of course there's an end royalty, as he's pointed out. So it's not much different than if there was at the end of a year, because you're going to pay a royalty anyhow. So it would seem that one is going to end up paying to folks regardless. Now, clearly, the UPOV 91, as it suggests, was actually a treaty that was negotiated in 1991. Speaker, when we refer to 78, that was 1978. So yeah, it's a long time ago since UPOV 91 was actually looked at in the sense of a treaty. And of course, it's as you look from place to place, there's differences in what they've done. There's some exemptions built in certain countries that aren't in others. So it's not holistic across the board in the sense that whatever they decided in 1991, they do in Australia, or they do in Germany, or they do in France, or the UK, or the United States, or a number of other places that actually enacted it. And clearly, at some point in time in the early 2000s, when our friends down the end, the Liberals were in power, there was an attempt then, Mr. Speaker, to actually see if they could get it enacted. And it, of course, farmers at that time weren't pleased with it, and because they had a lot of questions concerning it. And so what happened was the government backed away, and here we are in 2014 still looking basically at UPOV 91 and whether indeed it should go forward. And clearly, based on the minister's comments and the bill itself, and the minister's earlier comments outside of this place, their intent is to actually get this done by August of this year and actually get it enacted. Based on their belief that there's some science here and there's some innovation that will happen if this comes into force, because then, of course, that means there's a charge somewhere, because someone actually doesn't do this work unless, of course, they get paid for it. Now, I'm not suggesting folks should do it for free in the private sector. That's not actually what they do. They're in the business of making a profit for their shareholders or the owners of their company if it's privately held. Not a bad thing.
I mean, that's kind of how business survives. And if you actually work for a company, you want them to survive, because if they're not making any money, they can't actually pay you, Mr. Speaker. You know, that's kind of the nature of the way business is. But ultimately, that means that the customer actually pays for that, because they don't do it for free. They don't do it out of the goodness of their heart. They don't do it for public good. They simply do it because they see that there's potentially a market, and perhaps they can win over that market, charge whatever the price may be. It could be up, it could be sideways, it could be, it might be lower, depending. It could be a number of things. And that means, who's the market? Well, it won't be me, Mr. Speaker, that's for sure. I don't know about you, sir, but I don't farm. And so it doesn't matter if I do live in the country. The piece that I own takes care of itself. I don't actually plant anything of any significance. And so it won't be me actually paying that. Well, it could be down at the end, because I'm the retail customer at the far end, and maybe that's where the price will slide itself along. But clearly farmers will pay for this innovation. And in some cases, farmers might say, you know, these new innovations are worth paying for. In fact, many farmers are in checkout programs to get into innovation and new technologies and to do different things, and happily so, because they actually want to continue to enhance their ability to grow better crops, if you will, better quality crops, more of them on a smaller land use, that are more drought resistant, that are more drought tolerant, that use less water, that use less inputs, and because clearly inputs are a cost to farmers. So all of those things they're keenly aware of and interested in doing. And many farmers, in fact, I would suggest all farmers, are involved in some form of agronomics, in the sense of saying, how can I do this better? Whether it be looking at their rotation, or looking at what they do, or looking at the market, and trying to find out and trying to actually work with their land and their inputs in their ability to actually do things in a better way. And so there are questions about UPOV 91, because I mean it has been been around for a while, but it's been kind of on the back burner for a long period of time. You know, as the minister says in UPOV 78, and he's correct when he says it doesn't speak of farmers' privilege or farmers save seed, because it's totally silent. Doesn't say a word. So therefore, farmers go ahead and do it. They save seed. They just save it. Because it's silent, doesn't say they can't, doesn't lay out a prescription as to how you can. So since it says nothing, it's assumed that you just can. So that's what farmers have been doing for millennia, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. That's long before the seed companies came along. It was farmers who were really their own seed company. And many are to this day. In a way, they vary. They buy some, they save some, they do a number of different things. But what they don't always do is they don't always have to. In certain cases, there are hybrids, of course, that you have to pay for year in, year out. And there are other varieties, the things that you do have to pay for. There's no question. Farmers say that's a legitimate thing I have to do. But they don't see it when they save it. They see this as an adjunct piece of, why can't I continue to do that? And I think the minister was fairly clear, and I certainly will go back and look at the record when it's printed, Mr. Speaker, but I believe what he said was, you can save it for more than a year, but you're going to pay an end-use royalty on it. So you're going to pay anyways. So whether you save it or not, you're going to pay. So you can basically not save it and pay, or you can go to the trouble of saving it, which means you're going to condition it or get it conditioned and get it ready for you to use in your field, and then when you harvest it, you're going to pay something at the end. Now, the dilemma is, I had a quick look at page 7 and section 5. He doesn't say anything there about as to what it will be. What will that end-use royalty actually be? Will it be greater than if I simply bought the seed and didn't save it in the first place? Is that going to be the piece that's the regulation that we wait for, and then we find out after? Or is that going to be a negotiated piece between the companies and farmers? Would that be individual farmers? Would it be farming associations? Could it be the grain growers group or whoever else? The oats or barley groups, would it be them? Would it be individuals? Would they pit farmer against farmer? Would royalty, end-use royalty be higher here and lower there, depending on the deal you can cut? That's an open question, it seems, based on at least what I can see in page 7 that the minister pointed us to, and I want to thank the minister for, through you, Mr. Speaker, for actually pointing us to that clarification there, but I actually don't see that laid out in front of us. So clearly there are a lot of open questions on 91 for a lot of farmers, and I think legitimately so, as to why we're rushing headlong at this. Now, some will say, well, it's been there for a long time, but it's been silent for a long time, and I think a lot of folks need to get back up to speed, Mr. Speaker, around. I know the minister will say to me, well, you've got opportunity through committee, and so I would hope that we would have that opportunity through committee in the sense of we would take the time to actually do a couple of things. One is investigate what's happened, and I welcome, through you, Mr. Speaker, the minister's offer that as long as we don't tear it apart and pull things out of it, he'd be happy to take suggestions that might be helpful. I would apologize to you in advance for being a little skeptical, Mr. Speaker, because I know through you that you weren't the one who was the skeptic, but I am, based on my previous experiences in the Agriculture Committee, where I actually had proposed some changes that I thought didn't actually take things out of the bill, because I didn't strip anything out of the bill. I actually was adding things I thought would be helpful to the Food Safety Act bill and what have you. And, of course, we didn't actually get any. So as much as there were, I think, from the opposition benches, I think 14 or 15 potential amendments that could have enhanced it, we didn't actually get any. So you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Speaker, for just being a teeny-weeny bit skeptical about the statement of the minister when it comes to, well, my arms are open. If you've got good ideas, feel free to send them our way, and we'll take them under advisement and make the bill better. I just don't have any experience around that in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to you in advance, because I know it's not something you would do. You would be more than welcoming to make sure that legislation is as good as we can possibly make it coming out of this place, because that's what really we should be about as legislators. So, I mean, clearly we're looking at a bill that, for some in the farm community, without question, because I've talked to a number, are saying, hey, it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. And they're saying to me, they think it's there's nothing wrong with it. And then we have others on the other side, and I know that the other side quite often wants to point at one group or another. But quite frankly, I'm talking to individual farmers who are non-affiliated, who are not saying I'm with this group or with that group. And some folks would be surprised when they find out that some of the individual farmers are from groups that the other side actually calls as witnesses all the time. They're saying, we should maybe think about this for a while, because we're not really sure how it's going to actually weave itself together. We're told we get a privilege. But what privilege is it? Is it really a privilege, or is it just you can store it, but you're going to pay for it? And so you end up being the storer, and the person who initially sold it to you collects money at the end of the day. Some will say, well, it's not a bad deal. And some will say it's not a particularly good one. So I think that's problematic, and I think it's something we need to look at very carefully. The other issues, obviously, there's a number of them through the Act that are changes. There's a number of things that, as to whether it be the Fertilizer Act, the Seeds Act, advance payments. There's a number of pieces in there. And one of the pieces that's always contentious for us, Mr. Speaker, is this sense that we'll not do it through the legislative process. We actually now hand it over as a regulatory process. And so once we hand that over, now that's gone. So there's pieces where there's good pieces in the legislation that talk about the health and safety of handling of fertilizers, making sure that it's done well. Those are good things. We would approve of those things. We think they're good. But then in the next breath, the government then goes on to say, well, but from now on, we'll do the changes through a regulatory change. We won't bother having to bring it back, because through this legislation, we'll take all of that responsibility back and hand it basically to the minister, whomever the minister happens to be. It may not be this particular minister, maybe somebody else down the road. Those are always difficult things. There are some things that can be done regulatory, because you know what? The changes have such a minimal impact, need to be done quickly. You can get that done. But in these particular cases, these are large pieces. And now we're talking about turning over large authority, a large responsibility, a large amount of authority to the minister. And, we've noticed on this side that quite often as they bring these sort of pieces, I know the minister disagrees that this is an omnibus bill, but when you actually look at C-18, and I would remind this House, there's more legislation being done in the agriculture field than in recent memory. I don't know, my colleague from Malpec may be able to help me with this, but it seems to me that we've done more agriculture legislation in this Parliament than probably the last 10 parliaments combined as far as changing actual legislation, which have significant impacts on farmers right across the board. And so for this particular piece, to then turn over in the future changes that should be done through a legislative process, just done in a regulatory process, isn't reassuring for me as the critic, to be honest, in the sense of that somehow things won't happen later on. You know, as the minister said, well, we can then, you know, under questioning, he said, well, we can change things through regulation, well, including the effects on farmers' privilege. They can actually change that through regulation based on what happens here. So what then happens? The minister said, well, we can enhance it. The problem with the two-headed coin is you flip it, you get the other side of it. It might be another head or it could be the tail, which means the advancement you talked about you might have done could be a takeaway on the other side. There's no sense that that should happen. There's no sense that it will happen. The problem is the potential is there for it to happen. And if you give the potential in the wrong hand, it then ends up affecting those who get things taken away from them. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of things in here that we would probably say are good pieces of legislation, and we would like to tweak them a little bit. We could let them go. But clearly, it's is it an omnibus piece? We need to study it extremely carefully, because if we're not going to study it carefully, and we're not actually going to be open to helping make it better legislation, then we'll end up with what I think we can debate the merits of the demise of the Canadian Wheat Board and whether it was right or it was wrong on a philosophical basis. One of the things we can't, in my view, underscore enough is that when the Wheat Board went and the logistics piece went with it, we see what happens in the rail system and the backlog that's on the prairies, where we have the Premier of Saskatchewan and the Agriculture Minister in Alberta. And in fact, last week at the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, where we see the President of the Alberta Federation of Agriculture stand up and ask me a question and say, I want you to stop talking about regulation. I want you to actually regulate those railroads to make sure we can move our crops off the prairies. That, indeed, is an opportunity for the government to act under the regulations. They don't have to bring it here. That would be an appropriate use of regulations, where they actually get the big stick out of regulations and they make things happen. So we would actually get product off the prairies. Conservative estimates, Mr. Speaker, are between $2 to $4 billion is stranded out there to farmers, which affects part of this legislation when it talks about advance payments programs. Because in here it's talking about how we're going to do this and streamline it if you want multiple years. In other words, you're back-to-back. Well, this year, farmers are going to be back-to-back because many of them took the advance loans last year. And the minister is already on the record as saying, well, we know there's a problem. We know you haven't sold your crop and you have no money because, of course, there's no wheat pool to send it to. There's no wheat board to send it to. So basically you're waiting for an elevator to clear its grain so you can get into an elevator if you're not where you can get to a producer car. And so what happens is you end up, they're not empty, you can't get in, you don't get paid, Mr. Speaker. So the government's response is, get another loan. So you're getting a loan to pay a loan to then start this year with a loan without selling any grain. And there's some of the estimates we're talking about, the carryout could be 2 years. In other words, grain that was grown last year, Mr. Speaker, may actually not hit market until 2 years from now. If that's the case, the price that it was worth last year will not be the price it's worth in the future because it will be worth less, because its optimum quality will diminish over time, and you'll end up with less money for it than you would have gotten last year, which will impact your ability to pay back the loan, clearly because it's of less value. The loan was based on what's the value in your bin. That's today, of course. If you don't sell the remainder of it for 2 years and you sell it for feed versus it used to be premium quality wheat with a great protein, you're now stuck selling it for a heck of a lot less. In fact, today, the prices are running between 12 and 15% less than they were last fall. And, of course, those who had contracts, if they didn't move, they don't fill the contract anyways. So clearly, this legislation is talking about advance payments and those loan programs. But this seems as if it's become a cover for a lot of things that happened in Growing Forward 2 last year, and my friend from Malpeck referenced it, I think, in his questions. what we call the suite of programs called business risk management programming, where the government actually take out hundreds of billions of dollars worth of money. Yes, they'll say, well, hang on, the supplemental estimates will come, just wait. Problem is farmers really can't wait. The dilemma is what you've got is a program that, yes, there was difficulties in business risk management programming, Mr. Speaker, no question about that. The issue was, do you fix the programming or gut the program? In my view, they gutted the program. I've talked to farmers who are saying, what's the sense of being in the program? The program ends up not doing what it's supposed to do, and quite frankly, I won't qualify for some of them anyway. So what the heck? They moved the base down to such a level that I wouldn't qualify for the program. So at the end of the day, I don't get any money. But I really want that program. But the problem is I got to take this program with this program because that's the way they're bundled together, and so therefore I end up on the short end of the stick. So why would I bother doing that? So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we see some sticking points in this legislation for sure. UPOV 91 for many farmers is a major issue that they want to see resolved. They don't wish to give up. Many of them don't wish to give up what they now see as their inherent right to save seed that they've done, as I said earlier, for millennia. If you think about how farmers do it, in fact, most folks in the city would just assume that that's how farmers actually do it. Now, I recognize that that's not how it really happens. There are seed companies that farmers buy from on a regular basis, canola being one of them, and there's others, of course, that some farmers would prefer to buy rather than save seed. They'd prefer to get it every year. That's a choice they make. The difficulty here is a lot of farmers see that perhaps I will lose the choice. So there are ways for innovation to happen, and one of the things we do know that needs to happen is obviously they need to get paid because they're not actually going to do the work without being paid. And I think that's appropriate. So there are royalty schemes that would say if you want to participate as a broader group, perhaps that's how you do it. There are checkoffs in canola. There are checkoffs in other programs and for other commodity groups and for other livestock groups that do different things as the money gets in there. But one of the things that's missing in all of this, Mr. Speaker, is actually where's the public dollars in all of this and the public research? Now, this government, the Canadian government, not this government, the Conservative government, this government in this country, under lots of different administrations, was world-renowned for the type of work that it used to do in innovation and indeed do in basic public research for the agriculture sector. That's a piece that's missing in here, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to see that actually find its way back in so those public dollars go back in the public good and go back to farmers, because that's the way how to make it profitable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from LPAC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think there was a lot of meat in what the member for Welland had to say in terms of a lot of concerns. I guess I hear a little heckling on the other side. What I mean is putting some meat in the bones. All that we got from the minister was the bones. And so the member for Welland, I think, explained out a number of areas that there is concerns in this bill and how huge the bill really is. But my question to the member from Welland is this, Mr. Speaker. As a country, the Minister of Agriculture is coming forward with this bill, which is an omnibus bill. But as a country, how do we stack up? We're a world trader. But how do we stack up as a country in terms of protecting the interests of our farmers in Canada versus, say, the United States? We know the United States has just put in place a U.S. farm bill, of which they've put in place over $1 trillion over 10 years for their farmers. They're backstopping their farm community with actual dollars. They've put in their bill country of origin labeling and made it permanent, which has already cost Canadian farmers over $5 billion, and it still exists, and this government claims that it's fighting that issue. So my question to the member is really, does this bill do anything to make our farmers more competitive with the rest of the world, or are they just seeing this free market theory and leaving our producers in this country out there in the dust?
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from LPEC for the comment. The question, I would argue that the government has retracted from its ability to support farmers over time. I think we look at business risk management program. I think when I looked at the last budget numbers, not this one, but the previous one,
before GF growing forward too. I shouldn't use acronyms, Mr. Speaker, because it's too easy. We get too complacent when we do things like acronyms and call it GF2 instead of growing forward too. You can see, I think it was about 400 million came out of the program and just sort of disappeared into that great big bottomless, pit of let's balance a budget. But clearly, when it comes to support for farmers, we see this time and time again in the United States where some members, not in this House necessarily, but certainly some members in the broader business community talk about milk prices, for instance, where they say, if only we didn't have supply management, we'd have cheaper milk. Look at the Americans. Well, you can, for those of us who live in border communities like I do, you can certainly see in the flyers that come in your newspaper cheaper milk. But if you truly understand the Farm Bill, the subsidy for basically for a gallon of U.S. milk is about $5 U.S. So clearly they're supporting their farmers. I'm not so sure this government is, and we really should be standing up with farmers. That's why we need public research dollars that come from the government to enhance farmers' ability to be profitable, enhance them with their innovation, and make sure they're the best that they possibly can be, because that's exactly what they want to be.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Welland for his speech. I've been hearing from concerned farmers who are looking at the royalty rates, that those will be set only by the plant breeder right holder. And I wonder if he's hearing any concerns from his constituencies about what these royalty rates could be and what the impact would be for farmers. And we do know that Canadian farmers have a very difficult time breaking even. Anything that increases their cost is a worry.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
And I appreciate the question. I think very much so. The royalty rates are a question not of legislation but of negotiating power. And so clearly when the minister says in the House that you're going to pay a royalty regardless, so you can save the seed, but you're going to pay an end royalty. Well, what is the end royalty? Is it as much as, so in other words, if I'm the breeder and I actually want you to buy new seed, Mr. Speaker, every time, and I don't want you to save any, how would I manage that? Well, I'm not Machiavellian. Well, I'm a politician. Maybe I'm Machiavellian in a way. I'd make it more expensive on the back end. I'd make the end-use royalty larger than the front end if you bought it from me, because I actually want you to buy the seed from me at the beginning. I don't want you doing farmers save and getting an end royalty. Too much administrative work there. I'll have to figure out how much crop did you take in and how much was it, and figure out what I should charge you for that. But if I charge you more at the end, I'll always get you coming through the front door, and that way you got to buy that seed from me all of the time. So the problem is, and to the member's question, is the royalty piece is going to be set by the breeders, and if farmers don't have an equal bargaining power, then it will be the breeders who get the price they want, and farmers will be left basically having to pay for it.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Compton-Stanstead.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague, the official opposition critic for agri-food. I'd like to put a question to my colleague. How come a reform on the legislation covering agriculture and agri-food, there is nothing included about crisis management? We had a crisis at the Food Inspection Agency. We saw cutbacks and lax attitudes regarding health and safety, but there's nothing in here to truly protect consumers. I'd like my colleague to elaborate on the provisions that should have been included in the bill and that were not.
Member for Welland.
Well, clearly on the health and safety front, even in the sense in fertilizer, we'll use that as an example because it's in the bill. Turning it over to the regulatory process when it comes to additional health and safety measures means it's at the whim of whoever the minister is at the end of the day as to whether should we go that far or not. That's probably good enough, that minister thinks. Another minister might think, well, should be further for protection. And so rather than it coming back to here to actually do that, but when it comes to consumers, I mean, the adage is that the consumers come first, and farmers believe that. So they certainly grow healthy products, and they want to make the best quality they can, and they want to make sure that people don't get ill. But clearly, at the end of the day, in response to, is there more inspectors or less? You take 900 people out, you add 200 people in, it's minus 700. That's less, not more. I know sometimes you think
Some folks can think there's, less is more, but that's a philosophical argument about less is more. So if you've got a half a chocolate cake, it's a half a chocolate cake. You may want to have more chocolate cake, the whole chocolate cake. Bottom line is, when you cut it in half and someone takes away the half, you only got a half left. In this particular case, with food safety, if you take some out and don't add the same numbers back in, you have less. The system doesn't function as well as it did before, and consumers may indeed be less safe, Mr. Speaker, than they were before, because there's less resource there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a quick question. Example from the Canadian Seed Trade Association. Their positive response to this bill has been right from the start, and they said that we actually have a letter from the European Seed Association stating very clearly that European seed companies would not send their varieties to Canada until we have compliant with UPOB 91. And the reason I say this, Mr. Speaker, is that because we look often to Europe in terms of small grains and horticulture crops, and those are actually, I think and believe that these are going to be the largest beneficiaries within the seed growers. And so I'm wondering if he has some thoughts about what that might mean by not allowing and holding back our producers because we wouldn't have access to them through UPOB 91.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't disagree with my honourable colleague across the way, and that's why I said earlier at the beginning, I didn't say I actually opposed it. I actually said we need to work on this piece. And so clearly, I think he's correct. I talked to the Canadian seed growers as well. I met with my office about a month or so ago and talked to them about those very issues. And there's no question that seed producers in the EU who are covered by UPOB 91 are looking at us and saying, well, I'm not going to sell it to you because I maybe can't get the royalties I think I'm entitled to based on the work I put into it and how I'm covered under UPOB 91. So there are some things that we need to look at as to how we don't get things based on we haven't signed a particular treaty or not, and how do you bargain those through. So there are things that there may be opportunities that we may be losing, and we need to work at that. And so we need to work at that whole piece so that it actually works for farmers as well as the seed traders and those who produce the seeds. At the end of the day, this is an integrated industry, Mr. Speaker, and if we don't actually take a holistic viewpoint as to how this is going to actually benefit them all, then it'll be losers. Our biggest fear is, at this stage of the game, the farmer looks like they're the biggest loser. And many of the farmers who are talking to me feel that way. And we actually have to make sure that that's not the case, that they're all on a level playing field, so when they bargain those, whatever it is they end up doing around royalties and fees, that they're not they end up being the losers in the whole scheme of things.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to speak on Bill C-18, the Agriculture Growth Act that was introduced on December 9th. The bill, I'll just kind of, so that people understand how big this bill is, I will explain basically all the areas that it touches in beginning, Mr. Speaker. The bill amends 9 separate pieces of agriculture-related legislation affecting plant breeders' rights, feed, seed, fertilizer, animal health, plant protection, monetary penalties, agriculture marketing programs, and farm debt mediation. Largely, it appears that this bill attempts to streamline regulatory processes affecting farmers and the agricultural industry more broadly. And I'll talk specifically on some of those areas, Mr. Speaker. But I want to point out in beginning, Mr. Speaker, that when I look at where Canada is going in terms of support for its farmers versus where our major competitors are at, the European community and the United States, we are absolutely not in any way supporting as a country our farm community to the extent that other countries are supporting their farm community. I mentioned a moment earlier about the United States Farm Bill, which incorporates in their bill country origin labeling, which has been a disaster for our producers in Canada. Yes, the government of Canada claims it's going to retaliate, but, Mr. Speaker, as you very well know, because you're a farmer yourself, Mr. Speaker, the damage has been done with country origin labeling. It's cost our beef industry around $5 billion in losses, and is still hurting them. And we see their targeted price programs and other programs where basically American farmers, some of them, just go to the mailbox, Mr. Speaker, and pick up money. And our producers are supposed to compete against that just south of the border. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to go into any great deal in terms of the European, the common agriculture policy in the European industry, where the governments of the European community, I know why they do it. They have said that they went, their people have went hungry during the World War II. They're never going to go hungry again, and they're going to ensure that the farm community is supported and paid for what they produce. And so that's what we're up against, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what our farmers are up against in terms of competing against these other countries, and our government is just not there with the kind of support for our producers that there should be. And I look at this bill, Mr. Speaker, I look at this bill and I see it a heck of a lot more in terms of protecting corporate rights rather than farmers' rights. And that's the basic thrust of the bill, that it's more protective to the rights of corporations, the global corporations mainly, than it is to protecting the rights of Canadian farmers. So C-18 amends, among other things, the Plant Breeders' Rights Act to amend certain aspects of the plant breeders' rights granted under the Act, including the duration and scope of those rights and conditions for the protection of those rights. It also provides for the protection. It also provides for exceptions to the application of those rights. It amends the Feeds Act, the Fertilizers Act, the Seeds Act, the Health of Animals Act, and the Plant Protection Act. And the bill itself, rather than me go through it, Mr. Speaker, in the summary, outlines quite a number of areas where amendments are made for certain reasons to all those various acts. It also amends the Agriculture and Agri-Food Administration Monetary Penalties Act to, among other things, increase the maximum limit of penalties that may be imposed for certain violations. C-18 amends the Agriculture Marketing Programs Act, and the minister claims to modernize the requirements of the Advance Payments Program in an effort to improve its accessibility and enhance its administration and delivery. I just want to make a point in that, Mr. Speaker, because the minister is talking at the moment of using the Advance Payments Act to assist farmers in Western Canada who no longer can deliver their grain due to the actions of this particular minister is why we have a disaster in Western Canada at the moment. But he is talking about using the advance payments to assist in that regard. And, Mr. Speaker, you very well know, because I know you've shipped grain too, Mr. Speaker, the original intent of the Advance Payments Act was not to be a loan program. And to a certain extent, that's what it's become. Yes, your first $100,000 is interest-free, and you can get up to $400,000, and this Act may increase those numbers. But the Advance Payments Act, its whole purpose in beginning, was to assure producers, to assist producers, when they're harvesting their crops in the fall, that they didn't have to dump product on the market to pay for their combine or their harvesting costs, their labor, etc., etc. It was to give them advance payments so they could feed the market over time rather than dumping product on the market and lowering the price of product as a result of oversupply. It was a wonderful program in the beginning and served that purpose well of being a marketing tool of which to hold prices up. And Mr. Speaker, under this government and actually under the previous government, to be honest, the advance payments to a program to a certain extent, I believe, has lost that most important purpose of being a marketing tool. And now it's used in many respects, the spring advance and the fall advance, to be a loan program of which to tide producers over, and all sight of its original intent has been lost. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the C-18 amends the Farm Debt Mediation Act to clarify the farm debt mediation process and to facilitate the participation of the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food in the mediation process when the Minister is a guarantor of a farmer's debt. No question, Mr. Speaker, that the farm mediation process, I think, certainly has to be improved. The intent was to bring creditors together to try and find a solution of which, through mediation, the farmer would have some assistance through the assistance of the government itself in terms of personnel, not money, and yes, money as well, Mr. Speaker, in terms of putting together a business plan for that operation. And some of that has slid by the wayside, and that mediation process does need to be cleaned up. Mr. Speaker, as you can see then, from the many amendments, this is predominantly an omnibus bill, which has caused some concerns among farmers. We must carefully investigate as a committee, and I'm not on that committee, but my colleague from Sydney, Victoria is. That committee must carefully investigate each of the acts that are going to be affected so as to ensure that there's proper consultation. I believe it's important here to give people a look at exactly what changes are going to be made, so some analysis of the impact of those changes can be undertaken. The more broadly based proposed changes are, in this case, they cross through a number of areas dealing with regulatory issues and industry standards. The more difficult is our basic understanding. We've seen that this government has a tendency to push through legislation, limiting debate in the process, and farmers may be faced with dramatic changes they were not even fully aware were in the Act in the beginning. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak for a moment about the changes that the government made to the Canadian Wheat Board Act. The Minister did, so I think I probably should as well, because I certainly don't agree with the Minister's interpretation of the results of his killing the Canadian Wheat Board. It was one thing, Mr. Speaker, for the government if they so decided, but they didn't allow producers to have a vote on the Canadian Wheat Board. But it was one thing if they so decided to do away with single-desk selling. But what they did in the process, instead of taking a 4-year planning period of which they'd look at all the other things, the logistics that the Canadian Wheat Board was in charge of, and the authority that they had, as a result, now we have an absolute crisis in Western Canada where ships, as many as 50, are lined up in Vancouver and Prince Rupert, paying as much, where farmers, actually producers, are paying as much $15,000 to $20,000 per day per ship. That comes out of the producer's pocket in terms of demurrage payments, and prices have been discounted in Western Canada by as much as 40% as compared to U.S. prices. And, Mr. Speaker, without question, the minister himself has to accept responsibility for the disaster that is in Western Canada at the moment. And I should mention as well, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the changes to the wheat board that has allowed this transportation and delivery of grain crisis to exist, that has perpetuated, really, producers in mainland BC, they can't get grain rail shipped into their operations either, into their mills or into their feed, whether it's poultry or cattle, and that livestock has to be fed on a daily basis. As a result, those producers are forced to turn to trucking. And whether they're in supply management or not, Mr. Speaker, their costs are higher, and now they're non-competitive, and some of them are losing money. And it all comes back to the way that the Government of Canada made its decision in terms of the Canadian Wheat Board, instead of looking at all the aspects of it, rather than just single-desk selling, that has created this crisis. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, just so that we know that we had to be careful here in changing legislation, that we don't cause other difficulties that were unforeseen, and that's what happened in this particular case. Mr. Speaker, one of the big areas of the bill that there's a lot of concern about is the amendments to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act, which will align plant breeders' rights with the International Union for the Protection of New Varieties of Plants, which is really UPOV 91. The minister talked about that. This move would update Canada's legislation from the UPOV 78 framework. These amendments would include farmers' privilege, which allows farmers to use seeds from the crops they grow. But there's a lot of debate, Mr. Speaker, as the minister said and answered in questions, and the member for Welland talked about. There's a lot of debate in terms of what farmers' privilege really means. And there is some organizations concerned out there, and one of them certainly is the National Farmers Union. But the minister, in response to questions, said, well, it's outlined on page 7 that the farmers' privilege is really going to protect farmers. But keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, how the minister answered. He said that farmers' privilege can, and I quote, can be enhanced as we move forward. Well, Mr. Speaker, if it can be enhanced as we move forward, i.e. by a change in regulations, then it also can be, some of that farmer's privilege can also be taken away from the farmer's privilege that we believe may be there, that may exist in terms of the legislation. And we know for a fact that this particular government has always in its decisions came down on the side of not the producer, but usually always the corporate sector, and that's what worries me. And I want to turn and quote from what the NFU said in terms of their concern, and I quote, "The farmer's privilege provision in C-18 does not include stocking seed. Bill C-18 does not protect farmers from being accused of infringing on plant breeders' PBR holders' rights for any of these traditional practices. 1, storing seed harvested in the fall for planting in the spring. 2, storing unsold wheat in bins in the farmyard, since the grain could potentially be used to grow more wheat. 3, cleaning and storing 3 years' supply of seed to protect against crop failure, disease, or frost. Worse," they go on, I quote, "worse, Section 50-4 of Bill C-18 enables the Governor and Council, i.e. Cabinet, to make regulations to put even more limits on the farmers' privilege provisions. These regulations can exclude classes of farmers, exclude plant varieties, exclude uses of harvested material, restrict or put conditions on farmers' use of harvested material, stipulate what is to be considered conditioning of seed. And they go on to say, and I'll close on this point in terms of their quote, Mr. Speaker, quoting the NFU again, we do not know the text of Canada's future plant breeders' rights regulations, but we can expect them to follow the official UPOV 91 guidance document, end of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, there is legitimate concerns, and I can say by the answer to from the Minister of Agriculture when he was questioned about farmers' privilege, where he said they can be enhanced as we move forward, in fact, increases my concern as it relates to this particular bill. And as I said in the beginning, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned that this bill, as compared to the way the U.S. is moving and the EU is moving, puts our primary producers at a disadvantage because we're giving more authority to the corporate sector and taking it away from primary producers. To go on further in some of the other areas of the bill, Mr. Speaker, the bill also proposes that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency will have the authority to consider foreign reviews, data and analysis during the approval or registration of new agriculture products in Canada, which can allow for a more effective approvals process. The Act includes a new licensing and registration regime for animal feed and fertilizer operators and establishments, increasing monetary penalties for violations, stronger controls for agriculture products at the border, and requirements for more stringent record-keeping to enhance safety. Now, most of those, Mr. Speaker, are good points, and I'm sure the bill has a mixture of good points and some not so good, Mr. Speaker, if I could put it that way, in the bill. I see you're giving me the signal, Mr. Speaker, that I'm near running out of time. So let me close just to sum up. The record of this government, Mr. Speaker, and C-18 is an omnibus bill. The record of this government with the farm community is not a good one, ranging from killing of the Canadian Wheat Board, which has resulted in the absolute disaster we have in Western Canada now in terms of transportation and pricing, the cutting by 50% of agri-stability, which farmers will direly need if they can't ship their grain, the cutting of agro-invest by this government, and finally, Mr. Speaker, where we should be going to public plant breeding instead of private plant breeding, this government, our researchers at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, with years of experience, are moving to other countries and taking that knowledge with them to compete against Canadians. This bill needs to be examined closely, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary and the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. It's clear that this bill is an important bill for the agricultural sector. It has many positive initiatives contained within it that will benefit our farmers from many different aspects, including their competitiveness. What I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, is when I listened to my colleague, and I heard a few other speeches in the House on this matter today, there are always ideas about changes, things that could have been added. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to know, the member himself has admitted there are many good things in this bill. It will go in front of committee. There will be a thorough review of what is in the bill, proposals from the opposition about what could be added. But what I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, could this member give the House an indication whether he and his party will be supporting this legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't say, I don't think, I could have slipped. It could have been a slip of the tongue, Mr. Speaker. I could have said many, but I believe I said there's some good points and there's some bad points. And, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do, we're not outlining our position in this initial debate, Mr. Speaker. We're going to, we're differing from the government. We're consulting broadly through our agriculture critic with organizations right across the country. We don't just consult with some and ignore others. We try to consult broadly with them to get their point of view. And we're still doing research. As I said in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, this is a huge bill. Covers a lot of different pieces of legislation. And we know by this time we can't, given 8 lost years with this particular government, we know we can't just take their word for anything. We've got to examine it closely. So that's what we're in the process of doing, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable député de Compton-Stanstead.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things I remarked is at the beginning of the speech of my honourable colleague. He talked about how important agriculture is and how different countries the world over find agriculture important and really have a proper organizational strategy in place with regard to agriculture, agri-food, processing, and all the aspects around that. And I would like my colleague to tell us why he thinks it is so important to maintain agriculture and to invest in new money in it, whereas many family farms are struggling. This is across the country, and in the meantime, all the government is trying to do is to give profits to large corporations. These family farms are the ones that built Canada, and they should be prospering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And on this, the Minister of Agriculture and I do certainly agree how important agriculture and the spin-off industries from farmers through the processing industry, through the transportation industry, how important they are to the Canadian economy. A huge contributor to jobs and the economy in this country, a huge contributor to GDP. I've always maintained, and I'm a former farm leader, Mr. Speaker, that agriculture is a producer of wealth. It's not. They actually, in the agricultural community, they take something, they grow it, they produce it, they create wealth. Part of the problem for primary producers, Mr. Speaker, is it's awful hard many times for them to retain that wealth in terms of their own operation. But they do a lot of good work and add to the economy for the country as a whole. So it's one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, why we have to recognize that in the global community, we cannot be the odd person out. You know, if the United States is supporting their agricultural industry more than we are, and the Europeans are, we're not creating, by not doing something similar in our own country, we're not creating a level playing field of which for our producers to produce from. And all things have to tie together, Mr. Speaker. You need the infrastructure, transportation, shipping, to get our products to market in an efficient and competitive way. And the government can do much more than they're doing currently in that particular area.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Malpac for leading off for the Liberals here today. I had some travel issues to get here, and he did a wonderful job as a former farmer, and he's very knowledgeable about the industry. I met with some farmers on the weekend in the members' riding of Cape Breton Council in Mabu, and these farmers were very concerned about the cutbacks to agri-stability and the programs. And I'd just like to, for the member from Malpac to expand a little bit more on some of his comments he made in his opening statements on how all these programs are being cut and how they're going to affect people down on the farm.
The honourable member from Malpac.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, we have seen consistently from this government over time reducing its support in a number of ways to the agricultural community. They talk a good line. I mentioned in my remarks, and I'll not go through it again, Mr. Speaker, the disaster that the government created by killing the Canadian Wheat Board. And I know the minister says, well, they've still got the Canadian Wheat Board they can go to. Yes, they can, Mr. Speaker, but the government took all the authority and power of the Canadian Wheat Board away, and that's why there's no one really to represent producers to represent producers and challenge the grain companies and the railways in terms of the movement of farmers' product. I hear them applauding on the other side. I don't know how they could do that, Mr. Speaker, when they know the disaster that exists in Western Canada right now because the logistics that the Canadian Wheat Board coordinated are no longer there. That's why there's the disaster in terms of the movement of grain in Western Canada. But in agri-stability, the government cut that 50%, and so that safety net is no longer there to the same extent it was as it was under the previous government. Agri-invest, the government cut that as well, and farmers are not able to, in the good times, invest as much money, and the contribution from the government under Agri-invest, Mr. Speaker, is not there to the extent it was under previous government. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in terms of research and development and public plant breeding, this government has cut back so far that researchers are leaving this country, researchers with years of knowledge, going to Australia and the United States. They've been educated in Canada, they've been trained, they've experienced in Canada, and now they're working for countries that compete against us because of this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Malpeque. I want to ask some questions about C-18. It is a complicated bill. The plant breeders' rights sections, as he said, appear to tip more towards the corporate interests than the farmers. And this carved-out privilege to hang on to seed for farmers to their own plant varieties is undermined in a couple of ways, or at least potentially undermined. And I certainly hope we can toughen this bill in committee to prevent the application of it in such a way that it prevents farmers from saving seeds. One of the pieces I've picked up on in the definitions section is changing the definition of plant variety to encompass essentially derived varieties. In other words, there's a broader definition of a plant variety under C-18 than is currently in use, and that would appear to me to give greater rights to the large corporations than to the individual farmer. And I wonder if my colleague has any similar concerns.
The Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. She's absolutely right. There is various very serious concerns, and especially as it relates to plant breeders' rights. And as I said in remarks, Mr. Speaker, the minister's answer on farmers' privilege didn't instill me with a lot of confidence, because he said the farmers' privilege can be enhanced as we move forward. It can also be less, if that's the case, it can also be lessened. And so there is some organizations and groups out there that are very concerned. And I think it's significant, Mr. Speaker, when you're looking at definitions, that this is entitled in the bill farmer's privilege. Why is it not called a farmer's right? You know, farmers have the privilege to save seed that they've grown, maybe for a little while, maybe under certain conditions. You know, farmers are the producers of food. And we have seen, Mr. Speaker, over time, global corporations take more and more and more control of the very essence of growing a crop, and that's the seed itself. I'm not saying they haven't done a good job in many respects. They've increased production, they've increased protection against diseases and all those things. But is it getting at a balance? Is there too much power in the corporate sector now and not enough in the farm sector? And so I think, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at what's the difference between a farmer's privilege and a farmer's right.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister of Agriculture for having tabled this important bill. It's the Agricultural Growth Act, and it's one of the most important bills that our government has tabled during its mandate. That is why I'm pleased to speak to you today. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to ensure that farmers and Canadian food producers have the tools they need in order to restore economic activity and remain competitive on world markets. The Agricultural Growth Act will allow for the modernization and streamlining of 9 different pieces of legislation. 7, that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is responsible for regulating, and 2, that are administered by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. There's the Plant Breeders' Rights Act, the Feeds Act, the Fertilizers Act, the Seeds Act, the Health of Animals Act, the Plant Protection Act, the Agri-Food and Administrative Monetary Penalties Act, Agricultural Marketing Programs Act, the Farm Debt Mediation Act.
Mr. Speaker, together these acts and regulations are critical to the strength of our farm gate, the growth of our economy, and the safety of our agricultural products. You can see from the wide spectrum of acts this bill covers that many agricultural stakeholders have been consulted with and supported this legislation. These stakeholders represent farmers, seed, feed, and fertilizer companies, retailers, and endpoint users. Let me give you a small sampling, Mr. Speaker, in no particular order. These groups include Pulse Canada, Horticulture Council of Canada, CropLife, Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance, Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Grain Growers of Canada, Alberta Barley Commission, Canadian Seed Trade Association, Canadian Private Potato Breeders Network, Barley Council of Canada, Grain Farmers of Ontario, Prairie Oak Growers Association, Western Canadian Wheat Growers, Cantera Seeds. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, this list is also not exhaustive, but it is illustrative of the support that this legislation enjoys within the farming community. But why take my word for it when we can see what the Liberal opposition critic for agriculture told the Western Producer a mere 10 weeks ago? Quote, "The bill looks very good, and there is a lot I can support," unquote. I only hope, Mr. Speaker, that the member keeps his word and supports the bill. Some of these acts that we are proposing to amend date back to the 1950s. They have served us well, Mr. Speaker, but a lot has changed since those days. As new agricultural production techniques and new developments in science arrive, the legislative tools for agricultural products must keep pace, especially since other international trading partners have innovated and modernized their approaches. We need to keep pace with the modern world, and we need to help our farmers grow their businesses, and we need to do it now. That's why the Agricultural Growth Act touches on a whole range of areas, from feeds to seeds, to animal health, to plant protection, to farm finance. The Agricultural Growth Act proposes amendments that will reduce the regulatory burden for industry, promote trade in agricultural products, and strengthen the safety of agricultural products, which are the first link in the food chain. Mr. Speaker, I wish to explain how this legislation will go a long way in modernizing the tools and services available to Canadian farmers. What we are doing with this Act is building a more effective, innovative, and nimble legislative framework, one that reflects 21st century realities. And here's an example. The Agricultural Growth Act will bring plant breeders' rights in line with our international competitors. This will ensure that farmers have the latest crop varieties that they need to keep pace with their competition. The proposed changes will encourage investment in plant breeding in Canada, which will increase the choices Canadian farmers have in accessing high-yielding crop varieties. High productivity in the agricultural sector benefits farmers and grows Canada's economy. Mr. Speaker, Canada's farmers will still be able to save, clean, treat, and replant seed of varieties grown on their own land. This is referred to as farmers' privilege, and it is explicitly stated in Section 5.3 of the Act. I wish to point out that the Agricultural Growth Act already reflects extensive stakeholder consultations carried out over the past few years, and that commitment continues. Any possible regulatory amendments, including farmers' privilege, would, of course, follow our regulatory processes and be based on international best practices, as well as include extensive consultations with Canadian stakeholders on a crop-by-crop basis. And here's another example. The Agricultural Growth Act proposes new, broader controls on the safety of Canada's agricultural inputs through licensing and registration of feed and fertilizer manufacturers. To explain further, this Act provides the ability for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to license or register fertilizer and animal feed operators and facilities that import or sell products across provincial or international boundaries. This is in addition to the current system where feed and fertilizer products are registered product by product. Licensing and registering facilities and operators provides a more effective and timely approach to verify that agricultural products meet Canada's stringent standards. This approach allows for better tracking and oversight of production processes and the products being produced, a more efficient system to identify issues early, and a faster response of if and when a product recall is required. Mr. Speaker, this will apply to businesses that sell their animal feed and fertilizer products across provincial and international borders, and not to farmers who make these products for use on their own farms. This also aligns Canadian legislation with international trading partners and help our feed and fertilizer industries maintain their export markets, especially in the United States. And I have one more example for you, and it's an important one.
The Agricultural Growth Act will allow to put into place new controls at the borders that are more strict for agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, be sure that we are already taking measures in cases of non-compliance, particularly with the seizure of illegal feed, seeds, and fertilizers. With the current process, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency tries to resolve the problem or solve the problem through negotiation or by undertaking legal procedures. This process works, but let me explain to you why we need to update it. Among the illegal products that are seized, there could be dangerous materials or that are offenses under the packaging or labeling requirements. And currently, Canada has to assume the cost sometimes of eliminating these illegal products. Under the Agricultural Growth Act, CFIA inspectors could order that the loading of feed, fertilizers, and seeds that are imported be sent back away from Canada if they don't meet our legal requirements. We're already doing that in the cases of imported animals and plants. In this way, this procedure will be similar to what we can do with plants and animals that are imported if we're not satisfied that they meet the legal requirements. The Act also gives the CFIA inspectors the power to allow an importer to correct the problem in Canada if it's not a safety issue or if he can ensure that the problem has truly been solved. The proposed changes will also give CFIA the tools to more effectively meet its mandate, which is to protect animal and plant resources in Canada. Moreover, once it is adopted, these changes will continue to better reassure Canadian farmers that imported agricultural products meet our requirements and that they can be competitive under fair rules. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing with this legislation is to attune them to modern science and technology, innovation, and international practices in the agricultural sector. In this way, we will strengthen the competitiveness of Canadian businesses, and we will assure that there is a consistent and coherent regulatory approach while harmonizing our laws with our trade partners abroad.
I would like to inform the House that I will be splitting my time with the member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, I would like to remind all honourable members that if it is their intention to split their time, that they ought to announce it at the beginning of their speech rather than at the end. If this member had gone on for about another 10 seconds, he would have been over the 10-minute limit, which would have precluded his colleague from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex from the opportunity to participate in this debate. So, and I'm sure that wasn't his intention. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Parliamentary Secretary. And as you know, farmers are finding out about this bill. I mean, there's lots of questions coming up about it, and he mentioned some groups that are for it. And yes, there's various things in here that might help farmers, but there's a lot of questions. And as we go to the committee, we're going to hope to find the answers. But one of the main concerns that I hear is on the Plant Breeders' Rights Act. and there's some key wording in there. When they mention that it's a privilege for a farmer to store his or her feed for the seed the following year. Them words are very. It should not be a privilege. It should be a right. It should be a right that they keep those seeds and they can continue plant the following spring. So I'm very surprised that the Conservative government will come up with that word privilege instead of a right. They've talked so much about gun rights and all that stuff, and now they're taking rights away from somebody keeping their seeds. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary: where are they going with this privilege to keep seeds? I would have hoped that we would be able to change to a right instead of a privilege.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. One thing I would say is that, of course, the member is all caught up in a word when he's not actually reading the text of the bill. And I pointed out in my speech, Mr. Speaker, that under Section 5.3, it very clearly delineates what farmers can and cannot do in terms of saving their seed. And, for example, it says the rights referred to in paragraphs 5(1)(a) and (b) do not apply to harvested material of the plant variety that is grown by a farmer on the farmer's holdings and used by the farmer on those holdings for the sole purpose of propagation of the plant variety. Mr. Speaker, this is very clear, and I would ask my members of the opposition to actually read the bill and to understand what the bill is actually saying. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of support for moving to UPOV 91. One of the things I would point out, we are one of the last Western, I think we're the last Western democracy to take on UPOV 91. Why is this member against, Mr. Speaker, or why is he concerned about giving our farmers the competitive advantage that UPOV 91 will give them?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Lambton Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you very much, and I do actually want to thank my colleague for a great speech and regarding Bill C-18. One of the things that is in it, though, is clearly that for Canadian farmers to have the availability of foreign seeds that would come from other countries, UPOV 91, under the plant breeders' rights, allows that to come in and be protected. Will it bring in investment not only for public seed but also for private seed? The thing is, there will be a royalty, there will be some costs that will be shared. I'm wondering if he has some thoughts about if farmers actually should be paying for any of those benefits in which they will be receiving the use for, should they decide to use those varieties.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for all of the excellent input he provided into this bill, and I thank him for his question as well. And I think what I'd like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, I read out loud that farmers can save seed. That is in the legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, there will be consultation with industry itself and regulatory changes to follow, and that's what the minister spoke of. On the one hand, if all of this was solidified right now with very little consultation, Mr. Speaker, the opposition would say, well, you didn't consult. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we are encasing the farmer's right to save seed within the legislation, and the response to the member's question is actually going to be contained within extensive consultation with industry and regulatory changes that will follow through the normal gazetting process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's indeed a pleasure for me to support C-18, the Agriculture Growth Act, because it's important, it's timely, and also Canada needs it. And Canada needs it so agriculture entrepreneurs can harness innovation, add value, and generate jobs and growth rates across this great country. The Agriculture Growth Act will modernize and streamline 9 different statutes, 7 that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency uses to regulate Canada's agriculture sector, and 2 administered by Ag and Ag-Food Canada. Just let me explain why we need passage of this proposed legislation now. As new agriculture production techniques and new developments in science thrive, the legislative base for agriculture products must keep pace, especially since other international partners have modernized their legislation. We need the Agriculture Growth Act because it will provide the legislative background for growth. If Canada's farmers, along with its agriculture and food sector, are to maintain their competitive edge on the global stage, Mr. Speaker, they need not 21st century technology. We need to keep pace with the modern world. We need to help our farmers grow their businesses. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to touch on some of the key changes outlined in the Agriculture Growth Act to show exactly what I mean. First, let me touch on plant breeders' rights. The Act will bring plant breeders' rights in line with the international competitors. This will ensure that farmers have the latest crop varieties that they need to keep pace with competition. At the same time, the Act is explicit, and it recognizes traditional practice of saving and reusing seed from crops grown on their own land, known as farmers' privilege. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. With the proposed amendments to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act, Canada's farmers will be able to and still be able to continue saving, cleaning, treating and replanting seed of protected varieties on their own land. The proposed changes will encourage investment in plant breeding in Canada, which will increase the choices Canadian farmers have in accessing high-yielding crop varieties. Grain Farmers of Ontario said the following about this very issue in a news release in December of 2013. The new Act will give both public and private sector plant breeders the ability and confidence to continue to develop new seed varieties needed to improve yields and keep Canada competitive on the world market. The Act will also encourage new product development and research. So now let me touch on licensing and registration of feed and fertilizer manufacturers. The Agriculture Growth Act proposes new, broader controls on the safety of Canada's agriculture inputs through licensing or registration of feed and fertilizer manufacturers. The proposed amendment will align Canadian legislation with international trading partners and help our feed and fertilizer industries maintain their export markets, particularly those in the United States. This Act provides the ability to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to license and register fertilizer and animal feed operators and their facilities that import or sell products across provincial or international borders. This is in addition to the current system where feed and fertilizer products are registered product by product. Again, Mr. Speaker, we are keeping farmers top of our mind. With this amendment will apply to businesses that sell animal feed and fertilizer products across provincial and international borders, not to farmers who make these products for use on their very own farms. And any licensing regime would require regulations before it could operate, so it would be developed in detailed consultation with stakeholders. As Graham Cooper, Executive Director of the Animal Nutrition Association of Canada, told the Western Producer in December of 2013 about this bill, and I quote, "What it does is require commercial feed mills to have preventative control plans, hazardous identification, and control plans in place. This is something the industry wants and a tool that the government needs." Now let me touch on a measure that will allow consideration of foreign reviews and analysis in the approval process. For me, Mr. Speaker, this is a personal acknowledgement, as farmers for a very long time have been negatively affected by the current regime in registration. Many in this House will remember my private member's motion in 2010 M460, which called upon the government to allow CFIA, PMRA, and the Vet Drugs Directorate of Health Canada to consider foreign science when approving new products. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture listened, and this clause in the bill is the result. This is an amendment designed to promote innovation and to cut red tape when it comes to the registration of new agriculture products. The proposed change will clarify and confirm the CFIA's authority to consider foreign reviews, data, and analysis during the evaluation for approval or registration of agriculture products, one that are new to the Canadian market. This information would be considered in addition to the ongoing Canadian reviews and analysis. Mr. Speaker, this in turn allows for an efficient and effective approval process so that Canada's farmers can benefit from the latest scientific research from around the world and keep pace with our competition. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a great example of how members of Parliament can bring forward ideas on behalf of their constituents and their producers and get them enshrined into law. And now I'm going to touch on a new border controls for import agriculture products. The Agriculture Growth Act will give Canadian Food Inspection Agency inspectors the authority to order imported shipments of feed, fertilizers, and seed out of Canada if they do not meet legal requirements. This is similar to the way that imported plants and animals may be ordered to be removed if they do not meet legal requirements. Under the current process, CFIA negotiates a solution, or there is likely to be court proceedings after the seizure of an illegal product related to animal feeds, seeds, and fertilizers. This process basically works, but right now, at times, Canada then must also pay to dispose of illegal products that are seized. So now you can see how being able to order the products out of Canada, out of our country, would be more effective and efficient, and at the same time, the Act allows and gives CFIA inspectors the ability to the importer to fix the problem in Canada, but only if it is not a matter of safety and if they can be sure that the issue will be addressed. The proposed amendments will provide CFIA with stronger tools to more effectively fulfill its mandate to protect Canada's plant and animal source base. Mr. Speaker, this change will provide additional reassurance to Canadian farmers that import agriculture products meet our requirements and that they are competing on a more level playing field. I wish to point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Agriculture Growth Act reflects extensive stakeholder consultations carried out over the past number of years, and we are committed to additional consultation. Upon receiving royal assent, and it is my great desire to see that day, some of the changes in this Act would come into force almost immediately, while others will be phased in or require regulatory amendments. Be assured that before any changes are implemented, our government is committed to full consultation and determine how to best move forward. Mr. Speaker, that's what the Agriculture Growth Act is about. That's why I'm asking all parliamentarians to give the Agriculture Growth Act their careful attention and to move it forward. So we will have the legislative backbone to continue providing Canada's farmers and food processors with the tools they need to drive new economic growth and compete in the global economy. Mr. Speaker, in December last year, David Hanson, Vice Chair of Cereals Canada, said the changes being introduced through the tabling of this bill in Parliament will truly enable Canada's agriculture industry to go. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with him totally. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Malpak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex remarks, and they were interesting, like I would expect to come from a government member in support of this bill. But I want to ask a question, Mr. Speaker, on the changes, especially to the feed and fertilizer components. And I've sat on, and I've enjoyed sitting on the Agriculture Committee with the member, Mr. Speaker. But with the changes that are coming to the Fertilizer Act, is there any protection here for producers? We both know, because we've sat in that committee, we know that the potash companies, fertilizer companies, have got together around the world in the past and basically managed supply, actually shorted supply, to increase the price of fertilizer to the farm community. And so I'm wondering if there's any protection in this Act for producers, Mr. Speaker, not just fertilizer companies. Is there any protection in this Act that will protect farmers from that excessive pricing by potash and fertilizer companies as they get together around the world in short supply to the disadvantage of producers in terms of cost?
Good question.
The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague across the way who's sitting with the Vice Chair of Agriculture, and I'll be looking forward to hearing his talk just a little later on, I'm sure. And as we look at the legislative changes in terms of the licensing of feed and fertilizer establishments and its operators, this is particularly about having a safety valve in place in terms of those for licensing of feed and fertilizer, so that when they come in and they manufacture, if products are going to come in across the border, that we know, Mr. Speaker, that those products that are coming in, not just the products themselves, but actually the establishment and the operators are going to be licensed to make sure that what is put in together to make either a feed or a fertilizer then is safe and is able to be used by our producers.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. As certain colleagues said, there are certainly positive elements to this bill, but once again, we see a situation where we have an omnibus bill, the kind of thing that the government gives us constantly, but there are some provisions we find good, but there are others that are more problematic. We want to have the opportunity to look at this in committee. That's very important. But at the same time, as opposition members, we are in a situation where we can only choose everything or nothing, and that's a big problem. I'm wondering whether my colleague shares that concern. Of course, changes need to be made, but at the same time, proposing all this at once leads to a problem here. I'm wondering if my colleague sees those problems in yet another omnibus bill.
Kent Middlesex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from across the way. And actually, it's an interesting question because the consultations for this bill, and we know the previous government had pursued it and never got anywhere with it because I think they lacked the stamina and the interest of the Canadian farmers at heart. But we now have a government that has actually consulted for these consultations have gone on for many years, and yet they will now come back to our committee. The committee will be bringing in witnesses, and we will hear from witnesses across the country. But also, at the same time, when I have met, and I did part of the announcement across that came out across Canada in December of this year, there were industry people, there were commodity organizations, there were farm organization representatives, and all of them at that time thanked for the consultation process, and they were very excited about having a bill like this getting on its way through the system. So very much, as I said, I look very much forward to the day when royal assent comes and we'll be able to start to implement it. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. There are 4 minutes left. The only honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague for British Columbia Southern Interior. Today I rise to speak about a topic that is extremely important for the wonderful county of Montcalm because Montcalm includes the 9 municipalities of the Montcalm RCM. 90% of the county is agricultural. I've been living here for many, many years. I won't give you the number of years because that'll tell you my age, but in Montcalm, riding that I have a great deal of, that I care about a lot for, many of my friends live from agriculture. That's why I think it's important to properly analyze this bill before imposing new changes, which will have numerous impacts on my fellow citizens. Once again, the Conservatives are presenting an omnibus bill with many amendments that require debate in a more in-depth manner and that must be analyzed conscientiously. Agriculture is a very complex sector. It's difficult to do this quickly. This bill seeks to amend 9 different pieces of legislation, and our support for it today means that we think that this bill at least deserves to be examined properly in a parliamentary committee. Serious questions have to be put, and we feel that some provisions need to be looked at again very attentively. Like all my NDP colleagues, I believe that a balanced approach should be the priority. We will protect farmers and public sector researchers in Canada. We want to see to the superior interests of all, and the agri-food sector should not be based on partisan considerations or conservative ideology. We try to be as responsible as possible. One of our objectives will be to ensure that Canadians have access to our agricultural heritage and that they can benefit from it. We also have to understand how producers will be affected by all these changes. At first glance, the safety measures for seeds, plants, and animals that are being proposed here would require additional resources for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, but the bill does not seem to address that essential aspect which is so important for public protection. The current government has made its mark, unfortunately, through numerous cutbacks to various agencies that are supposed to ensure the safety of Canadian consumers. The Conservatives have imposed catastrophic cutbacks on food safety inspection systems, and we have to make sure that such errors and the major consequences that result from them do not occur again. Bill C-18 is not unanimously favored by most stakeholders that it affects. In fact, it's the ratification of the 1991 Act that the government signed but never ratified that is controversial. Certain groups, such as the National Farmers Union, do not want the 1991 Act ratified and have already come out against Bill C-18. However, there are other organizations that have expressed their support for this bill, such as Keystone Agricultural Producers, the Prairie Oat Growers Association, Canadian Grain Farmers, and the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, who all feel that the government has struck the right balance between the ability of farmers to make their research efforts cost-effective.
The
period for government orders has expired now. The member will have 6 minutes left for her speech after question period. Statements by members.
The honourable member for Parkville High Park.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Parkdale High Park, I'm very proud to represent many community members of Ukrainian origin. In recent weeks, they have expressed outrage at the actions of the Yanukovych regime, sadness at the terrible loss of life during the protests, and hope as Ukraine undergoes dramatic transitions and forms a new government. As a 3-time election observer in Ukraine, I know that what most Ukrainians aspire to is a normal democracy, free of corruption, where there is respect for human rights and the rule of law. Today, that dream is at risk. New Democrats believe all parties in Parliament should stand together in condemning the aggressive actions of the Russian Federation, which are in clear violation of international law. Canada must work with the international community towards a peaceful outcome to the current conflict and remain steadfast in our support of a free, independent and democratic Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, Ukrainians deserve no less.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise to speak today about the recent developments in Ukraine. Like you and so many others, I've watched the seriousness of this situation continue to escalate, and I am truly concerned for Ukrainian citizens in their homeland. On Saturday, I joined Ukrainian Canadians and many others in front of the Russian consulate in Toronto to demand Russia to stop the invasion of Crimea, withdraw their troops, and give the people of Ukraine the freedom they so richly deserve. As our Prime Minister stated, President Putin's military intervention in Ukraine is not only a clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also of Russia's obligation under international law. Canada will stand firmly with Ukrainians, as we did when Canada was the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence. Our allies should join us and not allow history to repeat itself and relive the dark days of 1930s that led to the Second World War. Slava Ukraini!
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, in any emergency, children suffer most, and no child should ever face what the children in 4 Level 3 emergencies around the world are facing. In the Central African Republic, 2.3 million children are at risk of becoming victims of horrendous attacks, including being subjected to sexual violence or decapitation, and more than 6,000 are being forced to serve as child soldiers. In Typhoon Haiyan devastated Philippines, children need to leave makeshift structures and return to schools, and they need psychosocial supports. In South Sudan, 1.3 million children are threatened by malnutrition, a number that will rise in the coming months if people cannot plant before the rains come. And of the 9 million displaced people in Syria, half are children who face grave danger, and we risk a lost generation. Let's stand with these children, put vulnerable children at the heart of our work, and fight for children in crises.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, the Northumberland United Way will receive over $165,000 over the next 2 years for a Status of Women program called Opening Doors, Economic Opportunities for Women. This project will bring together local women and partners to examine services now available in Northumberland County and invest strategically where needs exist. The Northumberland United Way will develop a community action plan for immigrant women to address the challenges hindering immigrant women's economic prosperity. In addition to new strategies, the Community Action Plan will build on existing strategies that several local agencies developed for women and girls. Furthermore, an Immigrant Women's Council will be established to sustain the project into the future. Our Conservative government is proud to partner with the Northumberland United Way and Northumberland County to help all women in my riding seize economic opportunities, enhance their prosperity, and strengthen the economy.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, this International Women's Day, I look forward to attending events in my riding and celebrating the contributions of women of Scarborough to our community. But it's also important to raise awareness about the barriers that women continue to face. Since 2006, since this Conservative government, we have seen the slashing of funding for local women's organizations, no funding initiatives for childcare, the closure of 16 Status of Women Canada offices, and the abolishment of the Court Challenges program. But some of the women hardest hit by the Conservatives are immigrant women. It is women who bear the lioness share when caring for children and older loved ones. Backlogs at citizenship and immigration continue to keep families separated, adding strain to new Canadian women caring for loved ones at home, here in Canada and around the world. With this Conservative government, we are not seeing any fair plan to eliminate the backlogs in both citizenship and immigration. No plans to make life better for new Canadian women. This International Women's Day, I am proud to work with the women and men of our caucus to continue the NDP's fight for gender equality and to break down barriers for all Canadian women.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, recently I met with the members of the Royal Canadian Legion No. 275 Forest Lawn in my riding. Joined by the Honourable Minister of Veteran Affairs, we had a productive roundtable discussing the needs of our veterans and how to further enhance services to those who have served Canada. Legion 275 works hard for our local veterans, providing community and support to those who served our country and keeping the memory of their achievements and sacrifices alive for all Canadians. I would like to thank them for hosting this constructive roundtable and for their ongoing work. Our government has made great strides towards supporting our veterans and their families. Yet, our work will never be done and must always continue. With partners like Forest Lawn Legion, we will ensure the best interest of our veterans are looked after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the outrage of the Ukrainian-Canadian community in my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore over the recent actions taken by the Russian military in the Crimean region of Ukraine. Our government strongly supports the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and the rights of Ukrainians to choose their own government, free from outside influence or coercion. President Putin's actions are a clear violation of international law. Russia's aggressive moves are stirring memories in many of the oppression suffered by Ukrainians prior to independence in 1991. This brinkmanship-type politics, quite reminiscent of that employed by the Soviet Union, only aims to destabilize the legitimacy of the newly formed Ukrainian government. We call upon the government of Russia to immediately withdraw its troops and cease any further infractions of Ukrainian sovereignty. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukrainians as they strive towards their goal of a democratic Ukraine, and we will continue to support those who value peace, freedom, and the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Mr. Speaker, the municipalities of Stoke and Coaticook are celebrating their 150th anniversary this year. It is with great pride that I will be joining them to take part in numerous activities in order to underscore their stories, their successes, and also their futures. Stoke is majestic because of its natural decor, like the lake and its mountains. It covers an even larger territory than its neighbour that is green with envy, Sherbrooke. The pork industry generates a great deal of economic activity, and the honey producers and the biathlon centre also provide a great deal of activity in the municipality of Mayor Akayi. Coaticook is the metropolis of the RCM, and it is the leader in economic development in this region of pioneers and builders. It has an excellent agricultural sector, and it represents a unique model of cooperation in Quebec. With its great mayor, Mr. Bertrand Lamoureux, we have certainly not heard the end of this innovation and growth in this beautiful area of the Eastern Townships. Yes. The Honourable Member for L'Aubinière de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the 86th ceremony of the Oscars, and Quebecers stood out, and I am very happy to rise in this place to pay tribute to the filmmaker Jean-Marc Vallée. He gave us Crazy, Café de Flore, and also came back with Dallas Buyers Club, which was nominated for 6 statues, and won for the Best Actor, the Best Supporting Actor, and the Best Makeup and Hairdos. Obviously, Mr. Jean-Marc Vallée is talented in directing actors, and he showed us once again last night. So it was with great pride that I would like to commend Mr. Vallée and the other great Quebec artists that have great international visibility and of whom we are very proud. Thank you.
Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post went ahead and announced its plan to eliminate home delivery without serious consultation. My constituents are furious. I've heard from so many in Toronto Danforth describing how they will be affected by the changes. Seniors, disabled individuals, and home-based small businesses will be particularly hard hit. Romeo and Lunesa wrote to me to say the following, quote, "Being both seniors ourselves and starting to have mobility issues, we heavily rely on door-to-door mail delivery. Instead of cutting postal services, expanding its services as proposed by the NDP is a more viable and sensible option." End of quote. Instead, Canada Post, backed by the Conservatives, refused to consider postal banking's great promise as a revenue stream. And indeed, it seems they're trying to hide an 800-page report that almost certainly discusses how viable postal banking would be. Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is a cherished public institution. Let's keep it that way.
Honourable Member for Brampton-Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, June 6th marks the 75th anniversary of the historic Allied invasion on D-Day. Yesterday, the Minister of Veterans Affairs proudly announced Canada's effort to recognize and support the men and women who bravely fought on the beaches of Normandy. Our government will provide a maximum of $2,000 in travel assistance for up to 180 D-Day and Normandy veterans wishing to go to France in June, Mr. Speaker. The application forms are available online, by email, or simply by calling Veterans Affairs Canada. We're committed to help making it possible for these great Canadians to be recognized for their service and sacrifice, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Michael Covert, a constituent who has been recognized by the Queen Elizabeth II Health Sciences Centre Foundation for his generosity. Mr. Covert has made donations to the QE2 Foundation in honor of 422 friends, colleagues, and loved ones. Like countless others, I admire his dedication to volunteerism and philanthropy. He supports a number of non-profit organizations in my riding of Halifax West. Mr. Covert sits on the board of Bridgeway Academy and supports students with learning disabilities through his Mary Jane Covert bursary. He also sits on the board of Clue Wheelchair Bus, a non-profit that assists veterans and people with disabilities. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Michael Covert on this well-deserved honor. Way to go, Mike.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to condemn recent anti-Semitic vandalism at the University of Windsor and its Students' Alliance's one-sided resolution to endorse and participate in the misguided and hateful boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. BDS singles out the only Jewish state for condemnation while turning a blind eye to the world's most grotesque violators of human rights. The deceitful BDS movement has no place on Canadian campuses. In fact, it is against everything our universities stand for and creates an environment of intimidation for Jewish students and Jewish staff. Now, while I denounce this new anti-Semitism poisoning our Canadian campuses, I'm proud our government stands against anti-Semitism at home and abroad and has consistently stood up for Israel on the world stage. As the Prime Minister said in his historic address to the Knesset, and I quote, "Israel is the only country in the Middle East which has long anchored itself in the ideals of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law."
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are having a hard time selling their radical and unfair changes to the Elections Act. Canadians just aren't buying it. And now even their own friends are questioning it. This weekend, Preston Manning added his name to the growing list of Canadians deeply troubled by this unfair act. Wow. He said Conservatives should, and I quote, strengthen rather than reduce the role of the Chief Electoral Officer with respect to promotional and educational activities. And then there's Harry Neufeld, former BC's elections chief, who drafted a report on problems following the 2011 election. He warned that the Unfair Elections Act is going to make things even worse. He said changes on how polling supervisors are selected, and again, I quote, are completely inappropriate in a democracy. Canadians are tired of the Conservative government rewriting rules to benefit themselves. Canadians want a government that will listen to their concerns and strengthen democracy, not undermine it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected. Russia's provocative military intervention into Ukraine is completely unacceptable, and their escalation of a naval threat and ultimatums today are absolutely abhorrent. Our government calls on Russia to withdraw its forces and respect its international obligations as outlined in the 1994 Budapest Memorandum. In response to this incursion, our government has taken real leadership. The Prime Minister has recalled Canada's ambassador to Russia for consultations and suspended Canada's engagement in preparation for the G8 summit in Sochi. Our government will continue to work and coordinate with like-minded partners to de-escalate the current situation. The people of Ukraine can count on this government as they strive to pursue a free and democratic future. Ukrainians have the right to self-determination, free from intervention. The future of Ukraine must be decided by Ukrainians.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, the Russian military intervention in the Crimea violates the territorial sovereignty and integrity of the Ukraine. This intervention constitutes a violation of international law and threatens regional stability. Can the Prime Minister tell us what messages the Government of Canada has sent to President Putin and to Russian authorities?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary and Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have spoken out quite clearly and very strongly. We join our allies in condemning in the strongest term President Putin's military intervention in Ukraine. Canada's Prime Minister is in close communications with his like-minded counterparts and has held emergency meetings here at home. Canada is actively participating with various multilateral institutions to coordinate the international response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you. We on this side of the House stand with the government and with Canadians who are condemning these very troubling actions. Mr. Speaker, the Russian Federation's
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Russian Federation's unacceptable and aggressive military intervention in Crimea violates the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. It is against international law and it threatens regional stability. So can the government tell us how many Canadian citizens are in Ukraine and Crimea, and what is the government doing to help them?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as in the normal cases, we have contacted all Canadians that are in Ukraine. I will provide the numbers later on to the honourable members, but we are actively asking them to contact our embassies, go on and call our international lines in case they need to tell us about their whereabouts and their well-being. Canada takes seriously the concerns of citizens in that region and will continue working with them to ensure their safety if they wish to return out of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reform Party founder Preston Manning is expressing serious concerns about Conservative changes to the Election Act. He's concerned about the attack on Election Canada's ability to educate and engage voters. Former BC election chief Harry Neufeld, who wrote a report on the problems in the last federal election, he's warning about the potential for increased abuse at polling stations because of changes in this bill. With so many concerns from so many Canadians, will the government now agree to cross-country hearings on this bill?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Well, of course, we welcome Mr. Manning's comments also in their entirety, which I will read. This legislation, which is a commendable democratic initiative, seeks to eliminate those practices, robocalling, misuse of vouching, misuse of elections contributions, etc., which discredit elections and parties associated with them. It also seeks to strengthen enforcement of electoral law by separating the role of Elections Canada and making it the sole jurisdiction of the Independent Commissioner of Elections Canada under the Director of Public Prosecutions. We certainly agree with Mr. Manning on that.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, opposition to the reforms to the Elections Act continues to grow. This last weekend, it was the founder of the Reform Party, Preston Manning, who expressed his concerns. He said that the Conservatives should, and I quote, strengthen rather than reduce the role of the Chief Electoral Officer with respect to promotional and educational activities. Will the government listen to Mr. Manning's advice? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform. Well, I must repeat Mr. Manning's comments.
Legislation, which is a commendable democratic initiative, seeks to eliminate those practices, robocalling, misuse of vouching provisions, misuse of election contributions, etc., which discredit elections and parties associated with them. It also seeks to strengthen the enforcement of electoral law by separating that role from Elections Canada and making it the sole jurisdiction of the Independent Commissioner of Elections under the Director of Public Prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, sharper teeth, longer reach, a freer hand, better law enforcement.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. It's come to this. In his Ottawa bubble, the Minister of Democratic Reform is refusing even to listen to the criticisms of Western Conservatives. Other than Manning, Harry Neufeld also criticized the reform this weekend. Mr. Neufeld stated that the bill gives an advantage to outgoing members and would create completely unacceptable conditions in a democracy. Why does the minister refuse to listen to people, the think tanks, to listen to the Chief Electoral Officer, experts, in short, everyone who is asking him to improve his reform? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, According to the current Elections Act, the first and second parts in all ridings of Canada have the power to appoint certain elections officials.
The revising agents in Section 33, deputy returning officers in Section 34, poll clerks in Section 35, registration officers in Section 39 are appointed on the recommendation of the first and second place finishing parties. As it relates to central poll supervisors, Mr. Speaker, they will be appointed on the recommendation of the first place party from the previous election. However, under Clause 44 of the bill, Elections Canada will have the ability to reject unreasonable recommendations.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are deeply worried about the worsening situation in Ukraine. We all stand in solidarity with Ukraine's thirst for freedom, democracy, human rights, and the civilized rule of law both domestically and internationally. Given Russian actions and threats in relation to Ukraine, which clearly violates specific treaty obligations and multiple principles of international law, what is the exact current status today of Russia within the G8 group of countries? Does a G8 actually exist at this time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I've stated, our Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have spoken out quite clearly and very strongly. We join our allies in condemning in the strongest possible term President Putin's military intervention in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, Canada has suspended its engagement in preparation for the G8 summit and currently planned for Sochi, and the Canadian ambassador in Moscow has been recalled for consultation. Mr. Speaker, we will continue working with our international partners to see what the international response will be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, municipalities across Canada are concerned about arbitrary new rules imposed by this government on community infrastructure. And even more so, municipalities are worried about the deep cuts in the Building Canada Fund over the next 5 years. At the end of this month, the Building Canada budget is being slashed by close to 90%, and federal funding is not due to be replenished even to this year's levels until 2019. That means an immediate and lasting gap in federal infrastructure support of some $4 billion. Why?
Honourable Minister.
The premise of this question is completely false, Mr. Speaker. Our government has tripled average annual infrastructure investment since 2006. Right. The Economic Action Plan 2013 announced $70 billion for Canada's infrastructure over the next decade, including $53 billion.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure has the floor.
The Economic Action Plan announced $70 billion for Canadians' infrastructure over the next decade, including $53 billion for provincial, territorial, municipal infrastructure. That's the biggest agreement we never had. We hope to sign that very soon with the province.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, there are only 29 days left before cities and communities see the Building Canada Fund cut by 90%. Mayors are now saying that crucial projects are at risk in the short term, and even worse, next year will not be any better, nor the year after that. And in fact, it won't be until 2019 that the funding will return to this year's level. Why do Conservatives think that Canadians can afford to wait until 2019 for assistance with municipal infrastructure? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the premise to this question is completely false. Since November the 5th, provinces and territories have received the renewal agreement on the gas tax, and that is something we have doubled, that we have made permanent, and that we have also indexed at this point in time. So I invite all of the provinces and territories to sign this agreement quickly to get on with those projects.
Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, people I spoke with about the Unfair Elections Act expressed deep concerns that Conservative changes could make it less likely that new Canadians will vote. Instead of empowering immigrant communities, C-23's removal of the ability of Elections Canada to educate risks disenfranchising these Canadians. So why won't the minister listen to these kinds of concerns and abandon his plan to gut the ability of Elections Canada to educate and engage?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, our schools educate, our parents educate their kids on politics in discussions around the dinner table. The media regularly keeps people informed, but the education role that Elections Canada is supposed to play is to inform people where, when, and how to vote. According to Elections Canada's own data, they are failing in that role. That is why we are focusing the promotional campaigns of Elections Canada on the basics of voting, where, when, and what ID to bring, and what are the special tools available to help people with disabilities cast a ballot.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, this government's steamrolling changes that are going to make it harder for Canadians to vote. That's why experts like Harry Neufeld are speaking up. In Mr. Neufeld's report, he recommended improved.
We're off to a shaky start here with allowing members to put the questions without undue noise. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth has the floor. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why experts like Harry Neufeld are speaking up. In his report, he recommended improved recruitment and training for Election Canada's election day workers. But according to Mr. Neufeld, Conservatives have actually done the exact opposite in the Unfair Elections Act. So why is the minister using this bill to make it harder to vote instead of helping Elections Canada better recruit and train election day workers?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, I know what the member is referring to, but is backing off from actually saying out loud, is the issue of vouching, which Mr. Neufeld's report demonstrated there were over 50,000 irregularities with vouching in the last election. These were serious errors that could potentially lead to a judge overturning an election result. The NDP thinks that someone should be able to show up without any form of identification whatsoever and cast a ballot, which potentially leads to multiple voting or voting in the wrong riding. On this side of the House of Commons, we expect, Mr. Speaker, that people will use one of the 39 approved pieces of ID.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Harry Neufeld is the former CEO of elections in British Columbia, and he wrote the report on irregularities in the 2007 election. He's now joined his voice to the flood of criticism against the unfair electoral reform. In his opinion, Section 44 provides outgoing members with the ability to appoint poll supervisors, which is completely inappropriate. Why is there such a partisan measure in this act? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've already said, there are several positions that are appointed by the first and second parties in each riding across Canada. There are 4 positions in the current Elections Act.
This will apply with the central polling supervisors who will have be appointed on the recommendation of the leading party from the previous election in that riding. If Elections Canada believes that that recommended appointment is inappropriate, they can just reject it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The minister thinks he knows what's best for Canadians in his ivory tower in Ottawa, but he would be better to listen to the criticisms rather than sweeping them aside. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about electoral expert who is a leading light who's saying that this change to the appointment of central poll supervisors could give an undue advantage to outgoing members. Will the Minister of Reform go back to his reformist base and listen to what's being said at the grassroots level? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, suddenly the NDP wants to listen to Mr. Neufeld, but when I was talking about the 50,000 serious irregularities that occurred during the last elections tied to this kind of vouching practice, the NDP didn't want to hear. Mr. Speaker, these errors were serious, and that's the reason why we're going to eliminate that approach and replace it by the use of 39 identified types of identification used by Elections Canada, and we're going to inform Canadians of the acceptable IDs. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, a new book on the Mike Duffy scandal and on the Senate scandals will be published over the next few days. We already knew that Mike Duffy and Nigel Wright had met on the 11th and 12th of February 2013 to talk about their so-called secret agreement. But this book informs us that those meetings took place in the personal boardroom of the Prime Minister, room 204 of the Langevin building. Can the Prime Minister confirm this information?
Mr. Speaker, I, of course, can confirm that the Prime Minister told Mr. Duffy, Senator Duffy, that he had to repay any ineligible expenses. Mr. Speaker, he told that, in fact, to the entire caucus. The report issued by the RCMP also quite clearly indicates that the Prime Minister did not know the scheme that was being put forward by Mr. Wright and Mr. Duffy. And as the Prime Minister said, had he known, he would have put a stop to it immediately.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay. Speaker, Conservatives insist that the Prime Minister wasn't aware of the meetings between Mike Duffy and Nigel Wright, but we now learn that those meetings didn't take place in some dark corner. No, they took place in the Prime Minister's own, quote, private high-security boardroom. Will the Prime Minister tell us whether or not he was aware that on February 11th and February 12th, 2013, his private boardroom was used by the four conspirators, Mike Duffy, Nigel Wright, David Tkachuk, and Irving Gerstein?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already confirmed the fact and said to this House that he told Senator Duffy, in fact, all of caucus, that any ineligible expenses should be repaid immediately. It's a standard that, of course, that we expect on this side of the House. It's a standard that that Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker. When that, of course, wasn't done, we went further to make sure that these senators were expelled from the suspended from the Senate without pay, Mr. Speaker. Again, I think that was the right decision. That was a decision that Canadians expected.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I think the right thing would be to find out whether or not a crime was committed in the Prime Minister's boardroom. Dan Leger's book has now moved the issue of these conspirators right into the Prime Minister's private boardroom. So even after this scandal became public, are we to believe the Prime Minister wasn't briefed about what happened in those 2 days? Mr. Speaker, Mike Duffy states that if he faces trial, he will bring down high-ranking members of this Conservative government. Will the government tell us today who are those high-ranking Conservatives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the documents released by the RCMP quite clearly indicate that the Prime Minister did not know this, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, these very same documents outline quite clearly the extent to which the Prime Minister went to make sure that all information was made available, Mr. Speaker, including waivers from all applicable staff. All emails were turned over, Mr. Speaker. We're working with the RCMP to get to make sure that all the facts on this are known. And, Mr. Speaker, we've went even further by making sure that these three senators were suspended. New accountability measures in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of action Canadians expect, and that's what they'll continue to get from us.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, in the projections of the main estimates, normally you would see projected expenditures as far as EI is concerned, but curiously there is nothing on this subject in the most recent main estimates. We're talking here about tens of billions of dollars, about which the Conservatives refuse to give any details on the way in which they will be spent. Why have taken the details related to EI out this year? Mr. Speaker, what are they hiding from us? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The EI program are to support people actually connecting to jobs that are available. We've worked very, very hard to make sure that all Canadians can find a job that they're qualified for. And I'm very pleased to announce that we announced on Friday that there's an agreement reached on the Canada Jobs Grant. This will provide literally thousands of Canadians the ability to get training that actually leads to a job. That's good news, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parkdale, High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, public accounts only comes out after all the spending is done, but the estimates are about providing oversight for the government's planned spending. Clearly, the Conservatives hate fiscal accountability. They even forced the parliamentary budget officer to take them to court over missing financial information. And now there's a hole in their estimates where EI should be. Can the minister tell us how much will be paid out this year from the employment insurance operating account, and will it be more or less than $20 billion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to focus on connecting Canadians to available jobs. That's what Canadians really care about. We're going to make changes to
all the job grant programs. We're going to make changes so that all Canadians can connect to the jobs that are available. In Canada today, we have a problem where we have too many Canadians without jobs and too many jobs without Canadians. Right. We're making changes to fix that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Manufacturing employees are still bearing the brunt of the recession in spite of what the parliamentary secretary says. Sales dropped more than $2.9 billion last year alone, and that's more down from the year before that and the year before that. So from Caterpillar and Kellogg's to Heinz and Westcast, jobs are being lost, yet the long-promised government strategy is missing in action. 4 years ago today, the government promised a digital economy strategy, and Canadians are still waiting. Will the minister acknowledge that his lack of action has failed Canada's manufacturing sector?
And the Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, of course, she mixes up two things. First, she talked about the digital strategy, then about industrial policy. I'll answer the part on the digital policy strategy. Of course, it was this government that put forward and created the Canada Media Fund. It was this government, through our Economic Action Plan, that had our first real substantive pan-Canadian effort to have rural broadband connecting all of Canada together, and we're going further in Budget 2014. It was this budget that put forward the Copyright Modernization Act that protected the rights of people who put their wares into the digital world. And it's this government moving forward that will continue to lead when it comes to protecting Canada and ensuring that we are not just in the game, but leading the world in the digital world.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, at the outset, the Minister of Finance was in favour of income splitting, but now he is against it. The Minister of Transport and the Minister for Small Business seem to agree with him. However, the Minister of Employment, the Minister of Democratic Reform, and now the Prime Minister have clearly contradicted him. Given this chaos, how can the Minister of Finance keep his job? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there are a couple of provincial budgets this week, one in Alberta, and I hope they have the benefit of the advice of the leader of the Liberal Party, who says that budgets can balance themselves. So they won't have to worry about all the details of expenses. Once the budget...
I suspect he'll have another chance because I see the honourable member from Markham Unionville asking another question. The honourable member.
Well, Liberal style is to balance 10 budgets in a row and pay down debt. Conservative style, they've just given us 8 deficits in a row. But I want to congratulate the Finance Minister for his enlightened position on income splitting, including the view that he isn't, and I quote, sure that overall it benefits our society. Well, he's right. According to C.D. Howe, 80% of households get no benefit at all. But given that his whole caucus disagrees with him, how can he hold on to his job? How can he maintain the confidence not only of...
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm still in finance, unlike the member for Markham Union. We're all agreed on this side of the House that once the budget is balanced, our government is committed to granting further tax relief to Canadian families. That tax relief so far averages $3,400 less for each Canadian family in 2014.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
After cancelling the long-form census and having previously slashed the StatsCan budget, the Conservatives are now moving ahead with another $15.6 million cut, saying that they'll try to find, quote, alternative data sources.
Right.
Can the minister explain to Canadians what exactly are those alternative data sources? And more importantly, what programs will be cut as a result of this drastic reduction to the StatsCan budget?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, everybody has to do their part in order to arrive at a balanced budget. And in speaking with Wayne Smith and the folks at Stats Canada, they have the funds necessary to fulfill the mandate that this Parliament has given them. But indeed, Mr. Speaker, it does seem odd, I think, to everyday taxpayers when you have 2 and 3 and 4 branches of the Government of Canada collecting the same information. I think, and certainly in answering a question from the Liberal Party on digital economy, I think part of a digital strategy for the government is to actually have agencies of the government sharing information one with another so we don't have to duplicate these matters and put a further burden on Canadian taxpayers. It's called making government efficient, not invading the privacy of Canadians and having good government.
The Honourable Member Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basses. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to tax evasion, the Conservatives are content with paying lip service. The main estimates indicate cuts of over $400 million for the Canada Revenue Agency. How do the Conservatives think that the agency can fight tax evasion when it cuts its budget to that extent? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
As I mentioned last week in this House, we are not taking any measures to reduce CRA's compliance resources. In fact, there's about 400 more tax auditors today than when we took government. Further, we have increased the size of our international audit program by over 40% and identified nearly $4.6 billion in unpaid taxes. The Liberals and NDP, of course, have opposed our over 75 measures to increase and improve the integrity of the tax system. We have heard nothing but empty rhetoric from that side of the House.
The Honourable Member for Trinity-Spadina.
Canada came together as a nation when our railway was completed from coast to coast. But through neglect and millions in budget cut, this government is stripping Ria Rail of its ability to deliver services to Canadians. People in Gaspé and New Brunswick are losing vital rail services. How can this government justify tabling estimates with another $4 million cut to Ria Rail?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we know, Via Rail is responsible for its own operational decisions. But regardless, Mr. Speaker, there's one truism here. Our government does support a passenger rail network, but that passenger rail network has to meet the needs of today's travelers, as well as be fair and not burden the taxpayer. We expect Via Rail to operate in that manner, and indeed that's exactly what they're doing. And we are concerned, Mr. Speaker, that they do continue to post significant losses, regardless of how much money we're putting into the system.
Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister for Infrastructure tabled a business plan with no numbers for replacing the Champlain Bridge. Let me repeat, a business plan with no numbers. No numbers on the need to impose toll booths or the consequences of a toll booth on only one bridge between Montreal and the South Shore. Instead of having press conferences with no content, will the minister sit down with his provincial and municipal counterparts in order to come up with a detailed game plan on replacing the bridge?
Président, mon confrère est seulement 2 mois en retard parce que le plan d'affaires a été déposé le 15 janvier dernier, Monsieur le Président. Et mon confrère devrait, Monsieur le Président, nous féliciter parce que le dossier du...
À l'ordre, je pense qu'il y a un problème avec la traduction.
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we announced the business plan on 15th of January. What we announced this morning, contrary to what my colleague just said, is that we're advancing with this process, and on March 17th, we will send out calls for tender for qualified companies so that companies can apply to build a bridge. While they're trying to teach us lessons, we will build a bridge. We're not going to increase taxes by $21 million.
For Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands the importance of the mining industry and the significant role it plays in providing over 400,000 good jobs for Canadians. Canada is a global leader in this sector, with mining and mineral accounting for over 20% of Canada's exports. The mining sector in my riding of designated Mississippi Churchill River is very important to both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal mining workers. Mining workers and communities across Canada know that they can count on the government's support. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please update the House?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to support Canada's mining industry, and I'm pleased to share that the Minister joined the Prime Minister at the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada's annual conference to meet with stakeholders and announce our government's plan for increased transparency for the extractive sector. Unlike the opposition, we will continue to support Canadian jobs in this vital sector of our economy.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, the Prime Minister announced that he made a commitment to solve the some 800 specific claims that were gathering dust, but that was just another promise that was going to be broken by the Conservatives. By April 2014, organizations doing research for these specific claims are facing significant budget cuts, which means that First Nations can no longer finalize such claims that are in course. How can the Minister justify such cutbacks? Mr. Speaker, we proceeded with an initiative in 2007, and we put in place a specific system for specific claims. We have solved a whole pile of specific claims that had been left to us by the previous government, and since 2007, we solved over 100 land claims, and we will continue in the same vein.
Well, Mr. Speaker, justice will not be achieved if these funding cuts to vital research goes through. Only 15% of the claims that the Minister is referencing have actually resulted in settlements. The vast majority have been rejected or closed by this government. Groups like the AFN and UBCIC and even the Specific Claims Tribunal are criticizing the Conservative government's take-it-or-leave-it approach. Settling historical claims with First Nations should be a priority. So will the Minister now recognize that specific claims are lawful obligations and reverse his decision to this crucial funding?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the NDP like to play politics on the back of Aboriginal people, so we announced the Justice as Last initiative in 2007 to streamline and improve the specific claim process, and as a result, Mr. Speaker, we have cleared up the huge backlog of specific claim at the assessment stage. As a matter of fact, we have settled over 100 outstanding land claims in Canada, and we continue to make substantial progress, and we will continue in that direction.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Speaker, HMCS Protecteur is on a perilous journey back to Hawaii after a serious engine room fire left the ship adrift with nearly 300 aboard. Our first concern, of course, is the safety of the crew and families and the well-being of the 20 crew members injured in bravely fighting the fire. Bravo, Zulu. But this ship was built in 1969, and the Conservative delays in ship procurement have left our Navy without the capacity it needs. Now the Minister wants to further delay $3.1 billion in procurement spending. Have the Conservatives learned nothing from their past mistakes?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no government has done more to make sure our men and women in uniform have the equipment they need than this government, Mr. Speaker. Since he's raised the question of the HMC as Protector, Mr. Speaker, the men and women on there did an outstanding job containing and putting out this fire. They deserve a vote of thanks from all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. This serious accident reminds us of the vulnerability of our aging fleet. The Conservatives' indecision in the procurement of materiel have delayed by 10 years the replacement of supply ships built in the 60s. It is the government's responsibility to make sure that our Navy has the equipment it needs to work safely. Unfortunately, because of the poor management of the Conservatives, Canada runs the risk of not having a functional ship for 18 months. The time has come to act. When will supply ships be delivered? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
from the NDP, Mr. Speaker. Again, no government has done more to invest, Mr. Speaker, in the Royal Canadian Navy than this particular government, Mr. Speaker. What is consistent and what we can all agree on is that these all have been opposed by the NDP, every single one of them, Mr. Speaker.
For Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, as time goes on, academics, experts, and now polling shows even the average Canadian feels that the changes to the Election Act benefit only the Conservative Party of Canada and not the average voter. I want to go back to what Preston Manning said, and I want the minister to address this directly, exactly what Preston Manning had to say. Most worrisome, he says, for me personally, and calls for, I think, immediate and serious attention. He goes on to say, constantly affirm and reaffirm our commitment to extending rather than limiting the democratic expression. He wants serious amendments. Will the minister do it? And maybe he'd like to point out why Preston Manning is so wrong.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, we are extending Elections Canada's ability to get people out to vote by focusing those efforts on the information Canadians actually need. That's the basics of voting. Where, when, and what ID to bring, and what special tools are available to help disabled Canadians cast their ballot. Elections Canada's own data demonstrates that the agency has done a poor job of informing Canadians of that basic information. The Fair Elections Act will ensure that they improve.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Quadra.
Amid the glamour of last night's Oscars, Canadians were dismayed to see the Conservatives squandering millions on ads promoting programs already around for years. This, when soldiers with PTSD and their families suffer today with not enough support thanks to government budget cuts and hiring freezes. The price of just one ad could pay the salary for an entire year for a PTSD doctor. Just why does this government choose partisan self-interest over the health of injured soldiers?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member's got it completely wrong, Mr. Speaker. No government has done more to care for our ill and injured men and women in uniform and for our veterans than this government, Mr. Speaker. We have hired almost 400 full-time mental health professionals, Mr. Speaker. We've increased the budget to unprecedented levels, Mr. Speaker. This, for once, should have the support of the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, the grain backlog plaguing Western farmers is costing them billions of dollars. On the weekend, former Conservative Minister Chuck Strahl said he warned rail companies years ago that their excuses weren't fooling anyone. He told them, shape up, stop abusing their duopoly, or face regulation. But here we are again. Farmers are suffering, while the rail companies offer up the same old excuses. So what is this minister going to do? Hopefully not have another meeting. Will the minister now commit to this House that he will take action so that the rail companies will move that grain to port and get our farmers paid?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're working on exactly that. We're exploring all options. Everything that could be done will be done in a timely way. But let me quote Dennis Thiessen, farmer and Canadian Grain Growers Director. We want to thank the Federal Agriculture Minister for continuing to recognize the rail capacity needs of grain farmers and the urgency of the current situation. I couldn't have said it better myself, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the minister could listen to the Alberta grain growers instead of making the same old tired excuses. Canadian grains are simply not getting to market. As the weeks go by, the grain prices plummet and our farmers face greater losses. The fact is, I know that's hard for them to take, the fact is rail companies have had ample opportunity to provide fair rail service to farmers. It's clear they won't change without government intervention. Farmers have been clear on their demand for enforceable performance standards, accountability and penalties. Why the delay in the regulations?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, this is a government take these types of situations very seriously. These challenges create opportunities to get the job done, but done in the right way. So those consultations continue on with everyone involved in the grain logistics situation in Western Canada, predominantly, Mr. Speaker, and at the right time, in the right place, those answers will be unveiled.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, in the last few days, unelected bureaucrats in the RCMP Canadians Firearms Program have made thousands of Canadians into criminals. By the stroke of their pen and without any oversight by Parliament, individuals who owned a number of popular sport shooting firearms had their previously non-restricted firearms reclassified as prohibited. This means that there's a chance that law-abiding gun owners, through no fault of their own, could be charged with unauthorized possession of a prohibited firearm. What will the Minister of Public Safety do to ensure that no Canadian faces consequences as a result of this unacceptable decision?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me first pay a tribute to the member of Yorkton, Melville, for standing up for the law Canadian abiding of this country, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, I will bring forward an amnesty to ensure that individuals in possession of these firearms can continue to possess their property without threat of criminal charges. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government will continue to make our country one of the safest in the world without penalizing law-abiding citizens.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, farmers out west know that this Minister of Agriculture has failed miserably at getting prairie wheat out to the West Coast. My question is for the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, when will this government force the railways into a service-level agreements that will meet the needs of farmers, or force them to pay directly to the farmers? Will the Minister of Transport stand up and answer the question?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer that on behalf of my good friend and colleague, the Minister of Transport. We, unlike the former Liberal government who studied this issue for years and years and years, the SD report, the Kruger report, they went on and on and on about studies. All of those manuals of study are stored in the basement of Transport, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, we've been consulting directly with industry, directly with the railways, and at the right time and place, the results will be revealed in the benefit of Canadian farmers.
Order. It's getting noisy once again. I'm going to ask members one last time to refrain from heckling each other while either members are asking the question or ministers are answering.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago we got information according to which the Conservative budget would bring about major cutbacks at the Bagotville Armed Forces base in my riding. The Conservatives refused to confirm or deny this information. Could the Minister of Defence be transparent enough to tell us whether then there will really be a 19% budget cut in the operating budget of the base? What will be the impact on employment and the economy of my region? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Got it right at all with respect to this budget, Mr. Speaker. This government has made unprecedented investments, Mr. Speaker, in its defence budget into the support of the men and women in uniform, procurement and bases across this country, Mr. Speaker, and that will continue under this government.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians are invited to celebrate International Women's Week this year from March 2nd to 8th with the themes Strong Women, Strong Canada, Canadian Women, Creating Jobs one business at a time. This theme recognizes the contribution of women entrepreneurs to our economy and allows Canadians to consider the challenges women face when starting and growing their business. Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for the Status of Women please inform this House of how Economic Action Plan 2014 will benefit women?
Great question.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Oakville for his question and for his work under the Status of Women Committee. Our government is proud to support Canadian women in the workforce and encourage them to lead successful careers. That is why since 2007, Status of Women has provided more than $53 million for projects that focus on improving women's economic security and prosperity, including over $9 million to address women's entrepreneurship. In Economic Action Plan 2014, we committed $150,000 to Status of Women Canada to increase mentorship among women entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, this government knows that when women prosper, Canada prospers.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Marcohel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only G7 country that's going to be deprived of home mail delivery. In Rosemère, in Lorraine, in Bois-des-Filions, in Charlemagne, and in Repentigny, the Conservatives are therefore abandoning seniors, people with limited mobility, and small business. without consulting anyone, neither the municipalities nor the experts, and even less so the citizens. Instead of axing services to citizens, why don't the Conservatives study the options that would allow them to save home mail delivery? I'd love to get an answer. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, Canada Post delivered 1 billion fewer pieces of mail than they did in 2006. They clearly have a problem with respect to dropping revenue levels. They recognized it. They developed a 5-point plan. This is part of their 5-point plan that they'll be implementing to make sure that there's not going to be a burden on the taxpayer.
Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, L'Amitié, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the pseudo-business plan for the replacement of the Champlain Bridge unveiled today by the federal government convinces no one. It contained no figures. The government of Quebec, the mayor of Montreal, the mayor of Longueuil are all right to be disappointed. The federal government refuses to have a common project office and to make a commitment to guarantee its part in the funding, $1 billion, and have a light rail system as required by all the partners. How can the minister table such a mediocre document? As I said earlier, the business plan was tabled in mid-January, Mr. Speaker, so the member's completely wrong. The business plan contains privileged information. We're going to call for tender for a multi-billion-dollar project. When you don't have a budget to manage, you can do what you want, but that's not how our government works. We have to manage this rigorously. This is a new bridge over the St. Lawrence River. We will disclose all the information when the time is right. The Honourable Member. The Conservatives, and Liberals and NDP continue to introduce new intrusions in healthcare, which is a provincial jurisdiction. This intervention and interference is seriously troublesome for the healthcare system. Worse yet, Quebec does not get its share and must be deprived of $103 million every year, with real impact on Quebec patients. When will the federal government stop interfering and transfer all the money the Quebec patients need?
Speaker, as the member knows, we are transferring the highest reported health transfer dollars in Canadian history to the provinces and territories. This record funding will reach $40 billion by the end of the decade and provide stability and predictability to the system so the provinces can manage their health systems. And health transfers in Quebec alone have increased by over $2.3 billion since 2006, and we now provide over $7.4 billion annually so Quebec can manage their health system.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask a question today to the Minister of Finance relating to the Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act, the FATCA. We know that on the U.S. side of the border, there are concerns raised that because the treaties haven't been ratified through the U.S. Senate, these may not be legally binding treaties in any case. And on the Canadian side of the border, no less a legal expert than Peter HoC, former head and dean of Osgoode Law School. More than 30 years ago, I learned constitutional law in a textbook he wrote. And he has written the advice that this very likely will violate Section 15 of the Charter by treating some Canadians differently from others. What will the minister say to its constitutionality?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Yes, I was taught by Peter HoC as well, Mr. Speaker. I got an A
and well deserved,
in the tax quiz. Listen, the question is an important one. It's important for about 1 million Canadians who also happen to be citizens of the United States. The Americans initially proposed that there would be a 30% withholding tax and there would be direct reporting by Canadian banks to the IRS. We've gotten rid of that. They have agreed that we will use our existing framework under the Canada-U.S. Tax Treaty, which has been successful. No new taxes will be imposed. The CRA will not assist the IRS in collecting U.S. taxes.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe that you will find unanimous consent of the House for the following motion, which I, by the way, have here in both official languages, Mr. Speaker, and I move, seconded by the member for Parkdale High Park and for the member from Wascana, that this House strongly condemn Russia's provocative military intervention in Ukraine, call upon Russia to withdraw its forces and respect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine as per the commitments in the 1994 Budapest Declaration and under international law, reaffirm the legitimacy of the government of Ukraine and Ukraine's territorial integrity, support the government's decision to recall Canada's ambassador in Moscow for consultations, and to suspend the government's engagement in preparation for the G8 summit. Encourage the government to work with like-minded partners, including through multilateral forums, including through multilateral forums to de-escalate the current situation, affirm the Ukrainian people's right of self-determination, free from intervention, and stand with the Ukrainian people as they pursue a free and a democratic future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
I have petitions from people in Toronto that they said Canadians deserve fast, reliable, and affordable public transit, and that since the 2014 federal budget does not include dedicated transit funding, that it is estimated that there is a $32 billion investment gap in transit infrastructure needs across Canada, and the road congestion is costing GTA economy $6 billion a year in lost productivity, and the average daily commute time is over 80 minutes. They're calling on the federal government to provide long-term, predictable, and non-partisan funding for public transit now. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have part of a petition that was signed by 24,000 citizens who are calling for an improvement in Via Rail service in Eastern Canada, which is in a lamentable state. And it's supposed to be abolished in a few months, and I want the government to consider this.
West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today saying that we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, acknowledge that the current impaired driving laws are too lenient and are calling on stiffer penalties. I have the pleasure of presenting two petitions on that, and a petition that the House condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting a petition, first of all, on the electrification of the air rail link from Union Station to Pearson Airport, recognizing it's in the national interest of Canada to have clean, efficient, quiet, modern rail transportation for Toronto between its major rail and air links, and calling on the federal government to urge Ontario, the government of Ontario and Metro Links to alter their current plans and to express strong preference for full electrification of the service rather than running diesel trains from the beginning. I have a second petition, Mr. Speaker, if I may, from a number of constituents calling on the government of Canada to protect the Humber River and to pass Bill C-502, which would relist sections of the Humber River that are now no longer protected by this Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a petition from a number of petitioners, and the petition is entitled "The Right to Save Seeds." They want the undersigned citizens of Canada recognize the inherent rights of farmers to save, reuse, select, exchange and sell seeds. And they're petitioning Parliament to refrain from making any changes to the Seeds Act or to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act through Bill C-18, which would take those rights away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition signed by many Gwich'in people from the Northwest Territories who request the House of Commons and Parliament assembled not to approve Bill C-15 or amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act as they feel that this is an infringement on their comprehensive land claim agreement.
The Honourable Member for
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I have a petition to protect Gatineau Park, signed by several people from the region and even from outside the region, supporting my bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is on a very sensitive and ethically difficult topic, and that's on the question of dying with dignity and Canadians having the right to make their own end-of-life decisions. The petitioners are all from Salt Spring Island, and they urge the House to find a way forward on this difficult issue. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by over 2,500 Canadians from across Canada, within Ontario, from Bolton, Ajax, Toronto, Alberta, Calgary, St. Albert, British Columbia, Victoria, Penticton, Prince Edward Island. I won't keep reading the places for all these petitioners, Mr. Speaker, but they call for this House to pass Bill C-442, which went to second reading this morning, my bill for a national Lyme disease strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition from residents of Toronto and my riding of York South-Weston who are concerned that the government is breaking its promise to better protect consumers, that between 6,000 and 8,000 Canada Post workers will lose their jobs, and the reduction of service could lead to the privatization of Canada Post, an essential public service, according to this government. Therefore, we call upon the Government of Canada to reject Canada Post's plan for reduced services and explore other options for updating Canada Post's business plan.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a petition from Londoners who are very concerned about a recent tragedy in London, Ontario, that involved the deaths of 3 members of the same family. And their concern is in regard to this government and its practices around citizenship and immigration. They would like the Government of Canada to ensure that CIC is properly staffed in order to ensure that fair and appropriate decisions are reached in a timely fashion in regard to applicants, and that in all of these decisions that humanitarian and compassionate grounds are considered in the applications that are presented.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling today petitions from a great number of Albertans across the province who are concerned about current impaired driving laws. They're concerned that they're too lenient. They wish the government to consider a number of avenues, including tougher laws, consideration to mandatory minimums, and to redesignate impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter.
The Honourable Member for Beaumont-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have here a petition signed by my constituents concerning employment insurance reform. They have contributed to it throughout their lives. 6 out of 10 workers are not currently eligible for EI benefits. The recent changes to the system will harm families, regional economies, and reduce minimums, so they call for these changes to be reversed. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have dozens and dozens of petitions here that I want to table on behalf of my constituents in Drummond who do not want the automation of the Drummond train station. They're also opposed, under this petition, to the shutdown of the daily Montreal, Halifax train service. And lastly, I have dozens of citizens as well who are very unhappy about the proposed changes to Canada Post. We will be the only OECD country that will no longer have home mail delivery. So I have dozens of citizens as well who are speaking out against this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
East York.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to present two petitions to the House today. The first is concerning the elimination of door-to-door mail service in Canada, with the petitioners drawing the attention of this House to the fact that the elimination of door-to-door mail delivery will have a particular adverse impact on seniors and the disabled who will be forced to travel to their local community mailbox in order to get their mail, and they call upon the Government of Canada to reject Canada Post's plan to cut mail services and increase prices and instead explore other options for modernizing our postal service delivery. The second petition has to do with the planned expansion of the Toronto Island Airport, Mr. Speaker, and the undersigned call upon the Government of Canada to block any changes to the tripartite agreement that would allow jet airplanes or extensions of the Toronto Island Airport runways. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Chambly-Boltzmann. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting a petition on which I worked with in collaboration with my colleague from Gaspésie-la-Madeleine to save the Montreal-Halifax train. I think it is very important. It is our links are very important with Eastern Canada, so this service is very important, and it shows how much we take for granted this important train network in our country. So I submit this to you very humbly, Mr. Speaker.
Question des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Hear, hear. Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the world is watching, the crisis in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, is in fact escalating. I want to suggest that we take the time to once again deal with that crisis, Mr. Speaker. In fact, you'll recall back in December we had a take-note debate because of what was taking place in regards to the EU Trade Association Agreement and the President at the time backing away from that. What resulted in terms of the population of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine made it known in terms of how they felt about that, which ultimately led to a take-note debate. In recognition, through the month of January, we saw significant events take place that ultimately saw us have an emergency debate on the issue. And then, Mr. Speaker, just last week we had another take-note debate. What's important here, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to recognize what has taken place over the last 48-plus hours since the last time we had a take-note debate. The deployment of military personnel from Russia will have a very profound and is having a very profound impact, not only in Ukraine and affecting Russia, but indeed, Mr. Speaker, I would argue the entire world. We have financial markets throughout the world that are responding to this. We have a social crisis situation in Ukraine. We have 1.2 million plus Canadians of Ukrainian heritage from coast to coast to coast that are watching in terms of what's taking place. They want to see more clarification given what is taking place over the last 48 hours. So we're asking that the House once again allow for a debate given what has taken place in the last 48 hours with the deployment of military personnel from Russia and also now what's happening in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North for raising this question again and for enumerating the most recent occasions when the House is able to debate the issue. I do note that tomorrow is a supply day, and so I will not grant the debate at this time. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I'm now prepared to give my decision on the question of privilege raised on February 6, 2014 by the member for Sherbrooke regarding a technical briefing offered by the Minister of State on Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to certain acts.
For having raised this matter, as well as the Minister of State for Democratic Reform, the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition, and the members for Ottawa, Vanier, Charlebourg au Saint-Charles, and York South-Western for their interventions. The député de
The member for Sherbrooke explained that at the technical briefing he attended on Tuesday, February 4th, on Bill C-23, the interpretation provided was often inadequate, and, as he described it, at times there was little or no interpretation, or it was of poor quality. This, he felt, had the effect of preventing parliamentarians from participating fully in subsequent debate on the bill. The member went on to note that the protection of official languages in the House is fundamental to ensuring equality among all members.
The Minister of State for Democratic Reform recognized that no professional interpreters were present for the briefing, but claimed that parliamentarians had been provided all information in both official languages, including the presentation, information sheets, press releases, and the bill itself.
As has been pointed out by the member for Sherbrooke, the guarantee of access to and use of both official languages in parliamentary proceedings, in the record keeping of those proceedings, and in legislation is no less than a constitutional requirement, a cornerstone of our parliamentary system. As your Speaker, it remains one of my principal responsibilities to ensure that members are not impeded in their ability to carry out their parliamentary functions and that their rights and privileges are safeguarded.
Of official languages, the House has a long-standing practice of ensuring the availability of professional interpreters during House and committee proceedings. Indeed, this practice extends to many other activities, such as caucus meetings, briefings, or any number of parliamentary activities and events. In such cases, if interpreters are not present, the activity is delayed until they arrive, or, if they're not available, the activity is rescheduled. Likewise, if a technical problem arises with the equipment, proceedings are suspended until the issue is resolved. Members will be familiar with this, as it has sometimes happened here in the House. To the Chair's knowledge, during government-sponsored activities, similar norms are observed. This is illustrated in a case brought to the attention of the House on October 23, 2013, when a technical briefing on a budget implementation bill was organized, but cancelled when it became apparent that no simultaneous interpretation was available. In the debates for that date, at page 303, the government House leader apologized to the House and stated that, quote, arrangements have been made to reschedule this meeting and to hold it properly in both official languages with that capacity available for everyone. It is certainly the expectation of this government that all business be properly conducted in both official languages, unquote. Clearly, in that case, the government viewed the absence of professional, simultaneous interpreters as a serious matter.
When a situation is brought to the Chair's attention, it must be assessed within the somewhat narrow confines of parliamentary procedure and precedence. In this case, the member for Sherbrooke is asking the Chair to find that problems with interpretation prevented members from being able to access departmental information and that this constitutes a prima facie breach of privilege. To arrive at such a conclusion, the Chair must assess whether the member has been obstructed in the discharge of his responsibilities in direct relation to proceedings in Parliament. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, at page 109, states,
facie breach of privilege, the Speaker must be satisfied that there is evidence to support the member's claim that he or she has been impeded in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions and that the matter is directly related to a proceeding in Parliament, unquote. In addition, at page 111, it indicates that, et je cite, une députée peut aussi faire la...
A member may also be obstructed or interfered with in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions by non-physical means. In rulings on such matters, the Speaker examines the effect the incident or event had on the member's ability to fulfill his or her parliamentary responsibilities, unquote.
For the Chair is simple. Does attending a departmental briefing that was delivered without full interpretation meet that litmus test? Speaker Perron's ruling of October 9, 1997 is very instructive when he states at page 688 of the debates, et je cite,
quote, activities
related to the seeking of information in order to prepare a question do not fall within the strict definition of what constitutes a proceeding of Parliament, and therefore they are not protected by privilege." Unquote.
Is analogous in that whether a member is seeking information in order to prepare a question or to participate in debate on a bill, the same fundamental definitions and principles apply. Whether a member who is preparing to participate in proceedings, whether through a technical briefing or some other means, is not participating in the proceedings themselves. While such preparation is no doubt important, it remains ancillary to, rather than part of, Parliament's proceedings. Furthermore, in this case, a government department is responsible for the situation which the member decries. On this point, Speaker Bosley stated on May 15, 1985, at page 4769 of debates, quote, "I think it has been recognized many times in the House that a complaint about the actions or inactions of government departments cannot constitute a question of parliamentary privilege." My own ruling of February 7, 2013, reached the same conclusion when, at page 13,869 of debates, I stated, quote, "It is beyond the purview of the chair to intervene in departmental matters or to get involved in government processes, no matter how frustrating they may appear to be to the member." Unquote. Dans sa décision,
The chair must respect the strict confines of parliamentary privilege in reaching its decision. Therefore, while it appears that the honourable member for Sherbrooke had a legitimate grievance, the chair cannot conclude that this situation constitutes a prima facie breach of privilege. That being said, the decision does not diminish members' need for full and equal access to information about legislation, nor does it discount the value placed on the provision of such information in both official languages. While I cannot provide the member for Sherbrooke a privilege-based parliamentary remedy to his grievance, he may wish to explore other means at his disposal by direct discussions with the minister or raising the matter with the Commissioner of Official Languages.
For its attention. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 25th, 2014 by the House Leader of the Official Opposition regarding statements made in the House by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville. Je remercie l'honorable leader.
I would like to thank the Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition for having raised this matter, as well as the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House and the Honourable Members for Winnipeg North and Kingston and the Islands for their comments. I also want to acknowledge the statements made by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
The Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition claimed that the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville had deliberately misled the House on February 6, 2014, during debate on Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, when he stated that he had witnessed evidence of voter fraud firsthand. He further argued that the matter was not resolved by the statements made by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville on February 24th and 25th, where he admitted that, contrary to his original claim, he had not actually witnessed what he had originally claimed to have witnessed. In his view, this was not a simple case of someone misspeaking. He argued rather that it was a case where the member deliberately chose to take something he knew not to be true and present it as eyewitness evidence, something so egregious it constituted contempt. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House noted that the member for Mississauga-Streetsville had fulfilled his obligation to correct the record so that no inaccuracies persisted. He suggested that in and of itself this should be sufficient to, quote, rebut any concern that there has been a contempt, unquote.
This incident highlights the primordial importance of accuracy and truthfulness in our deliberations. All members bear a responsibility, individually and collectively, to select the words they use very carefully and to be ever mindful of the serious consequences that can result when this responsibility is forgotten. In calling on the chair to arrive at a finding of prima facie in this case, the Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition cited my ruling of May 7th, 2012, where at page 7650 of the debates, I reminded the House that, before finding that a member had deliberately misled the House, 3 conditions had to be met.
1, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew at the time that the statement was incorrect. And 3, that in making the statement, the member intended to mislead the House, unquote. Arguing all 3 of these conditions had been met, he concluded that a breach of privilege had occurred. It was with these criteria in mind that I undertook a thorough review of all relevant statements made in the House on this matter, focusing particularly, of course, on the statements made by the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville. Originally, on February 6th, he stated, quote, "I have actually witnessed other people picking up the voter cards, going to the campaign office of whatever candidate they support, and handing out these voter cards to other individuals, who then walk into voting stations with friends who vouch for them with no ID," unquote. Later that day, he added, quote, "I will relate something I have actually seen," unquote. It was only on February 24th that he rose to state, quote, "On February 6th, I made a statement that is not accurate. I just want to reflect the fact that I have not personally witnessed fraudulent activity and want the record to properly show that," unquote. On February 25th, he returned to the House, characterized his February 6th statement as, quote, "an error on my part," unquote, and apologized, quote, "to all Canadians and to all members of the House," unquote, adding that it was never my intention in any way to mislead the House, unquote. The Chair takes due note that the member for Mississauga-Streetsville has admitted that his February 6th statement was not true and that he has apologized for his mistake.
As was noted by the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House, we all recognize that there is an enduring practice here of giving members the benefit of the doubt when the accuracy of their statements is challenged. It is often the case that questions of privilege raised on such matters are found to be disputes as to facts rather than prima facie questions of privilege, primarily due to the high threshold of evidence that the House expects. Speaker Parent stated on page 9247 of debates on October 19, 2000.
Strongest and clearest evidence can the House or the Speaker take steps to deal with cases of attempts to mislead members, unquote. From what the member for Mississauga-Streetsville and other members have revealed, it is quite clear that the House has been provided with 2 narratives that are contradictory statements. At the same time, the member for Mississauga-Streetsville stated that he had no intention of misleading the House. The President Milliken a dû...
Speaker Milliken was faced with a similar set of circumstances in February 2002 when the then Minister of National Defence, R. Eggleton, provided contradictory information to the House. In a ruling on a question of privilege raised about the contradiction, Speaker Milliken stated on February 1st at page 8581 of debates, quote, "I am prepared, as I must be, to accept the Minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House," unquote.
With that, President, I am prepared to accord the same courtesy to the member for Mississauga-Streetsville. At the same time, the fact remains that the House continues to be seized of completely contradictory statements. This is a difficult position in which to leave members who must be able to depend on the integrity of the information with which they are provided to perform their parliamentary duties. Accordingly, in keeping with the President cited earlier, in which Speaker Milliken indicated that the matter merited, quote, "further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air," unquote, I am prepared in this case, for the same reason, to allow the matter to be put to the House. I therefore invite the Honourable House Leader, the official opposition, to move the traditional motion at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Hull-Elmer, that the question of privilege related to the statements made in the House of Commons by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mme. Turmel, moves that the question of privilege related to the statements made in the House of Commons by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the ruling that you just delivered to the House of Commons. I will read it in its detail later, but I wanted to make some introductory comments. Based on what I've heard today and also the debate that preceded this, we have just now moved the motion of contempt that has been found in this House. against the member from Mississauga-Streetsville. And as you noted in your ruling, the criteria, the threshold that we use in the House of Commons is a very high one in order to find a prima facie case of contempt. It is in fact not easy to do. Canadians might be surprised by this, but the rules that govern the House, as has been pointed out by the Conservatives and yourself, is to give members the benefit of the doubt, that there are many instances, and it is the nature of debate, healthy debate, in which there is a difference of opinion, there is a difference in interpretation of fact, and that if every time a member of Parliament was called out in contempt for a variation of evidence, then we would be here all day. That the three criteria that you have laid down are very specific and very difficult to accomplish, as the member from Mississauga-Streetsville has somehow managed to do. It has to be proven that the statement was in fact misleading, that the person who gave the misleading statement knew at the time that it was misleading, and that in giving that misleading statement, the Member of Parliament knowingly and attempted to mislead the House of Commons and Canadians in making the statement. To accomplish all three, as this member did not once but twice, in referring so-called evidence that he had personally witnessed with regards to the Unfair Election Act, is quite an accomplishment, not one that anyone in this House should seek to do, and yet he has managed it. For reference sake, and the reason we take time in the House this afternoon, and I suspect some of my colleagues, I hope the members from the government side would take this opportunity to address this issue, is because it is now being referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. As to when that committee will take up the nature of this will be informed not only, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest by your ruling, but also by the contributions that have been made to the debate at this point. Now, I wanted to point out very specifically, I know the government House leader will be attuned to this, because in defending the Conservative member from Mississauga, he made a number of points that the committee will have to grapple with in terms of his defense of the member from Mississauga-Streetsville. And I'll cite this, Mr. Speaker, because it has some bearing. He said in response to our question of privilege, "As everyone is aware, I'm assured the presumption in this House that we're all taken at our word, that the statements we make are truthful and correct, that we are given the benefit of the doubt brings with it strong obligation on us in the cases where a member misspeaks to correct the record. In this particular instance, the member from Mississauga-Streetsville has done exactly that. Having misspoken in this House and having realized his comments were an error, he's come back and corrected the record. The fact that we are even discussing this point of privilege, the fact that it has been raised, is only because the honourable member, I use that term loosely in my own parentheses, has taken that duty and obligation seriously and has come to this House to correct the record." 2 points on this, Mr. Speaker. One is, it seems that the government's frame of reference on this is to congratulate the member from Mississauga-Streetsville for having knowingly misled the House. To say, way to go, having misspoke, having misled, we're not allowed to use the term lied. Having done these things, he then came back and said, well, I maybe misspoke, and then try to move on. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate members for having done such an action and then stand up for 30 seconds and then try to dismiss it away would send the absolute wrong signal to all members who participate in debates. That all you have to do is make a big speech and show so-called evidence and not tell the truth, and then just come back later, 2 weeks later in this case, and say, well, I misspoke, let's move on. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for the nature of parliaments, of this Parliament, of this House of Commons. He suggested in his statements that he doesn't want to encourage any kind of a chill effect. That if members, again, let's get the three conditions right. If members are proven to have misled the House, if they knew it at the time that they were misleading the House, and that they intended to mislead the House, he doesn't want to create any chill effect for anybody doing those things that would prevent them from coming back and apologizing. I have an idea. Don't mislead the House in the first place. Don't knowingly going about spreading mistruths about something as fundamental as our Election Act at the first, instead of saying, well, we should congratulate him. Well done. Congratulations for having spoken about something as fundamental as our election laws in an untruthful manner, and then come back and had the courage, and I'll use this word carefully, Mr. Speaker, to come back and attempt not once but then twice have to correct the record in some offhanded way. The reason that I come back to this is because we will explore, and I hope the government will encourage this exploration, as to how this sudden newfound love of the truth came to be. That the government House Leader in his intervention in the debate said the member should be congratulated because he had the ability to come back and try to correct the record, saying that he misspoke. Why did he misspeak? There have been several media reports, and we have to verify this at committee, and we would hope to not only, of course, call the member from Mississauga-Streetsville so that he can defend his actions, but also in the accountings that we've since had in the media and the Globe and Mail. I have a few citations if you seek it, Mr. Speaker, that in reports that followed, Elections Canada was notified, because this is a grievous thing that he talked about. He said, I witnessed electoral fraud. I watched people taking the identification of other Canadians and then taking them to some party's headquarters and having their volunteers take them and then vote with those identifications, actually confusing the different identifications that are mailed to Canadians. But I believe my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, may explore this a bit. He said he watched all these things take place. Using this so-called evidence, which he then later admitted was not true, as evidence to support the government's Unfair Election Act. This is the evidence that they use. And the only reason that he came back is perhaps, but certainly it begs the question, because Elections Canada said, my goodness, a sitting member of Parliament watched electoral fraud take place. We'd like to know more. This sounds like a problem. Maybe there's a problem here with these voter ID cards. Maybe we should get into this. And maybe we should ask the member to come forward to Elections Canada and to Canadians to say, first of all, if he witnessed the crime, why didn't he report it? Seems an interesting thing for a tough-on-crime party like the Conservatives. Second, that if he witnessed electoral fraud, why wouldn't he have gone to Elections Canada and said, I saw something terrible happen. I watched people being disenfranchised. I watched votes being rigged, ballots being stuffed into boxes. He did neither of those things. He just used it as evidence in a place we call the House of Commons. You think he would have used more discretion. Now, in terms of contempt, it's important to understand not only is the bar very high, as has been set by yourself, Mr. Speaker, and previous speakers to guide us as members of Parliament, some of the other instances, you referred to one in your ruling, Mr. Speaker, that the former Minister of Defence, Art Eggleton, was found in contempt, talking about the transfer of Afghan prisoners, that he was found in contempt having knowingly misled the House about something as grievous as that. The Minister Bev Oda, at the time, if you remember the infamous memo in which she inserted the word not, and then later had said, no, that never happened, that's not true, when in fact it was completely true, denying funding for an important group like Kairos, which was the effort there. And we now have this member from Mississauga-Streetsville misleading the House, knowingly doing so, about something so fundamental as our Elections Act. It is not commendable that the member was forced to come back and admit that what he said was not true. It is something serious. And I was somewhat taken aback by, as I looked over the government House Leader's comments, of how celebratory he is of this moment. And we seek the motivation behind this. This is something that we will be exploring in the committee and will be of interest to all members of Parliament, but not just us, but all Canadians, because I think the word contempt is an interesting notion, Mr. Speaker. It is the frame in which we use when a member of Parliament goes so far. And I thought I'd look up the definition, because sometimes we throw these words around somewhat casually. But I thought let's seek out the definition, and this is it, what it follows. The feeling that a person or a thing is beneath consideration, worthless, or deserving of scorn. Now, the thing that we are talking about is not the member from Mississauga-Streetsville. We're talking about Canada's Parliament. That when we say somebody is found in contempt, the feeling that a person or a thing, in this case the House of Commons, is beneath consideration, worthless, or deserving of scorn. We on this side don't believe that. We believe that this is, in fact, a sacred place where we seek out the truth. We seek to hold the government to account on its spending measures, but also on its policy and its laws. The law we are considering right now goes to the heart of all of our efforts to serve the public. You, Mr. Speaker, we stand in free and fair elections. The controversy, we just heard another plea for an emergency debate and much consideration. I heard my friend from Halifax commend the government for their work and efforts in Ukraine, of people fighting and struggling. In fact, a struggle which has left many dead. to sustain and support the idea that people can have democratic governance. We are debating that very issue when we're debating the Government's Unfair Election Act. And to have a member of Parliament who is duly elected and fairly elected come forward, claim electoral fraud in defense and justification for that bill, then be caught out as to having not told the truth, then have the government House leader who, as I am charged, is meant to respect and hold up the fundamental democratic principles of this place, say, no, he isn't deserving of condemnation, he's deserving of praise. What a good chap he was to have done this thing and then gotten caught for it somehow and then come back with some half apology and then a slight more sense of contrition. That is contempt. That is contempt for this place. That is contempt for all of us as members of Parliament. The conditions have been met. I read, and I'll remind the House of where we take this ruling, where you and your team, that on page 75 in Erskine and May's treatise on the law, privileges, proceedings, and usage of Parliament, parliamentary privilege is defined as the following, and I'll quote, "The sum of the peculiar rights enjoyed by each House collectively and by members of each House individually, without which they could not discharge their functions." Without which they could not discharge their functions. Without these particular rules in place, we can't do our job. That we have found out this one piece of evidence that the government has been using of this perception of electoral fraud, this actual electoral fraud took place, therefore we need this bill, therefore members of Parliament should vote for it. And we take members in faith, their good word as members of Parliament, and yet we found out it not to be true. Let's take the quote directly from the member from Mississauga-Streetsville. "I rise on a point of order with respect to the debate that took place on February 6th. This is his alleged apology. "I made a statement in the House during the debate that is not accurate, and I just want to reflect that I have not personally witnessed the individuals retrieving voter notification cards from the garbage cans or from the mailboxes of apartment buildings. I have not personally witnessed that activity, and I want the record to properly show that." Here's what he was correcting. "I want to talk a bit about this vouching system again." This is a quote from him. "On mail delivery day, when the voter cards are delivered to community mailboxes and apartment buildings, many of them are discarded in the garbage can or the blue box. I have actually witnessed other people picking up the voter cards, going to the campaign office of whatever candidate they support." How he witnessed them going to other campaign offices is a fascinating bit of evidence to me, but so be it. That'll be for him to rationalize. He's visiting other campaign offices, I suppose, or maybe only had access to one. Going to the campaign office of whatever candidate they support and handing out these voter cards to other individuals who then walk into voting stations with friends who vouch for them with no ID. Does this minister not believe that this kind of thing will get cleaned up properly with this bill? There it is, right there, Mr. Speaker. Does the minister not believe this kind of thing will get cleaned up properly with this bill? I've cited a problem, he says. A problem, voter fraud. I believe that voter fraud is happening because I watched it happen, he says. Well, then we need this piece of legislation to clean up that voter fraud. Yeah? No, not true. This is one piece of evidence the government has used. We've heard the Minister of Democratic Reform, I use that term loosely, time and time again in questions that are put by us, criticisms that are placed before him by the Chief Electoral Officer, by experts in voting, by Preston Manning, for goodness sake. When we ask this Democratic Reform Minister about these particular problems with his bill, what does he say? What does he say? He cites evidence of voter fraud. He cites concerns and conspiracy theories that says, oh, this is a problem, that's why we need the bill. This is a solution looking for a problem. And if they can't find the problem, they invent it. They mislead the House with the so-called fraud that they have seen. Here's his other quote. Earlier this afternoon, this is from the member from Mississauga-Streetsville, I asked the Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification a question. I think my friend from York South, Weston, will appreciate this because just like the riding I represent, there's a lot of apartment buildings in his riding. I will relate to him something I have actually seen. So he's had some time to reflect on this. Do I continue down this path? Did I misspeak earlier, or do I double down on this? Because it's such a good piece of evidence that a sitting member of Parliament actually watched voter fraud go on and people cheat during elections. Well, he doubled down. I will relate to him something I have actually seen. On the mail delivery day, when voter cards are put in mailboxes, residents come home, pick them up out of their boxes and throw them in the garbage can. I have seen campaign workers follow, pick up a dozen of them afterward and walk out. Why are they doing that? They are doing so they can hand those cards to other people who will then be vouched for at a voting booth and vote illegally. This is going to stop, he says, end of quote. This thing is going to stop with their bill. What's going to stop? This thing that didn't happen. Well then why the legislation? Why the bill? And then if A isn't true and we raise concerns B, C, and D, then suddenly B, C, and D start making a lot more sense. If there is an actual voter fraud going on, if these problems that the minister keeps citing, the member for Mississauga-Streetsville keeps mentioning, if that isn't what's going on, then there's something else. And what we see from Neufeld, who wrote the report that the minister so lovely likes to cite, from Canadians when asked, from experts in the field who actually deal with this, that this is a partisan piece of legislation, unprecedented in Canadian history. When reforming our election laws, it has always been the fact that whatever the party, whatever the historical situation, the political preference, the debates of the day, they have always engaged the opposition and Canadians broadly. Why? Because it's not about the Conservative Party of Canada. It is not about their chances of holding on to their slim majority. It is about the Canadian people. It is about the democratic society that we have built and fought for over generations. That's what this should be about, and it's not in this case. What is it? What do we have here? What does this debate become? What is the House of Commons if, when debating something so critical as our electoral laws that guide us in all things, the very legitimacy of governments to make laws, pass budgets, if it is now up to MPs to mislead the House and come back a couple of weeks later and say, never mind that, I misspoke, let's move on, trying to persuade members of Parliament, trying to persuade people watching, people listening, people who care, who don't become cynical. And Lord knows, Mr. Speaker, they've got enough reasons to be cynical. Watching this government destroy the census, fire and muzzle scientists, ignore facts time and again. If the facts don't fit the argument, they switch it around and twist logic to the point of breaking. And we have it here again. Mr. Speaker, it isn't easy to do what the member for Mississauga-Streetsville accomplished. He somehow managed to do something that only a few members of Parliament in the history of this country have been able to do. To be found in contempt of Parliament. To found that they show contempt to Parliament. I don't know how he goes back to his voters and say, I represent you well. That's for him to answer. I don't know how the government House leader and the Prime Minister and all the people that support him on that side feel good about this situation or feel that they haven't stepped a little too far this time and got caught. That who knew that what we say in this place actually matters? Who knew that people were actually listening? Like Elections Canada, like people who had participated in this election where he said he watched fraud happen. Who knew that they were watching? And that when they heard, my goodness, there was electoral fraud in that campaign, we better do something about that, because if that's true, that's a problem. Lo and behold, it wasn't true. Lo and behold, our words do matter. And that when Elections Canada or whoever it was, the Conservative Party contacted this member and said, hey, I know what you said, and we bend the truth all the time in the Conservative Party, but this, you actually may have misled. You may have lied. You got to get back in there and apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You got to get back in there and try to cover this one over. Because what it does is it discredits all the rest of the arguments being made by the government, by the Democratic Reform Minister, by the Prime Minister, as to the necessity of this bill, as to the problems they're looking to correct, allegedly. We have to say allegedly now, with great certainty, because it has now been proven that one of the government's central arguments that has been made in this House not once but twice was not truth, was rumor, was invented, and that the member from Mississauga-Streetsville has a lot to answer. He will do so at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. We will call other witnesses that can bear some light as to how this was found out. Did he have a moment? Mr. Speaker, we see this as grievous. We see contempt for Parliament as one of the worst things a member of Parliament can do to this place and its reputation. We need to restore it, not bring it further down. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the chair, in giving its at the end of its ruling, said that there were too many contradictory statements in this House, and you know, I wonder if every time a Canadian goes to read the record of this House of Commons, if every time they read something that honourable members have said, they have to go and check to see if it was corrected later on. I wonder if they would really think of us as honourable members. You know, things can't be that way. So the question that I have for my honourable colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley is, does he think that there should be a system put into place so that the official record of this chamber may be corrected, so that if anybody reads a statement or looks at a video that was later, where a statement was later corrected, that person sees that statement was corrected later, or that sees in the video that when a member stood up to say something that was retracted later, so that we don't have to worry that something we're reading that was said in this House of Commons was true or not.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yeah, I thank my friend for the question. I'm not sure what specific proposal would be. He's right that Canadians can't check the record, nor should they be expected to check the record every time an MP gets up and says something. I mean, what's the sense of this whole thing if we doubt simply everything and then have to go and fact check it? The ideal is to not lie in the first place, right? To come in with evidence that is true, and when you say you've seen something, that you actually saw it. That's the ideal. That is why we were afforded these privileges that you and I share, Mr. Speaker, and all of our colleagues, that when we stand in this place and say something, then that is deemed we try to trust one another. And that is also hard for Canadians to perhaps believe, that there can be an ability to have vigorous debate and dispute the facts of the matter, or whether the government is telling the truth about a program, but that when somebody says, I saw something, you and I are both, under the rules that guide us in this place, meant to trust one another just at least that much. When these kinds of things happen, when members are found in contempt for this place, that erodes just a little bit more. And there's not that much territory left to us. This has to be corrected. The government has to realize its ways. It has to allow for cross-country hearings on this bill, to allow Canadians to have their say and actually have the truth about how our elections ought to work in Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. It is indeed a sad day, because the decision that will be made by this committee will be studied and will have an impact in the Westminster systems around the world, because that's how the parliamentary system works. Contempt of Parliament is about the interference and obstruction with the making of laws in a country. In Australia, that's a crime. You obstruct Parliament in your duty, you go to jail. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks about the importance that, even though we have a Conservative-dominated committee, that because we are part of a much larger system of parliamentary democracy that goes back centuries, that the decision that will be made on this deliberate interference and undermining of the creation of a law in Canada, what significance it has for the overall credibility of the parliamentary system worldwide.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
As has been famously said, it's a terrible system, but great when compared to the alternatives. I won't speak specifically to what measures the committee may take. I don't sit on this committee. I have great confidence in the New Democratic members that do. The fact that in Australia the repercussions are more than a slap on the wrist, one faces jail time, would certainly give pause to members when debating a bill, when bringing forward evidence and facts, to say, boy, don't get caught out like Bev Oda did, and don't get caught out like the member from Mississauga-Streetsville and Mr. Eggleton. Because while you may be impassioned about a certain debate one way or the other, it doesn't justify a lie. It doesn't allow you to hold the place in contempt, to think of Parliament, and for a member of Parliament to do it. For somebody who makes this their service, their occupation, something that they would hopefully hold pride in, to think of this Parliament as a contemptuous place, as something where we feel we have no duty-bound honor. In terms of the effect on other Westminster systems, you, Mr. Speaker, would know that we are constantly relying on the rulings and the guidance from other Westminster-style parliaments, both from the UK and around the world. The fact that this is going on here in Canada, it starts small, but the effects of it linger. If one was to bring forward a proposal in which contempt was then to lead to more serious consequences than they do right now, I would expect the Conservative Tough on Crime Party to be the first ones in line. The fact that they've been in power for 8 years and haven't made the suggestion yet may offer insights more into the way that they put their talking points together than their true interest in making this place less contemptible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tread carefully here. I happen to count the member for Mississauga-Streetsville as a friend, and I know him to be a good person. But I need to see these statements as being incomprehensibly at odds. And I commend the official opposition for raising this, and I thank the Speaker for allowing us to dig into it. So I'd like to pose, as I probably won't be allowed to say anything in committee, an alternative explanation, and hope that my members and friends and colleagues will look in that direction, and that's at the direction of Prime Minister's office, that writes all the speeches for Conservative members. I don't happen to believe that Bev Oda lied, by the way. I can use her name. She's no longer in this place. At least she didn't lie when she initially said she didn't put the not in there. It's clear to me from the chronology of events on the signing of those documents that she signed the document to approve funding to Kairos, and that subsequently somebody in the Prime Minister's office said, you're not allowed to do that, we don't like those people, and they put in the not, and then she covered for it. That, to me, is the chronology that makes the most sense. In this instance, to me, as a somewhat objective observer, I think the chronology that makes sense is that an over-torqued speech was handed to a member who then read it, who realized he couldn't live with having said something he never said. I hope that when this goes to committee, we'll actually seek out truth and not just seek out one member to destroy a reputation, because, as I said, I know this to be a good person.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I thank my friend for her question. I think she misguides herself on the motivations for this. She talks about destroying people. This is about maintaining Parliament's dignity. What shred of it is left after we hear the contemptuous comments from across the way on a daily basis. Her question is about whether these torqued-up speeches, as she calls them, from the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's office has been famous and takes great credit and pride in the fact that the control is near obsolete. We had the Conservative backbench rallying against this control, as you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, seeking to make their own statements prior to question period, being allowed to use their own thoughts and words as members of Parliament, while also existing in the Conservative Party of Canada. What a fascinating idea that would be. Two worlds collide, Mr. Speaker. The idea that perhaps he got these comments directly from the Prime Minister's office in a pre-prepared speech, I don't know. I read through the Hansard, the official record of this place. They seem to be comments made. Perhaps they were in the speech and then they get reinforced, and as I said in my comments, you double down when it seems to sound pretty good and justify a very bad bit of legislation. I don't know. I can't speak to the motivations, but I can speak to the fact of what this effort is about. The Speaker's ruling is not seeking to destroy somebody. Our attempts on this question of privilege is not seeking to destroy somebody. It's seeking to empower the House of Commons and provide it with the dignity that it was designed to have in the debates that we have, so that members could come in here, speak truthfully, be understood to be speaking the truth from their interpretation of it, and allow rigorous debate to take place, and even occasionally, Mr. Speaker, find common ground. Heaven forbid that Parliament was allowed to do what it actually was meant to do under a Conservative government. But the fact remains, this is more than about the member from Mississauga-Streetsville. This is a pattern language. This is a problem. And this is a serious debate because it's about our election laws. It's about that pillar, that foundation of our democracy, and to be so free with the truth and so at ease with whether something like electoral fraud did or didn't happen is reprehensible. Regardless of the individual and the qualities of the individual, it matters. Lo and behold, it matters. Isn't this a good day? A good day over a very bad thing. Let's correct this. Let's make sure that the punishments and the consequences meet the crime, as Conservatives are so often happy to say. I'm talking about other people, not talking so much about Conservatives, but we'll find out. It is a Conservative-dominated committee. This is a concern. We hope that it will be all in public, that it will allow the free and transparent view of this case, and that everyone can see the motivations behind not only the misleading in the first place, but the correction after the fact. Why it took 2 weeks, who talked to the member, talked to Elections Canada, were they notified, other people who participated in the election, and whatever witnesses the committee deems to call. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The honourable member for Louis-Hébert on the Quebec Bridge.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague opposite for delivering his remarks, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I consider an extremely important motion that has been brought forward, and the topic we are discussing this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is the responsibility of members of Parliament to speak truthfully and accurately when they are in this place. In fact, any time an MP speaks even outside of this place, I think we all hope that we would be speaking with a great degree of accuracy. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that there's been a few things that have been said this afternoon that have not been accurate. I want to, number one, try and set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, my friend, the opposition House Leader, has spoken and mentioned several times in his intervention that the member from Mississauga-Streetsville was lying. Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true. The Speaker's ruling, Mr. Speaker, and an earlier ruling by former Speaker Milliken in the Eglinton case, both stated that the respective speakers did not find that the member in question had deliberately misled the House. Merely that he was referring this issue to committee for further clarification and further examination. So I take issue with my colleague opposite, who is trying to characterize the comments made by the member from Mississauga-Streetsville as lying, because that simply is not what the Speaker has found. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I want to point out here, and I don't think it really needs to be pointed out to members, particularly any member who has been here for any length of time, as my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands said, that there are opportunities, Mr. Speaker, when all members, and I emphasize all members, tend to torque their language a little bit, perhaps to embellish, to exaggerate. Is that something that we should encourage? Certainly not. Does it happen regularly? Yes, it does. I point out, Mr. Speaker, that even today in question period, and I only noticed one instance, there may have been more, but certainly in one instance, Mr. Speaker, when a member from the Liberals, the member from Markham-Unionville, in question period, with a prepared question, was questioning the Minister of Finance, he misspoke about how many budgets our government ran in deficit. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker had mentioned, as did my honourable colleague, that there are 3 thresholds to be met to be found whether or not there should be a point of privilege. The member from Markham-Unionville is a former member of Cabinet. I believe he was a Minister of Revenue, Canada. I believe he also has serious bona fides when it comes to economics and finance. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the member knew full well what our record was, and we did not run 8 consecutive deficit budgets as he suggested in his question. That is simply not the case. And, Mr. Speaker, I suggest the member from Markham-Unionville knew that. Secondly, I believe he knew his statement was wrong when he made his statement. And thirdly, that he knowingly was aware the statement was wrong as he presented it. So my point, Mr. Speaker, is should we then bring down a point of privilege on the member from Markham-Unionville? I don't think that's going to happen. You know why? Because statements like that are made routinely in this Parliament. I am not defending them. I'm not suggesting that it was wrong, and I know my friends from the Liberal side are heckling because they don't like it when the truth hurts, Mr. Speaker. The truth hurts. If you want to have a serious debate about this, I would encourage my friends to listen.
Listen up.
But I am suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that this happens perhaps all too routinely in this place. But should it then be considered contempt? My friend opposite continues to make the point that this was contempt. Again, that is simply not accurate. The Speaker has merely referred this to committee for an examination. Mr. Speaker, what I would point out to you is 2 or 3 points that we already know. And that is, yes, the member from Mississauga-Streetsville did misspeak. He admits it freely. But, Mr. Speaker, he has also come back to this House, admitted what he said on February 6th was not accurate. He has corrected the record. He has apologized. And now, Mr. Speaker, all facts are known in this case. Now, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite think that that was a matter of contempt, that the member from Mississauga-Streetsville deliberately misled this House, when in fact the Speaker in his ruling suggested that this was simply not the case. But what the problem we have now before us, Mr. Speaker, is that because the member from Mississauga-Streetsville came back to this place, corrected the record, he is now facing possible sanction. And what the consequence of this may be, Mr. Speaker, what the net result of this may be, is that the truth begins to be pushed underground. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you, and I doubt that I would have any opposition from members across the floor, had the member from Mississauga-Streetsville said nothing, had the member from Mississauga-Streetsville not come back to this place and admitted that he has spoken in error, nothing would have been done. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would point out to you, and I haven't heard this yet in debate, that prior to the member coming back here, he had actually corrected the record at committee, at Procedure and House Affairs. When the Minister of State of Democratic Reform appeared before the committee, the member from Mississauga-Streetsville stated on the issue of voter ID cards and vouching that he had heard from people that had worked for him in his prior business many times that they had seen this type of action, where people would go into the blue boxes and the garbage bins in apartment buildings and withdraw voter ID cards. But he said that was anecdotal, that he had not seen it personally, he has not seen it directly. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, by that alone, it speaks to the fact that the member from Mississauga-Streetsville was not deliberately trying to mislead this House. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would also point out one other fact. My friend, the opposition House leader, had spoken of whether or not the comments from the member from Mississauga-Streetsville were done deliberately in a prepared text. I would point out to you that they simply were not. When he made those comments, and they were inaccurate, and I will not defend that, they were certainly inaccurate, they were done when he was making extemporaneous comments. They were not part of his prepared text, which means to me, Mr. Speaker, most certainly that he was not deliberately trying to mislead this House. Had he done so in a prepared text, Mr. Speaker, then I would probably have to agree that this was indeed a deliberate misrepresentation of the facts. He did so in the heat of debate. He did so speaking extemporaneously. And yet, Mr. Speaker, now, if we were to believe members opposite, he should be punished for speaking honestly. By correcting the record, he should then be punished by a finding of contempt. I don't know how many times, Mr. Speaker, members opposite have also met this threshold of speaking something that was not true, knowingly speaking something that was not accurate, and yet we haven't seen contempt rulings brought forward when members opposite torque the debate, whether it be in questions and question period or in general debate on a piece of legislation. Should it happen? Absolutely not. Would I like to see everything said in this place to be said in a reasoned, sensible manner and to be devoid of the partisanship that we see all too often? Of course. Members opposite, particularly the one from Timmins St. Bay, who is laughing at this heckling, is probably the poster boy for people who can torque issues.
Here, 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 here.
Yet, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we've ever seen anyone bring forward a matter of privilege or trying to find that member in contempt. Is it distasteful? From time to time it certainly is. Is it personal? Many times it is. Do members on our side do the same? Yes, we do. Now, Mr. Speaker, since the chair has not found the member to have lied, even though my colleagues opposite keep trying to tell that tale, they perhaps should stand up and set the record straight. Because the chair did not find the member from Streetsville, Mississauga Streetsville, to have deliberately misled this House. In other words, they did not find that he had lied. Merely that the committee should take an examination and try and clarify the comments surrounding his statements of February the 6th. So, Mr. Speaker, while I know the opposition wants to try and convince Canadians that there's some nefarious reason behind the comments of my colleague from Mississauga Streetsville, I would purport to you and everyone else in this place, Mr. Speaker, that he merely did that what so many of us have done previously. In the heat of debate, simply gone overboard. Simply gone overboard. Again, no excuse for that, Mr. Speaker. We do have a responsibility to speak accurately. But if there's anyone in this place who can stand in his place today and say that in his entire or her entire career in politics, they have never torqued a comment, they have never exaggerated a claim, they have never perhaps gone a little beyond the pale when it comes to making comments during debate, let them speak now, Mr. Speaker, because that'll be the first person that I've found, and I've been in politics an awful long time, that could make that claim. That's how we are conditioned, Mr. Speaker. That's what we do. It is not right to do so. The member from Mississauga Streetsville recognizes that, first and foremost. No one else had brought this forward before my colleague stood in his place in this chamber and admitted to the House that what he said on February 6 was not accurate. He apologized for his comments. He set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. Now, my friend, the opposition House leader, said that he should not be congratulated for that. I agree. But at the very least, Mr. Speaker, he should not be condemned for setting the record straight. He did what every responsible member of Parliament should do, is when you misspeak in this House, if you say something that is not accurate, you have an obligation to come back and correct the record. My colleague did that. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as I point out to you, he did so earlier at committee when the Minister of State for Democratic Reform appeared. Now, Mr. Speaker, how can we talk about motivation? My friend opposite talks about motivation. He wants to explore motivation. It's quite simple. We work, we live, we act, and we react in a hyper-partisan environment. There's certainly enough blame to be thrown around on all sides of the House. The opposition obviously will say that this partisanship, this mean-spirited environment, and this culture that we seem to live in these days is caused by our government. Arguments can be made opposite. Again, members opposite who seem to be doing most of the heckling seem to be the ones who are most prone to making these personal, vitriolic, sometimes hyper-partisan attacks during question period. And, Mr. Speaker, that's the environment that we live in. It's unfortunate. I recall also, Mr. Speaker, just as a bit of an aside of this, I recall when former leader of the NDP, Jack Layton, first came to this place as the official opposition leader. And he pledged that his party would bring a new sense of decorum and respect to this place. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that didn't last very long. And I honestly wish this. I had great admiration for Mr. Layton, I think as most of us did in this place. I wish that spirit of decorum and respect that he talked of was evident today. I think this place would be a better place for debate. But on the issue, Mr. Speaker, that is before us today, I simply state once again what we know, and that is that the member misspoke. He came back to this place, admitted that he had not spoken accurately on February the 6th. He apologized for his comments and not speaking accurately, and all the facts are now known and before us, Mr. Speaker. This has happened many times in the past in this place, and there have not been findings of contempt in all of the times that I've been here when a member has stood in this place and apologized. Apparently, it is not sufficient for members of the opposition. I can understand that. They're trying to score some political points here, and I do not begrudge them that, Mr. Speaker. That's what opposition parties do. They oppose Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act. We understand that. We understand they're trying to do everything in their power to delay, obstruct, or perhaps even kill that piece of legislation. I get that. I get that. But that's what I believe is truly behind the motion we are debating today. If you want to talk about motivation, Mr. Speaker, let's ask what is the motivation for the point of privilege that was first raised. And that is, Mr. Speaker, to delay discussion of the Fair Elections Act at committee as long as possible. We have here a debate, Mr. Speaker. As you well know, procedurally, this debate is unlimited. No legislation will be brought forward as long as we are debating this point of privilege. And, Mr. Speaker, I was somewhat surprised, frankly, when the motion was made to refer this committee that the opposition didn't put a deadline on it, because that would have perhaps forced this privilege to be dealt with immediately at committee and then further delayed any attempts at examination of Bill C-23. Perhaps they'll bring an amendment forward to try and do just that. But that's the motivation that I see, Mr. Speaker. And that's what's driving this debate today. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me just say in conclusion that I agree, and I believe my colleague, the member from Mississauga-Streetsville, would also agree, that if you do not speak accurately in this place, records should be corrected. If you do not speak with accuracy on any point, whether it be legislation or during debate, it should not be tolerated. But, Mr. Speaker, when, Mr. Speaker, is it the right thing to do to punish someone for correcting the record? When do you become a victim, Mr. Speaker, for speaking what you needed to say, and that is to correct the record? Mr. Speaker, I don't think we'll be getting much reasoned debate from members opposite on this point, but I think it was imperative, Mr. Speaker, for I to at least put on the record what we do know. There is no deliberate misrepresentation in the eyes of the chair. The reference to committee was simply to try and clarify and determine exactly what the member said and why he said it, and for that we agree, Mr. Speaker. But for anything else, Mr. Speaker, to be said that there was a deliberate attempt to misrepresent is simply not the case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to comments and questions from my members opposite.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yeah. So, thank my friend for his comments. First of all, what we're dealing with, because we have this debate, is because the Speaker did find a prima facie case of contempt. My friend says there's some problem of accuracy. That's not the problem here. It wasn't that the member for Mississauga-Streetsville was inaccurate. He attempted to mislead the House. And what the Chair found, what the Speaker of the House of Commons found, is that he managed to satisfy all three criteria for showing contempt to Parliament. That he knowingly misled the House, that he was aware of it at the time, that his attempt to mislead the House was intentional. These are not easy things to do. He seems to dismiss them as there's some point of fact that was inaccurate, and so he just corrected it, and what's the big deal? It happens all the time. It happens all the time? Really? That members walk into this House knowingly misleading the place, attempting to contort the debate? He says it's torquing up. It's not torquing something up. That's rhetoric. This wasn't about rhetoric, and that's not what the Speaker said. So I'm not sure if he's actually challenging the ruling that came down. It seems that way. He says, oh, there was no prima facie case of contempt found. That's what the NDP believe. No, my friend. Now, the Speaker also agrees with us, you see. So if the member from the Conservatives like to challenge the chair, then he's able to make that kind of point. That's not what's happening here. He said also all the facts are known. Wow. Well, that's great. I'd like you to leave some of those with us this afternoon as to what the facts of the case are. He says, oh, the member had a moment of conviction, and that's why he came back, and that he's the product of his environment. I wish they thought that about all Canadians when misdeeds happened, that they're just products of their environment. My question is this. Is he challenging the chair? Is he suggesting that it's only the NDP that have found a prima facie case of contempt? Or is it in fact the Speaker of the House that I heard this afternoon making that ruling?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, my friend opposite is trying to contort my words. What I said, Mr. Speaker, was an accurate reflection of the Chair's ruling, and that is the Chair found there was no deliberate – the member from Mississauga Streetsville did not deliberately mislead the House. Check the blues. I'm afraid my friend opposite doesn't understand what the Chair said. But, Mr. Speaker, let me point out again what I said in debate, and I'm glad to see the member from Markham Unionville has joined us. Because, Mr. Speaker, it happens often. It happens frequently. I use the example today. What happened in question period? My friend opposite says, do I just simply think that this happens routinely? Well, it happened routinely today. The member from Markham Unionville stood up in question period with a preordained, pre-planned question and did not tell with any accuracy his question on deficit budgets. Now, I point out that he must have known this when he stated the question. He's a learned man. He has a background in finance and economics. He was a member of the former Liberal cabinet, so he knew what he was saying was incorrect. He knowingly knew it, and yet he still spoke it. Does that mean then, Mr. Speaker, we should bring a point of privilege against the comments from the member from Markham Unionville? I don't think so. It happens in this place, Mr. Speaker. Is it right? No, it is not. But it happens. That's the point I was making. That's the point that my member and my friend opposite conveniently ignores.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be afforded the opportunity to address the issue in a little bit more detail in a few minutes. I do have a specific question for the member. When he talks about the issue of misspeaking, and, I've been a parliamentarian for over 20 years, last few years here in Ottawa, and I have seen the many opportunities through those years where individuals were challenged in terms of did they speak the truth or did they not speak the truth. We know it's against our rules, Mr. Speaker, to intentionally mislead the House. Very rarely do we get as far as we have in regards to the Speaker affording the opportunity to have a further debate on the motion. This is not simply a misspeak. The question that I have for the Parliamentary Secretary is, does he know if, in fact, the member from Mississauga, Streetsville, if he was actually approached by Elections Canada or the Commissioner and asked about his comments? There is allegations that were very serious, that in fact that might have been a motivating factor. Has the member actually asked his colleague whether or not that was the motivating factor for him to come before the chamber to apologize? Does he know whether or not Elections Canada or the Elections Commissioner was in contact with the member from Mississauga Streetsville?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Simple answer to the question, Mr. Speaker, is no, I do not know. But I have spoken with my colleague, who said that when he took a look at the blues and saw the comments that he made in February the 6th, he decided to come back here and set the record straight. Pure and simple. Pure and simple. Mr. Speaker, if you think about everyone who has spoken in this place over the years, and if, again, I point out, if you ask every single member who has ever served in this place, did he ever at any time perhaps either cross the line by embellishing, by exaggerating, or, as I pointed out today with our friend, the member from Markham Unionville, did he say something that wasn't completely accurate? I think the answer would be yes. That doesn't make it right, but it happens. I would just simply point out that to prevent that from happening, Mr. Speaker, would be nigh on impossible. I think, do we need to encourage people to be extremely considered in their comments, in their questions? Absolutely. But, Mr. Speaker, from time to time, mistakes happen. What needs to be done is those mistakes should be corrected, and that's what my colleague did here.
Questions
and comments. The honourable member for Sherbrooke.
Oh, pardon-moi.
I'm sorry, the honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. That's all right. That's a good sign. Mr. Speaker, what I find quite interesting in my colleague's comments, the parliamentary secretary, is that he talks a lot, as our House leader said earlier on, there's a lot of rhetoric, and clearly we use some inflammatory language sometimes, and we can have debates, but at the end of the day, to say something in the heat of the moment, if that had been the case, would have been one thing. But the fact that he said this, he was confident in what he was saying, and I think that when we talk about these kinds of things, we're really at a sad point if we have to defend our Liberal colleagues. But, for example, the colleague from Unionville Markham was talking about financial issues. Now, if you tell me, for example, that I'm lying because I forgot my friend's birthday date, that's another story. I mean, we're talking about crimes committed here during an election, and when these kinds of statements are made in the full confidence in which they were made, there's a serious problem, as was the case here, and the Speaker referred to this in his decision. The Speaker really, I think, agreed on this, and I think the Parliamentary Secretary really should think about the dubious comparisons that he's making.
Well, I completely reject the premise that any comments I was making were devious. I would point out, however, when he speaks about forgetting his friend's birthday, I can assure the member opposite, if I ever forgot my wife's birthday, and I have at time, it would be considered a crime. But, Mr. Speaker, let me again point out the example I used here, and he referenced it in his question. The question posed by the member from Markham, Unionville today, who stated in question period that our government had come in with 8 consecutive deficit budgets. He knows that not to be true. He knows that not to be true, Mr. Speaker, yet he said it anyway. Now, does that mean, Mr. Speaker, we should hold him or find him in contempt? This happens all the time. I am not defending it. I'm not suggesting it is right, but it happens. It happens, Mr. Speaker. What should be done, and I certainly encourage my colleague from Markham Unionville, perhaps even as early as tomorrow, to set the record straight. I doubt that he will, however. What should happen in cases like this is to take the action exactly that my colleague from Mississauga Streetsville did, and to come in this place, apologize, and set the record straight. He did the right thing, Mr. Speaker. The NDP wishes to punish him for it. I find that, to say the very least, unfortunate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe right from the get-go to state that it is very important to recognize that intentionally to mislead the House of Commons is in fact against our rules, and to do so would be in contempt of Parliament. I think it's very important that we make it very clear as to what it is that the member actually stated, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to go back to February 6th, and this is what the member from Mississauga Streetsville stated. Mr. Speaker, and I quote, I want to talk a bit about the vouching system again. I know the minister represents an urban city. I am from a semi-urban area of Mississauga, where there are many high-rise apartment buildings. On mail delivery day, when the voter cards are delivered to the community mailboxes in an apartment buildings, many of them are discarded in the garbage can or blue box. Now, this is the real important part that I'm about to read, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be highlighted. This is exactly what he said on February the 6th. I have actually witnessed other people picking up the voters' cards, going to the campaign office of whatever candidate they support, and handing out these voter cards to other individuals who then walk into voting stations with friends who vouch for them with no ID. That is, in fact, what the member stated, Mr. Speaker. That is not a misspeak. This is during very important legislation, the Bill C-23, where the government, which is really, as much as possible, speaks right from the Prime Minister's office. They are consistent in terms of things coming from the Prime Minister's office, and this particular member maybe fell a little bit outside of the speaking notes, and he gave what he was, at that time, he believed, an accurate statement, Mr. Speaker. And let there be no doubt that that would have misled individuals if it turned out not to be true. So he said that back in early February. Well, Mr. Speaker, a day later, and this is what I found very interesting, because I shouldn't say a day later, I'll get to the day later right away. Rather, a couple of weeks or a few weeks later, he stood up to apologize to the House. And, Mr. Speaker, that was on February the 24th. And he stated at that point, I rise on a point of order with respect to the debate that took place on February 6th in this House regarding the Fair Elections Act. I made a statement in the House during the debate that is not accurate. I just wanted to reflect that fact that I have not personally witnessed individuals retrieving voter notification cards from the garbage cans or from the mailbox areas of apartment buildings. I have not personally witnessed that activity and want the record to properly show that. Well, Mr. Speaker, on the following days when we had the matter of privilege being raised, during that privilege, on behalf of the Liberal Party, I had the opportunity to respond. And in my response, in part of my response, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to again go to exactly what it is that I said when I addressed the issue in terms of the matter of privilege on behalf of the Liberal Party. And this is what I said then. We should get more clarification from the member on why he waited so long to apologize. Is it because Elections Canada approached the member after reviewing what he said? It is a very serious allegation. Did the member share his concerns with Elections Canada prior to raising them here in the House? It seems to me that the reason the member stood yesterday is he felt that his statement in the House was going to be looked at seriously by Elections Canada and other stakeholders because the accusation that he made during second reading was serious. There was illegal behavior within that election which the member would have been aware of if we believe what he said actually took place. Mr. Speaker, that's what I had said back on my response to the matter of privilege. The following day, there was a story that appeared in one of the media outlets. And, you know, I believe that we should give some credit to where credit is due. And, again, I'm going to take this as just allegations or concerns raised through a media report. And it comes from actually Stephen Best, the chief agent of the Animal Alliance Environment Voters Party of Canada. He said he complained to Canada's chief electoral officer, Mark Mayrand, about Mr. Butt's claim and was told the case would be referred to the Commissioner of Elections Canada. And then I have a quote from the particular article. I have asked that EC's records to be searched to see if the matter of possible fraudulent voting had been brought to our attention either here at headquarters or at the returning officer office for Mississauga Streetsville. I have also forwarded your information to the Commissioner of Canada Elections for his review and independent consideration of any possible action that may be warranted. End of quotes. Mr. Mayrand replied according to an email that was provided by Mr. Best. It continues to go on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Best made the complaint on February 7th, the day after Mr. Butt spoke in the House of Commons. I posed the question, Mr. Speaker, to the parliamentary. Oh, I'm sorry, the member from from Mississauga Streetsville. Mr. Speaker, I posed the question to the parliamentary secretary, straight up. What did Elections Canada or the Commissioner or anyone from within Elections Canada, in essence, did they, in fact, contact the member in question? And the Parliamentary Secretary had indicated that he was not aware of it, that he didn't talk about it. I think that the member from Mississauga-Streetsville should come clean on this issue, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we should afford him, and as much as possible, approach the Proc Committee in which I sit on in an open fashion and have the member come forward to the committee. It would be good to be able to have Elections Canada come before the committee as a witness. Might even be appropriate to ask Mr. Best to be able to come before the committee. What we're interested in, Mr. Speaker, is to get to the truth of the matter at hand. And that is, did the member from Mississauga-Streetsville intentionally mislead the House? When I look over the information that has been provided to me, in the experience that I've acquired over the past number of years as a parliamentarian, I believe that there is grounds for us to have a thorough look at the matter and ultimately come up with some form of a consensus, Mr. Speaker, and I want to underline the word consensus. We recognize that the government has a majority. I believe that we need to achieve a consensus in the Procedures and House Affairs Committee in a manner in which we can deal with this in order to come back to the House. Mr. Speaker, there is so much more that I can talk about. The whole issue of the lack of confidence that Canadians have in what we're currently debating inside the committee today in regards to the Fairness Act. That's the legislation that the member was talking about. We have some very serious issues. We trust and have to have faith that when a member stands in his or her place, that they are in fact reporting accurately. I do know that at times innocent mistakes will take place. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that this goes far beyond some sort of an innocent mistake. That's what it would appear to be, Mr. Speaker, and that's the reason why we in the Liberal Party support the motion going to the Proc Committee. We would like to ultimately see this issue dealt with as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been here listening to the debate this afternoon on this motion of privilege. And my question to the member from the Liberal Party was simply this. I recall being here in 2010, and the member from St. Paul, which I believe is a Liberal-held riding, posted on their website details of a bill that had not been presented in the House yet, and which is against the privileges of everybody in this House. The member from St. Paul understood that they made that mistake, came to the House, apologized, and that apology was accepted, Mr. Speaker, by the House. As for the 8.5 years that I've been here, 8 and a bit, people do make mistakes. Members of Parliament do make mistakes. We are human, by the way. We do make mistakes, and when we do, we come here and we apologize and we correct the record, and that's what the member has done. So my question is this. Does the member believe that the House should, if we accepted the apology from the member from St. Paul for violating everybody's privilege based on posting information about a bill that has not been presented to the House of Commons yet, why are they not accepting the apology and the correction of the record of the member from Mississauga-Streetsville? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you can't compare apples to oranges in this situation. What I would highlight is what makes this issue as unique as it is that we actually have the Speaker of the House recognizing that there's something wrong here. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, if we were to rise on every piece of misinformation, whether it's intentional or not, and sometimes it's a challenge in that whole area, Mr. Speaker, we would probably be rising quite a bit inside the House. We question the government in a lot of things that the government says, Mr. Speaker. But the issue that we have before us has crossed a line. And even the Speaker has recognized that, Mr. Speaker. So to that end, I would suggest to you that we need to have this issue being discussed in Proc Committee, and that's the reason why I would encourage swift passage of the motion so that we can do just
questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm finding it very concerning that the Conservatives across, I guess I'm not surprised at their behaviour, but they seem to forget that we are here to make laws. This is a place of law. So that when you walk into the House of Commons and you attempt to mislead a bill that's setting the laws about the democratic rights of this country, that is a serious issue, Mr. Speaker. And what we see across is a clown act from the Conservatives about the fact that if you come in and you lie to Parliament, that is a contempt, because contempt means the interference of the work of the House of Commons. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the Conservatives are saying, oh, they embellished, oh, they torqued, oh, it was actually, they're now victims over there. They're always victims when they get caught committing criminal acts and other misbehavior. But I want to ask about the motivation. It was the motivation of the member to come in and mislead this House, claiming he had witnessed crimes. I want to ask my colleague, he's been in here parliamentarian 20 years. Has he ever seen a parliamentarian stand in the House and claim to witness crimes that never happened?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, it underlines the fact that it is a very serious allegation that was made on February the 6th, which begs the question what it is that the member would have done after witnessing that sort of voter fraud, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, there must have been something that caused the member to ultimately come back several weeks later. And that's the reason why the person that I'm most interested, there's two people that we should be very interested in hearing from at the committee. One is the member himself to come before and provide details as to what it is that he said and what was the motivation for him to come to apologize, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that the motivation might have been that he was finding himself into a bit of awkwardness, to put it nicely, trouble, quite possibly, Mr. Speaker, because we understand through at least one media report that, in fact, Elections Canada had been made aware of his allegation that he made here on February the 6th. And if that was the motivating factor that caused him to come and apologize, that's quite different, and it's very serious, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to the debate here on this question, and I'm stunned to hear what we're discussing. I think that all this happened first and foremost. First of all, I have to say that what happened with the member we're discussing is completely unacceptable. Let's say that at the outset. You can't lie to the House like that deliberately and then say it was an error in judgment. It was an error, it was a mistake, and simply apologize. No, it's very serious. What we have to understand, too, is how can such a thing happen in the House of Commons? I think it starts quite simply with the bad intentions of the Conservative government that brought forward this Unfair Elections Act, a piece of legislation that's very hard to defend, something indefensible. It brings about problems and false arguments to try to convince citizens that the bill is a good one. So that's what I wanted to say to my honourable colleague regarding this issue before us today.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday I was in the PROC committee, and the member from Mississauga Streetsville is actually a member of that committee. And that's why one of the reasons that I believe it's very important that we actually allow this motion to ultimately get dealt with today, because I do believe it's important for us to clear the air on this particular issue. So I appreciate the members' comments. I hope that we'll be able to deal with this issue as quickly as possible, in fairness both to the member and the committee of PROC, which has a great deal of work on its current agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. For his statement, rather. Whether one characterizes the conduct as lying or misleading or prima facie contempt, really isn't the question for the member. If a member knowingly misstates something, knows that that's the case with an intention to mislead, and then comes back at a subsequent sitting of Parliament to correct it, I'd invite my much more experienced parliamentary friend to comment on the implications for parliamentary debate if that were not, in fact, contempt of Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
The key here is the issue of intentionally misled. There's many mistakes that are often made inside the House during debate, and often we will see members stand in their place to apologize. What we have to recognize is what makes this so unique is there is so much evidence that is there, or allegations, evidence that is there that would give the impression that in fact there is just cause to believe that there was an attempt to intentionally mislead, which ultimately is a contempt of Parliament. And the Speaker has, through allowing this debate, recognized just how important this issue is. The other thing that I would make quick reference to is the fact that you've got to remind members that not only is it an important ruling for the House of Commons here, but think in terms of the ramifications in other jurisdictions, whether it's provincial legislatures or even potentially other Commonwealth jurisdictions that have a parliamentary system. It is indeed a very, very important ruling that we've witnessed here today, and ultimately it's important that we ensure that the matter get dealt with in a timely fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Toronto Damp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And don't rise with light heart to participate in this debate. The member from Mississauga Streetsville is a member of the committee on which I sit, and I do want to make sure that I'm as fair as I possibly can be. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we know a couple of things about the chronology, and that will, I think, help explain why the Speaker felt it's important that we actually have this matter go to committee. First thing is that the misleading statement was made twice on the same day. It was more detail the first time, and just in more general terms the second time. The second thing is that the retraction, I'm not going to call it an apology because that's not the way it was phrased. It was just a statement that what I said before was not accurate. That's the way it was framed. It was 19 days later. That was February 25th. So we have 19 days for something that was said twice. And it really does lead us into the territory of needing to know more from our honourable friend from Mississauga Streetsville, which is why I think it's entirely appropriate that the Speaker has remitted this, believes this should be remitted to committee. We do need to know because, to be fair to us, the member from Mississauga Streetsville did not offer any serious explanation as to how it is that he could have made that kind of mistake. It clearly was misleading the House, so the impact is there. But what was behind that, I think we do have a right to know by way of a fuller explanation before the committee. So this is why I think I do take a different tack from my honourable colleagues from across the way when they say, why not let water flow under the bridge and not pursue it any further. I think this is very, very important. I do want to say that I was personally misled, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't actually there for that part of what was said, but it got to me quite early on. And I spent a little bit of time sending out emails, asking researchers to start looking for the real-world evidence that what had been described in the House could have happened. Had there been reports to Elections Canada of this kind of behavior? Any social science evidence that what my colleague had said was true? Because you know what, Mr. Speaker? I believed him in the sense that that was my presumption. It was only that evening when somebody who was maybe paying more attention than I to exactly what had been said wrote something as a journalist that let me know that, boy, there's something wrong here. Whatever the motivations were, this can't be right. And that's simply because what was said did not make sense. I'm referring to an article by Justin Ling that was written the night of the two statements by my honourable colleague from Mississauga-Streetsville, where it's called Building Poilievre's Electoral Fraud in the Sky. Mr. Speaker, it's not about that's not what the title refers to. It does not, it does not refer to the minister engaging in fraud. It's how the minister's imagining fraud on the part of ordinary citizens. Okay.
For the honourable member and all others, I just want to remind members that you cannot do indirectly what you cannot do directly, and so I didn't quite follow the argument, but the bottom line is that the members cannot use the names of other members in the House during their speeches.
I'm sorry.
And that
Mr.
is...
Speaker, I thought you were going... I'm very sorry. I thought you were concerned that I was using the rest of the title. Okay, I do apologize. So, and I was simply trying to get on record for the sake of the translators. That was not intentional. But I did miss... Actually, no, I was unfortunately too clear. Thank you. No, but Mr. Ling in this piece, so I was referencing it just so that for accuracy's sake, basically said the minister has yet to explain why he feels that there's a danger of citizen fraud, frankly. And he says the minister hasn't explained that, and he says, quote, the MP for Mississauga-Streetsville made an attempt during debate. He told the House that he's seen campaign workers scoop up piles of voter identification cards and then hand them out to dummy voters and then take them all to the polls. Well, unless, I will not use, the member for Mississauga-Streetsville is a super spy and was stalking those campaign workers, or unless it was his campaign that was doing it, that's entirely absurd and made up. You still need a second piece of ID to use those voter identification cards. It has not been, or nor can it be, the sole piece of identification for a voter. The government should get props for expanding the list of usable IDs, but they've utterly failed to explain why these two changes are necessary. Unquote. And so it was only in reading that I realized, yeah, there was some internal contradictions, because with voter identification cards, they can be used, have in recent times, 2008, 2011, along with another piece of ID. They're a second piece of ID. And they're there primarily to show address, but they also have the person's name on them. So the idea that all of these cards are coming into some, say, apartment buildings, and people receiving them, living in an apartment where it's addressed to the previous tenant, they can't do anything with it, right? Because they have to then decide, okay, I've just been mailed this. It has Joe Smith's name on it, and my name is Jim Brown. And now I'm going to have to go and forge some other piece of identity in order to put that card that I just received randomly in the mail that isn't addressed to me, put those two together so I can go vote and commit fraud. It's just completely implausible. So Mr. Ling has picked up on that. And then the rest of what my honourable colleague was referring to, where he, in a couple of his statements, including later on March, well, I believe it is 13th in Proc, yes, indeed, March 13th, was speculating, because at that point the honourable member was talking about how this was an anecdote. He'd heard this about others. He was no longer referring to it as something he'd seen. And he was talking about how these people must have been taking the voter ID cards in order to go vouch. They're two different things. And in fact, the minister in his testimony, in response, I think, maybe to this question, but maybe to another person's question, made clear there's two different things going on. Voter identification cards are being prohibited by C-23. They need a second piece of ID. They're part of formally identifying yourself. Vouching is something that occurs without ID. One person's entitled to vouch for another under certain conditions. And so when our friend from Mississauga-Streetsville was both in his original statements and later statements linking voter identification cards to them being used to vouch, it just struck me that none of it was accurate, quite apart from whether or not the eyewitness part was correct. And so I stopped running around, as I had been doing that afternoon, early evening, trying to figure out how much evidence there is of what our colleague had said. And so I do want to make clear, Mr. Speaker, that in a very real-world way I was misled because I believed him. What I believe is going on is probably best captured by my colleague from Saskatchewan, Parliamentary Secretary, when he said things like, we all go overboard, I believe it's something like that, then, quote, that's how we're conditioned, unquote. I've only been here 2 years, but I honestly don't believe everybody in this House is conditioned to torque, if that's the verb we're now going to use from our friend from Saskatchewan. We can make mistakes, we can exaggerate, but when we go to the level of telling an eyewitness tale twice on the same day and not thinking the second time that, ooh, first time wasn't right, why am I saying it the second time? Then we're in another universe. And I think the universe we're in is that one way or the other, the minister sponsoring this bill has a severe deficit of evidence when it comes to his concerns, his professed concerns, about fraud somehow being associated by way of risk or some actuality, he would have us believe, because of the use of voter identification cards and the practice of vouching. He's not been able to come up with one piece of evidence other than a comedy stunt from Montreal. And as such, I think either his colleagues, some of his colleagues, came to his rescue and said, we need evidence. What better evidence than anecdotes? And if it's not them doing this on their own, it could well have been that there was some kind of a, folks, you've all been around for a while. If you know things, but you can't exactly prove it, why don't you just say them anyway and call them anecdotes? And that's what we've been getting. In fact, if we go through the record of the very short debate on second reading on C-23, it wasn't simply my colleague from Mississauga-Streetsville who told his anecdote, and that's what I'm going to call it now. It's an anecdote that he misrepresented initially as an eyewitness thing, and later in Proc indicated it was an anecdote. But at some level, when you're told to go out there and help create an evidentiary basis where there is no evidence, you've helped create the conditions for somebody to step over the line. And I went on record a couple times before the media saying, I'm not prepared to say this was a lie. It was a clear misleading. It was untruthful. But here I'm being fairly harsh, but I did say maybe he was just hallucinating. Maybe he was just fantasizing. But one way or the other, he was being stoked by the need somewhere to help this government provide evidence for the fact that they've turned C-23 into a bill that makes ordinary citizens the source of fraud in our elections and puts in a deep, deep second place organized fraud such as the sort that we do know has happened in our recent history through the activities or through the databases of at least one political party. And I think it's indisputable that that C-23 has turned everything on its head. The huge focus in it is somehow cleaning up this problem of irregularities that then get spun as creating the risk of fraud. Initially, the minister would have had people believe that irregularities were fraud until he realized that people caught on early that that wasn't a good connection to make. And so from my point of view, the statement by my colleague, who I do really respect from Saskatchewan, that we're all conditioned, I will accept that we're conditioned to act in a partisan and sometimes overly partisan way sometimes. But I have a very hard time accepting that there is some kind of universal conditioning of us as the elected representatives of Canadians to come anywhere close to uttering the inaccurate words of our friend from Mississauga Streetsville. I think it's very important to know that this is not a minor misleading. I'm just talking about the fact that I sort of set off on a path to try to figure out how much truth there was in it. But it was part of, and if it hadn't been corrected 19 days later, partially corrected because the retraction did not retract everything he had said. I will come to that if I have time. But the fact of the matter is that this statement single-handedly would have created the impression, once it was reported, and it was reported, amongst many Canadians paying attention, that there is that kind of problem that he presented. He was an eyewitness, a member of Parliament, eyewitness testimony of people taking voter cards that had been discarded, probably because they were misaddressed or somebody who really is so upset at our political system they have no intention to vote or something along those lines. Somehow they end up at unnamed campaign offices, handed out to unnamed individuals, and then at that point the eyewitness stuff stops and there's some supposition that they're then used to go vote, with this mistaken association between that and using the card for vouching, and I've already explained why that would be a mistake. Huge confusion was created by that statement. And it was only because I happened to read Mr. Ling's paragraphs that kind of told me this didn't work internally. It was therefore probably not true. 19 days of journalists and Canadians paying attention to this, wondering how true or not this was. It was serious. 19 days. And I have to add that it doesn't make it a whole lot better that 2 weeks later, 17 days later, our colleague in Proc just transformed what had been the eyewitness story into a I have heard story. It was really just a matter of saying, okay, I'm going to stand my ground. I should have told this as an anecdote. However much there is no evidence for it, I'm now going to tell it as an anecdote. I can't quite articulate my thinking on this, but the fact of not just giving it a rest, saying twice I said in something extraordinarily inaccurate, February 6th. It took a while, February 19th, for me to say that was wrong. I took a lot of heat for that. Why don't I just sort of, especially as a member of Proc that's considering this bill, why don't I just step back and not keep digging on this example? He didn't. And I think it actually helps circle back on the fact that on the government side of the House, one way or another, MPs are being encouraged to live in the world of anecdotes, to try to give some foundations, evidentiary foundations that are not there for the decision by this government to prohibit the use of voter identification cards and vouching. And it's not a small thing. The figure that everybody in the House probably can recite by heart is that there were 120,000 instances of vouching in 2011. People may not know there were over 800,000 uses of the voter identification card by seniors and residents or persons, a lot of them seniors, in long-term convalescent homes. Something like 75,000 by Aboriginal persons on reserve. And of the students who were given the opportunity in a whole series of campus experiments, 62% of the students used that opportunity to use the voter identification card as a second piece of ID. In no instance that I'm aware of, and I'd love to hear the evidence, we've been asking the House, is there any hint that any one of those virtually 1 million, it's probably more than 1 million because the student number I'm not sure of, was there any fraud? Not one hint or instance of the 1 million Canadians using voter identification cards having somehow been involved in fraud. So it goes to what I was saying earlier, Mr. Speaker, that unfortunately the words of our colleague from Mississauga Streetsville did have an impact because of how they made it look that such a enfranchising practice, which is why Elections Canada determined they would start using on an experimental basis in 2008 and then expanding it in 2011, start using voter identification cards as a second piece of ID because it's the easiest way in some instances to show address. He, in one fell swoop, undermined that whole system and indirectly created confusion because the average person had no idea that a voter identification card cannot be used on its own. And he created confusion as well when he somehow indicated that the single card had something to do with vouching, which it would have nothing to do with. I'll end there, Mr. Speaker. Other than to say, I'll go back to my original point, which is that the Speaker has made a correct ruling that this does need to go to proc. We are all owed a more fulsome explanation than we've received. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member from Toronto Danforth, who clearly, since the bill was introduced, has taken the time to both read it and pour into the Neufeld report. My question is a deeper one, based on his comments on apparently recognizing the error rates, because he quoted some of the error rates to this House involved in vouching. Now, whether those error rates are a result of fraud or just error in the system is not ascertained in the reports, but the error rates are there nonetheless. And what he's referring to is the voter ID card, which has been a pilot in recent years. It's not been a staple of elections in Canada for the last generation. It's been the last two as a pilot, which those cards themselves have a 1/6 error rate. The bigger question I'd like to ask the honourable member is, in the modern age, when there are multiple forms of voter identification, 39 different types of identification, when vouching comes from an age when there was no such photo identification, no such measures, isn't it time that we recognize that those inherent error rates, whether fraudulent or not, are not appropriate in a democracy, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
With great respect to my colleague, the question really goes to the substance of C-23, but my colleague, cited a statistic that, in fact, is part of the tapestry of the lack of evidence. So the 1/6 statistic, the idea that 1/6 of voter identification cards are in error, took us ages to figure out exactly what the minister had been referring to when he uses that figure. And apparently 84%, that's in Elections Canada reports, are up to date and accurate in the sense that when you send out those cards, they reach 84% of the people intended. But what's the significance of the other 16%? The significance is that people who would have been alerted to the fact there was an election don't receive them, so it's a problem in the sense that it might mean that much less of a chance they're going to vote, has no relationship to the potential for fraud. No relationship whatsoever, because the person receiving it has just moved into the house, or the apartment. They don't know who was living there before, maybe until they see this. What are they going to do with it? They're going to somehow turn into a citizen fraudster because Elections Canada has sent them the wrong card, and they're going to go forge a second piece of ID to use that with? No. And that's why the 1/6 figure coming from the minister is itself accurate. It's a figure, but it's deliberately not helping people understand the reality. I will not use another word.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
What's been very disturbing today is the position taken by the Conservative Party is that the NDP have somehow broken the old boys nudge, nudge, wink, wink system that we all, what they use the word torque, we all embellish. You know, this is what we're conditioned to do. We're talking about lying in the House of Commons. I don't believe that that should be considered a common thing. There's a very high threshold for contempt, and one of the key elements for finding contempt was that it's an attempt to mislead the House. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, given his constitutional law background, that when a member walks into the House, when a legislation is being discussed that actually impedes on the rights of Canadians to vote and claims to have witnessed a crime that never occurred, does my honourable colleague believe that this is something that we should just consider as an everyday occurrence, that if you could just make up crimes that you witnessed and never didn't see, that that's an ordinary piece of action in this House? Or does that certainly meet the threshold for misleading and interfering with the work of legislators in creating the laws of this country?
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
I think it's important to go back to my original opening comments about how this actually is serious in terms of the content and who was potentially misled, and that included all Canadians. The fact of associating that with conditioning or a kind of a common political acculturated condition that everybody torques, anybody listening to the debate and hearing that are not going to be feeling much better about their political classes. So I would say that the question is bang on in the sense that please do not include us, please do not include me, and I'm assuming my colleague, in the idea that we've been acculturated and conditioned into somehow or other saying those sorts of things. I think Canadians would be shocked if that's the case. We have enough problems with the nature of our political discourse, how incredibly oversimplified, dumbed down, sometimes nasty, often distorted it can be, without the idea that we're conditioned to engage in misleading statements.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member across for his discussion of this issue, but my understanding is that the Honourable Member from Mississauga Streetville, he apologized to this House, he voluntarily corrected the record. My concern really is this. At the end of the day, this isn't the first time it's happened where a member has had to correct a record and apologize to the House. I'm very concerned about an environment that we're out here, that we're creating this House to punish. That if a member of Parliament from any side of the House, Mr. Speaker, makes a mistake, comes forward and personally corrects the record and apologizes for it, but no, we're going to still punish him. Is that the environment of cooperation and working together that the NDP have always been talking about year after year? That is my question, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
I think it's very important that my colleague know exactly what the retraction, is the language I'm using, was from our colleague on February 24th. Mr. Speaker, quote, I rise on a point of order with respect to debate that took place on February 6th in this House regarding the Fair Elections Act. I made a statement in the House during the debate that is not accurate. I just want to reflect the fact that I have not personally witnessed individuals retrieving voter notification cards from the garbage cans or from the mailbox areas of apartment buildings. I have not personally witnessed that activity and want the record to properly show that, unquote. This is not an apology. This is not an apology. Keep in mind that our colleague said it twice. If this had been phrased as an apology, we might be in a different universe. You might not have had a point of privilege. It was simply I want to correct the record. I want to correct the record. Is not an apology.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour, as always, to rise in this House representing the people of Timmins James Bay. I have to say this is not a happy night because it represents yet another lower and lowering level within the House under this government in terms of their abuse of the system, the Westminster system that we certainly hold dear. When I say it's an honour to rise, and it's a privilege to rise and represent the people of Timmins James Bay, they choose to have me here, and they will choose someday if I'm not to be here. And I respect that, and I understand that I have certain obligations to fulfill while I'm here. There's certain words we use. We use the word privilege. It's an interesting word. We have privileges as members of Parliament. For example, we have privileges that protect us from libel, so that if in a certain instance a question or a comment is heated, within the House we are able to debate that. Sometimes questions have to be asked that may later turn out to be unfounded, but as our role as parliamentarians is to question, to find out whether or not the people of Canada are being represented, we have to have certain privileges to keep us able to do that job. However, with the privilege comes a clear responsibility. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleagues on the other side may not realize it, but we are legislators. Our job is to create the laws of Canada. And we're part of a larger legislative system, the Westminster tradition, Mr. Speaker, so that what is decided here in terms of precedents are looked at in other parliamentary democracies. And one of the key responsibilities that we have as members of Parliament is to speak truthfully in the House, meaning not to lie. That doesn't mean embellishment. That doesn't mean exaggerating. That doesn't mean zigzagging and avoiding. That all happens within the House. But the obligation not to lie is a fundamental principle, because to lie is to mislead the work of parliamentarians. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this situation and put it in context. The threshold for finding someone in a prima facie case of contempt is very, very, very rare. People apologize in this House for saying all manner of things all the time. It's considered after they make their apology that that's the end of it. If someone uses colorful language, I remember back in 2006 to Jim Prentice, who's also from Timmins, I think I used a colorful language about certain human behavior in a washroom in what I thought of his response, and I later said that wasn't appropriate, and I apologized. That was colorful. But that's different, Mr. Speaker, than attempting to mislead the work of Parliament and attempting to undermine. And what contempt is, Mr. Speaker, if you look up the dictionary, parliamentary contempt is interference with the work of Parliament. So, the three criteria that has been found against the member for Mississauga-Streetsville was that he made a statement that was false. In fact, he didn't say it once, he made that statement twice. That he knew it was misleading. And that he did it in an attempt to mislead the House. So let's look at what he did, Mr. Speaker. We're dealing with a bill, this Voter Suppression Act, which is a very disturbing piece of legislation, because what the government has decided to do is not deal with the issues that came out of the 2011 election, which had to do with widespread issues of voter suppression and voter fraud through robocalls. This was judged in the Canadian court system, and they found numerous cases of interference in the right to vote traced back to the Conservative database. Elections Canada was not able to identify the actual perpetrators because the Conservative Party interfered by not putting up any witnesses, interfered with their attempt to find witnesses. So all we know from that court finding was that across Canada, in key ridings, attempts were made to deny Canadians their right to vote, and the Conservative database was used. You would think that clearing up the Elections Act would be to ensure that the Elections Canada have the powers to subpoena witnesses and to examine and go in and examine who had access to that database where actual fraud occurred. But this bill, Mr. Speaker, doesn't deal with that at all. What it does is it flips the issue, so we're not talking in the House any longer about known cases of voter suppression and voter fraud by unknown Conservative operatives. Now the onus is on average Canadians. What the government is telling us is that it's average Canadians who are defrauding the system. There's not been one case, not one case brought forward that they could point to. So that's a problem, Mr. Speaker, because we have numerous instances, and I could name out the ridings where we know that voter fraud through robocalls happened. But they cannot give one instant of a Canadian citizen interfering, undermining, or voting fraudulently. So this gets to the issue of motivation. The member for Mississauga-Streetsville stands up in this House and claims to have witnessed a crime. That's an extraordinary thing. My colleagues on the other side, they're telling us that this is perfectly okay. Hey, you know, they say we all torque. That was the word they used, torque, or embellish. That's how we're conditioned. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, how it's seen as perfectly okay to walk into a legislature where laws are being decided and claim to have witnessed a crime that never occurred. But that's what the member for Mississauga-Streetsville said. He said, I have actually witnessed people picking up voter cards, going to the campaign office of whatever candidate they support, and handing out these voter cards to other individuals who then walk into voting stations with friends who vouch for them without no ID. He said he personally witnessed this crime. He then said later, I will relate something I have actually seen. This is what he claims. He claims to have witnessed a crime. I have seen campaign workers follow, pick up a dozen of these cards, and walk out. What are they doing? Well, Mr. Speaker, when you stand up and you attempt to mislead the House by claiming to have evidence when no evidence exists, when you claim to have witnessed crimes that never occurred, you have shown absolute contempt for the work of this Parliament, and you've shown contempt for the people who elected you. But, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative colleagues are saying, well, we're all conditioned to do that. Well, I don't believe we're all conditioned to do that. They say we all torque and embellish. I don't believe that we are here to lie to Canadians. I do not believe that. I do not believe that lying has any place in the House of Commons, and it certainly doesn't. This is what the parliamentary tradition tells us. But the Conservatives are telling us, well, you know, this is just the way things are done, and New Democrats are being mean for having pointed it out. You know, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time they've made these kind of claims up. The member of the minister right now for Heritage, do you remember her May 3rd, 2012? She claimed to have witnessed crimes because she was under the gun for allegations that robo-fraud happened in her own riding, that robo-fraud was happening in her riding against the other parties. And so she claimed that, quote, hey, people called, hey, I got a call and was told to go to another polling station. Well, that's serious. If you knew that voter fraud was occurring, it would be incumbent upon you to call the authorities. Well, when she was pressed about where that voter fraud from other parties happened in her riding, well, then she retracted and said, sorry, maybe I misspoke. This is serious stuff because we're talking about whether or not crimes have occurred. Mr. Speaker, the issue of this is about a larger issue of abuse of our parliamentary system. It's about undermining the work of committees that has gone on since this government has received its majority mandate. It's about creating reports based on evidence when there's no evidence. We saw recently with the conflict of interest study where the government has completely gutted the basic principles of the Accountability Act and actually put into the report recommendations that were never heard. That witness after witness came and said we needed to strengthen the Conflict of Interest Act, and this Conservative government with their members came into the committee and made up recommendations out of thin air and then passed it at committee. That's what's happening in terms of undermining. And why is this serious, Mr. Speaker? Because in the Westminster tradition, we don't have all the checks and balances that they have in the U.S. Legislative system. There's an understanding that people will act with a certain degree of honor, and that within the committees, it's where we're supposed to work together. We see now Bill C-520, where the member of York is now bringing power so that Conservatives who are under investigation can demand investigations of the Auditor General. That Conservatives who are under investigation for abusing the Lobbying Act can demand investigations of the Lobbying Commissioner. There's not a parliament in this anywhere in the Western world where those under investigation get to write laws to allow them to open investigations into the people whose job it is to hold parliamentarians and lobbyists to account. But in this topsy-turvy Conservative world, they believe that this bill is imperative. And I asked a member for York Centre the other day if he had one example to back up this bill, claiming that the agents of Parliament, that the Auditor Generals who are investigating his friends in the Senate, or the Ethics Commissioner who's investigated his friends on the Conservative front bench, or Elections Canada that are under attack from this government with the false claim that they're wearing a team jersey. I asked him if he could give me one example, and he couldn't. This is about creating a pattern of governing without evidence. And that is a serious breach, Mr. Speaker, because if we do not base the rule of law on evidence, then there is no proper rule of law. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to consider what happened to that party over there that promised accountability. I think of the Canadian Alliance minority response to the case of contempt found against the Liberals. Said, Mr. Speaker, this is what the Canadian Alliance at the time said. I'm holding up a moral mirror for them to look in, but I don't think any of them want to look up. This contempt cannot be dismissed as mere forgetfulness that might occur in the heat of questioning. Instead, it is a deliberate act to mislead. Parliament cannot exercise that vigilance when it is misled or lied to. To mislead Parliament shows contempt for Parliament. It must not be tolerated at any time. And that's what we're talking about today, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about a member who came into the House not once, but twice, and lied about witnessing crimes that never occurred. He then waited 19 days for his correcting the record. He never apologized. The honorable thing to do when you make a mistake is to apologize. He never apologized. But, Mr. Speaker, if you stand up in the House and claim to have witnessed crimes and don't follow through, then you are certainly culpable. So I imagine my honourable colleague, and I still call him honourable, even though what he's done is very dishonourable, the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville, if he claimed to have witnessed a crime and was emphatic that he saw fraud being committed, well, he had a legal responsibility to report that. But he didn't, did he? Because he was making it up. So he put himself in a very difficult position to be a spokesperson for this government on a bill that's taking away basic rights of Canadians to vote on the premise that they witnessed crimes that never occurred. So we're in a situation, Mr. Speaker, where within the Westminster tradition, the decision that will be made from this committee has to look beyond the narrow interests of the Conservative war machine. And I'm very disturbed, Mr. Speaker, about their willingness to do this, because we've seen time and time again that they put their narrow interests ahead of the larger obligation that we all have as parliamentarians. We saw it with Bev Oda, a disgraced minister who was found in contempt of Parliament for lying. Was there any consequences? No, there weren't. We found that for this government that prorogued, shut down Parliament to stop an inquiry into abuse of the Afghan detainees. That report has never really been dealt with, Mr. Speaker, but it still remains a black mark on Canada because it wasn't dealt with. But they actually shut down the work of Parliament rather than get to the bottom of whether or not this happened. We remember the other prorogation where they shut down the work of Parliament in order to avoid a non-confidence vote. It is a larger contempt of democratic privileges that we're seeing here. So if we see this government attempt to shut down the debate in this House about whether or not it's okay to come in and lie while law is being decided, then that sets a precedent that shows other countries in the parliamentary system, Mr. Speaker, that Canada holds the parliamentary tradition very cheap. And I think you would agree with me that we need a higher standard. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've heard tonight all manner of prevarications from the Conservatives about how, we're all supposed to get together and show respect for one another. And I would love to believe that, Mr. Speaker, but really it's like being invited down to have a picnic with the alligators at this point in the night. I just don't believe it. Because I've seen in the committee work where every good amendment that's brought forward is routinely rejected, where basic work of Parliament is always put in camera so that they could abuse their majority, that they don't show any interest in working with the other parties. And whenever colorful, they say colorful, to them colorful is the same as lying. It's not, Mr. Speaker. Passion is not the same as misrepresenting the truth. But they say everyone embellishes. They say everyone torques. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. Stand up. Tell me I'm a liar.
Order. 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 The honourable members will take a seat. The honourable member will order. Okay. Just a word to all honourable members. Certainly, we're aware of the context of the question that's before the House. Nevertheless, the reference and the use of the word lie in the context of that debate, lie is still considered an unparliamentary language. Even in this context, members are aware that this is a question that will be referred to the committee if the House so decides. When this debate is finished, and it will then be taken up under consideration. The drawing conclusions as to what the committee may find on that question, probably we may be getting ahead ourselves if we're choosing to use that type of language in the course of the debate. So I would ask all honourable members to perhaps measure their words in that respect and not pre-conclude what the committee may decide. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate. I think that you are an excellent speaker and you're very judicious. It's unfortunate my colleagues on the other side will say anything off camera in order to divert attention from what we're dealing with here, Mr. Speaker. So they might want to act like a clown act in a sports bar, but we're dealing with the parliamentary tradition here and the question of if someone walks in to deliberately mislead this House, that cannot be taken cheaply, Mr. Speaker. If someone is dealing with legislation and claims to have witnessed a crime that never occurred, that is an attempt to undermine the work of fellow legislators because they're claiming that they have evidence. And if they cannot bring evidence and they decide to make up evidence, well, Mr. Speaker, that is mendacity of the worst sort. And if we decide that simply because they have a majority, that it is okay to misrepresent, that simply because they have a majority, it's okay to make up facts, that if they have a majority, Mr. Speaker, it's okay to say whatever they want, whenever they do it, as long as, if they get caught, they come in and correct. Well, that's not, Mr. Speaker. You will look at the Westminster tradition around the world, and nowhere is such a cheap standard allowed. I point out, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not asking for what the committee will find. Again, I would actually be very surprised if a Conservative-dominated committee will ever take the issue of parliamentary work and the obligation to the Westminster tradition above their own narrow self-interest. But in Australia, Mr. Speaker, it's a crime. People go to jail. It's a serious issue. So what happens here, Mr. Speaker, is serious. For members to come in, make things up, misrepresent, and claim to witness crimes that never occurred, there has to be consequences. Shame would be certainly a strong consequence, but I haven't seen any shame over on that side tonight, Mr. Speaker, so I look forward to the committee's work.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoy the entertainment that from the speaker opposite, who just gave his soliloquy on misrepresentation and telling the truth. And he also suggested that we needed a mirror. So my suggestion and question would be this. When you're looking in the mirror on the other side, say in Timmins James Bay, and the member of Parliament from Timmins James Bay tells the members of his constituency, the actual voters, that he was not going to, that member was not to support the, was going to support the removal of the gun registry, but when it came to a vote, changed his mind and voted to keep the gun registry. Or was it, here's my question, was it a misrepresentation when a member from James Bay, or Timmins James Bay, puts out a pamphlet saying, look at what all the good things the government has done for the North, but voted against every single item on that page? Was that misrepresentation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
order.
I'd like to apologize to Canadians back home for that. We are talking about people misleading the House of Commons, and that member stands up and says it's entertaining. He says it's entertaining. I'm sorry, this is not drunks in a sports bar. This is Parliament. To stand up and try and talk about the fact that, yes, large amounts of investment have come into Timmins James Bay, and I'm proud of it. That has nothing to do with the issue of contempt of Parliament. What is contemptuous, Mr. Parliament, is that group over there that's refusing to deal with the issue of whether or not that member from Mississauga Streetsville walked into this House and knowingly misled this House while a bill was being debated. That is the question, not their...
Order. Order. In the same vein as my earlier comments, references again to knowingly misleading by practice and convention have been sort of in the same category as unparliamentary language as the previous word, as I had mentioned earlier, in respect to lying. They fall in the same category, so I just urge members to keep their language measured in reference to the debate. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't like having to stand here and talk about the honesty and dishonesty of parliamentarians. I think this is actually a noble debate that has real significance to us all, and if we don't all learn a lesson from it, you know, if I don't want to hear the comments that we should all take the opportunity to misrepresent the facts in Parliament. I think we need to understand what this debate is about. Unfortunately, one member has been clearly shown to have said something that was not the case in Parliament. So we're debating this now. We're not, but what we learn from it is more important than what actually happens to the member sitting across the way. What we learn about our Parliament and what we learn about each individual in here, about their relative honesty when they speak in this Parliament, is the important part of this debate. That's why this is a debate about privilege. It's a privilege to speak in this House, but it is only a privilege if you tell the truth. And so to my colleague, this is not a hanging exercise. This is an exercise to restore faith of Canadians in our Parliament. And when I hear the parliamentary comments from the other side that we all lie in here, that we're all stretching the truth, this is something that we should all take to heart. Is it not the case?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I think, again, for people watching back home, they'll notice that we have traditions that are based on the concept of honour. So, yes, I'm not supposed to use the word lie. I'm not supposed to use the word mislead. But it's based on the sense of honour, that we are honourable members because we have certain privileges, and our privilege here that is given to us is because we are obligated at the bottom of all our other obligations is to tell the truth. This is like a court of law. You cannot walk into a court of law, and I won't use the word lie, but you cannot do that. You cannot walk into Parliament and make up facts while legislation is being decided, because it's an attempt to mislead, could be, but for us to say, well, we would never use that language because it's unparliamentary, but we would accept that behavior is certainly not acceptable. So we have to take a position here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Timmins James Bay. I understand that the statement made by the member at issue was something like, I personally witnessed certain things, which then was repeated, and then some 19 days later was retracted, at least partially retracted. The member has referred to parliamentary traditions in other countries. He's talked about the crime of contempt of Parliament in sister democracy, Australia. I'd like his comments on what the implications are for parliamentary debate if this were left unsanctioned.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I'm really glad my honourable colleague raised this, because we're attempting with the members on the other side tonight to remind them that we're part of the Westminster tradition. This is a parliamentary system where precedents are looked at around the world. So for a member to walk in and claim, I have actually witnessed a crime, and that not to be true, that's serious. For him to say, I will relate something I have actually seen, and then go on to claim to have witnessed a crime in order to influence a debate that changes the rights of Canadians' right to vote. If that level of misrepresentation, deliberate, knowing, and attempting to mislead, as found in the 3 steps in the prima facie finding, if the committee turns around and says, so what? That's just the twerking and the embellishment of party members and the Conservatives who are conditioned to this, then that will be looked at in the UK. That will be looked at in the other parliamentary systems. And I would imagine that they're going to look at Canada and think that here's a country that holds its parliamentary privileges very cheaply if one could make such an egregious statement. And again, to correct, the honourable member never apologized. He came in and attempted to correct the record to protect himself legally, but he did not apologize, and that is not honourable.
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Compton Stansted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, the main question here is legitimacy. Is it legitimate to use this means to make a statement, to take a privilege and use it in a partisan way or non-partisan way? It's a privilege to be able to stand in this House of Representatives, and if someone uses that privilege to mock democracy, then it is not proper use of this kind of privilege. I'd like my colleague to comment on this. There is a great deal of cynicism, especially across the floor, in these discussions, this debate here in the House. The public must be wondering, are they legitimately in power as the government? Is it legitimate to vote for them, to have them make decisions for us? And this should be the main issue here. Are they properly serving our constituencies? We hear a lot of brouhaha and a lot of talk, but in fact, are we properly representing Canadians?
For Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for putting it in this context. When you talk to average Canadians, they say how cynical they are by the behaviour of the House of Commons because they believe the issue of facts and truth are continually thrown aside. I think that's a serious undermining. It's a legitimation crisis for the faith in democratic system. So we're dealing with a bill that may actually deny Canadians their right to vote. in certain instances. That has to be looked at very carefully, prudently. That's our obligation. And I think my honourable colleague is absolutely correct. We've been given certain privileges to do this work, to be able to examine law, to change law, to debate law. But if we use those privileges to subvert the rule of law, and it is known and it is found, then to shrug it off or simply use a Conservative majority to shut down debate, sweep it under the rug, prorogue, carry on, then this is an actual subversion of the notion of democracy. This is not about a witch hunt. This is about whether or not an attempt was made to undermine the development of a new law in this country. Very, very serious, Mr. Speaker, and it must be dealt with because we have a larger obligation to the Westminster system, not just here in Canada.
I see the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. In light of this afternoon's debate, I did want to make a short statement with regard to the business of the House. Firstly, the sixth allotted day will not be tomorrow. I will return to the House at a later time to designate a new date. Secondly, the first item to be considered tomorrow under government orders shall be Bill C-8, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act, at third reading. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I give notice that with respect to the consideration of the privileged motion of the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, at the next sitting, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that the debate be not further adjourned. Thank you.
Sure, the House appreciates the notice that was given on behalf of the Government House Leader. We're not doing a question right now. Resuming debate. La reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening to the discussion this afternoon. I usually don't get involved in these types of proceedings. In fact, this is the first time in 10 years that I have presented my point of view on this type of thing, which comes up from time to time. And this is my observation. And I hope the people at home who are watching this will see it for what it is. Somebody made a statement that was not correct. That person corrected the statement, and we move on. That is how this place works. Many people, except for maybe you, Mr. Speaker, and myself, have misspoke during their time here and have regretted what they have said. And in that case, you can get up and say, I'm sorry, or you can get up and just correct the record, and we move on like adults. Like what we've heard here today is a lot of finger-pointing and exaggeration and so on. Mr. Speaker, if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. And I think if we really wanted to go through and nitpick what the opposition members have said over the years or over the last hour, we could find all sorts of flaws. We could do that, and we could go to committee and go through all this. We have an important...
Not meaning to interrupt honourable members. I don't wish to do that, but the honourable member may not have been in the chamber when I addressed this point a little earlier. Despite the context of the question that's before the House, we are still staying away from references specifically to lying and or any deliberate or indications around misleading the House. That's language that is traditionally considered to be unparliamentary, so I'd ask the honourable member to steer clear of those kinds of characterizations. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going in a different direction there. What I was going to point out is this, in the big picture, this really quite irrelevant comment made by a member of the House. What else could be this Parliament be doing? We could say, try and represent the people who sent us to Ottawa, pass laws, or debate issues that matter to Canadians. How many people outside of this room, or even, I bet, even half the people in this place are not paying attention to what is actually happening in this place, because the debate is insignificant. It's not worthy of this chamber because it's not important enough. That we have a member who has made a statement. He realized that it was not correct. He has corrected the record, and we move on. But the opposition wants us to go to a committee and use valuable committee time to debate this this correction. Or if we do this every time, we're only going to have committees examining what other members of Parliament say. This is a slippery slope that that we're going on. We have to accept one another's apologies when we misspeak. And of course, again, Mr. Speaker, you and I don't do that. But when others do, it is also parliamentary custom. Now, we have an election, Fair Elections Act. I sometimes call it the Awesome Election Act, but it needs to be dealt with. But rather than dealing with that, the members of the opposition would like to debate an apology from a member on a relatively minor issue. There are other things going on in the world. We have the economy. You know, I think Canadians would like us here to focus on the things that matter to them, their families, their security, the sovereignty of our nation. And thank goodness we live in Canada, because as we all know, there are some nations at present that are having their sovereignty violated. There are some nations that are violating the sovereignty of nations. And we, as a House of Commons, have all agreed that what Russia has been doing with Ukraine is wrong and very serious. And what does the opposition want to talk about? Whether someone corrected the record within a certain period of time or not. Like, that's what the opposition wants to talk about? Look outside. Go to your cable, watch a cable news. You will see.
The
honourable member. I think that the debate is drifting a little. I really don't see what Russia and Ukraine have to do with this debate, except that our system is beginning to look like theirs. I would like the minister to come back to the subject at hand in this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the issue does concern the debate. It's not a point of order. we will have a period for questions and comments after the speech by the member. And the honourable member will have an opportunity to raise that issue again.
Charleswood, St. James, and Assiniboia.
Mr. Speaker, my point is that there are more important issues to discuss. If the translation is correct, that member just compared our democracy to the totalitarian regime in Russia. That member, Mr. Speaker, should apologize. What he said was a condemnation of everything that we hold dear. How could that member stand up in this chamber and compare our system of government to that of the totalitarian regime of Mr. Putin? That is just a disgrace. The very country that is invading other countries, that have abused the human rights of individuals, the fact that that member sort of completely dismisses our democracy, the men and women who fought and died for our nation to protect the rights in this place. Isn't that ironic that on this trivial point of order that member gets up and denigrates this nation? Like that, I hope the member will apologize for when he has the opportunity. And when he apologizes, we will move on, as we should, because this place has more important things to talk about, like the economy, like public security. Today we're going to talk about food safety, but now we can't, because the opposition has decided to throw stones. You know, if the opposition if they really cared about this institution, about our democracy, about their ability to present ideas, debate ideas, they would focus on legislation or supply day motions that make our democracy great. But then, of course, the only question that we've heard so far from the opposition during the time I've been speaking is, oh, we're just like Russia. How arrogant, how naive, how disappointing that somebody would, and it does a discredit to all those people in Russia that have their human rights violated, everyone from visible minorities to gay and lesbian and transsexual individuals who fear for their rights in Russia. And you're saying that Canada is just like that? That is just outrageous. And that member should be ashamed and apologize as soon as the opportunity arises. And when he apologizes or corrects the record, okay.
The honourable member, with regard to the point made. I am not rising to apologize, but to respond to the member who should speak through you, Mr. Speaker, instead of coming after me, because that is not going to lead to anything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I do appreciate the point of order. It would be good if the member spoke through the speaker to other members.
Direct his comments through the chair, as members normally do. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Well, Mr. Speaker, isn't that grand? The member gets up, has an opportunity to apologize or to correct the record, and he doesn't do it. So he had an opportunity now. So now, Mr. Speaker, it seems that he actually believes what he said. It wasn't a mistake. That he actually believes that Canada's political system is just like Russia's. Like that's, you had an Mr. Speaker, the member had an opportunity to correct the record. He didn't take it. So that is the NDP's hypocrisy on this issue. And it is just ridiculous that we are forced to spend time talking about this when there are so many more important issues to be discussed. And I would like to actually thank the member for his point of order interruption, because, Mr. Speaker, that illustrates the ridiculousness of this situation. A member makes a statement. I think the member, at least through his body language, Mr. Speaker, may regret what he said, but I don't know. And if I played that NDP game that they're playing with us today, I would pursue that member relentlessly until he started to, I don't know, cry to mommy. I would, but I'm not like that, and Mr. Speaker, there are some people starting to cry. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why, but it might be because they believe in Canada, and they believe in our democracy, and they can't believe that a member of this House would compare our country, our democracy, our freedoms to that of Russia, especially at a time when Russia is violating the sovereignty of another country. Like, that is just outrageous. And to do it during a debate where the NDP are refusing to accept a member's correction of what was said earlier. Like, I really hope, Mr. Speaker, that this member does the right thing, and I don't even want him, he doesn't even have to apologize. He can just stand up and say, Canada's political system is far superior than Russia's. That's all I would need. But he probably won't do that. He probably won't do that. And maybe we should think about, if we use the NDP logic, we would go forward and have a point of order and have bring forward a motion of contempt of Canada or something, because he thinks Russia is political system is better than Canada's. He said that. Everyone can look in the blues and read that. And I think that people will be really disappointed, not only in the fact that the member said that. I hope he doesn't believe it, but maybe he does. he'll have an opportunity to correct the record. But we could be going and having a discussion about public policy, things that affect Canadians, but instead, the NDP want us to talk about this. They want us to go to committee, spend committee time talking about a non-issue, and that is really would be a waste of time. We've already wasted this afternoon on this. Thank you, NDP. But to waste the committee's time on top of that is just, you know what? It not only does it show a disrespect for this place, it also shows a disrespect for the Canadian taxpayer. And what is more NDP than that? No respect for the taxpayer. Nothing costs anything, and we can just do and say anything as long as we're the NDP. We didn't really mean it, or we did mean it, but we didn't really say it. NDP, we want to just nationalize everything and move on. Mr. Speaker, maybe that's the root of that member's Russian comment. He wants to nationalize everything. Look, common sense. Let's end. Let us accept the member's apology, and let us move on. He corrected the record, and let's get to business. That's what Canadian taxpayers, Canadian citizens have sent us here to Ottawa to do, and not play these juvenile games that we see from across the floor.
Questions and comments. The honourable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to start a long, useless exchange, but when the minister a little earlier said that it was time to act like adults and that we should move on to something else, well, it implies that anything is fair game as long as you apologize after. I take my work seriously because I know that Canadians pay me to be here to debate serious matters like bridges which may collapse, the wheat which is rotting in warehouses, mail which doesn't get to homes, planes which won't fly, boats, vessels, we don't know when we'll be getting those. There's so much to look after. And I find that the argument presented in defense of that, as the member opposite made earlier, it's as if people, rather the defense being made here is that sometimes people inadvertently or not twist the truth, but that's not a good enough defense. When I referred to Russia, it's because I see drifting here in Parliament, and democracy is drifting in Canada. We're not like Russia yet, but we could become like Russia. I would like my colleague to respond, please.
Well, that's interesting coming from that member. What the member said was that that Canada was like Russia. He kind of moved away from that statement. But if I was an NDP member, I would hold him to account. I would bring forward a motion to sanction him, and then use up committee time, and then debate for hours in the House of Commons all these, the total disgust of his comments. That's what I would do if I was NDP, but I'm not. I'm a conservative, and I want to get the job done. I want the Canadian taxpayers to get value out of their dollar. So I'm not going to make a complaint against this member because there's more important things to worry about. And they should follow that example.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I agree with the member. I do have tears in my eyes. I've yet to ascertain, Mr. Speaker, whether it's laughing, crying. I'm not really sure. But honestly, as a room full of political actors that we are a room full of political actors. This is, quite frankly, some of the worst theater I have ever seen in my life. Some of this logic that's coming around here, let's take a look at the timeline of this. What was said was not true, a statement that was not true. It's one thing to say, and you admit this 2 weeks later, it's one thing to say that someone told you that this was happening, or you know of someone who witnessed it, and therefore 2 weeks later, within that 2 week period, they came to you and said, I may have misspoken. Okay, that's one thing. But he witnessed it. Yep. With his own eyes, he witnessed it. It doesn't take 2 weeks to readjust your vision. Therefore, I'd like to ask the honourable member, how is it that this 2 week period goes by when all of a sudden you realize what you witnessed wasn't necessarily as it appears?
Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think those are crocodile tears I see. And the members from Gander, I just want to do a shout out for the airport there at Gander. It's a really a great piece of infrastructure, and the people there are really great. And the Nav Canada facility there is too awesome. In regard to the members' comment, look, this whole thing is a waste of our time. If we want to be serious, and the government wants to be serious, these types of, I think, once a member has set the record straight, you move on. Because if we held everyone to the standard of not accepting apologies, this place would be non-functional. Let's face it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Carleton, Mississippi Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I rarely stand up and speak, but I'm going to speak on this one. The truth in this is it all has to do with a filibuster on the Election Act. This is all part of a filibuster on the Election Act, first of all by doing the motion against the member, and we will probably expect in the next few days concurrence motions and everything else, because the NDP has declared that they're going to filibuster the Election Act. And I asked my member from Charles, yes, right, whether he agrees with me or not.
Honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his comment and really his great lifetime dedication to our country through military service and as a member of Parliament. And this member, in his own way, has an ability to cut through everything and call it as it is. And that is what is happening. Just the NDP using political procedure to delay dealing with real issues because they know they're on the wrong side, and anything is better from their perspective than having the government move forward with some really great ideas.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to
thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I have a couple of questions that I'd like to put at him. The first, through you, of course, Mr. Speaker. The first is, how can it be a filibuster if the bill is already out of the House and in committee? It makes you scratch your head on that. But the second thing is, Mr. Speaker, is we're talking about right now where someone is actually misleading the House, right? And I know we want to be cautious about the words, right? So I'll be careful with that, Mr. Speaker. What I'm finding appalling is that we're saying this is a waste of time. The debates that we have in this House are not a waste of time. When we talk about bills that the government brings forward and we present evidence in our speeches, it is not a waste of time. And when you're trying to persuade one side or the other, depending on which side you're on, using evidence that may not be necessarily accurate and then retracted, actually doesn't do anyone on any side of this House any good, Mr. Speaker. So this is not a waste of time. This is trying to ensure that all parliamentarians continue to respect this House, and that's what seems to be missing, is the respect for this House, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to hear my honourable colleague's comments to that.
The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just first of all say I think the member is very fortunate to represent Sudbury. It is a great community. I've been there many times and really think it is a great mining community with a great university and great people. In regard to the question, the reason why this can be considered a filibuster is because if the motion was successful, it would go to committee, and that committee is the same as the committee dealing with the Elections Act, the Awesome Election Act. But, Mr. Speaker, we've spent hours talking about really a trivial matter when there are so many more important things going on in the world, and I wish the opposition would agree. Let's talk about things that matter.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Parkdale High Park, I'll just let her know there's about 7 minutes remaining in the time provided for government orders today. So she'll get started at least, and of course the remainder of the 20 minutes allowed will be taken up when the House next resumes debate on the question. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with the remaining time that I have after the House adjourns today, I'll be splitting that time when the debate resumes. So I'd like to focus us back on what we're actually debating, which is the question of privilege. And the motion we're debating that was introduced by the House Leader for the Opposition, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and I'll read it. The question of privilege related to the statements made in the House of Commons by the member from Mississauga-Streetsville be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do hear members opposite say that this is trivial and not worth the time of debate, but I want to make the case in the very few minutes that I have that we are fundamentally talking about questions very foundational to our democracy, and that is the ability of members elected to speak in this House, to speak with privilege. Privilege means that we have the trust of other parliamentarians and, in fact, of all Canadians, that when we speak, we are speaking with honesty, with our best attempts to make statements which are accurate and true, and that therefore, when occasionally we make mistakes, we still have the privilege of immunity in this House. Now, the comments that we are discussing today refer to the Elections Act bill. Now, I heard it referred to by a member opposite as awesome. I prefer to call it the Voter Suppression Act. And the comments of the member from Mississauga Streetsville pertain to the vouching system. And I want to read his comments about the vouching system and talk a bit about that. So he said, and this is back at the beginning of February 6th, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quoting, "I want to talk about this vouching system again. I know the minister represents an urban city. I am from a semi-urban area of Mississauga where there are many high-rise apartment buildings. On mail delivery day, when the voter cards are delivered to community mailboxes in apartment buildings, many of them are discarded in the garbage or the blue box. I have actually witnessed people picking up the voter cards, very specific. I have witnessed them picking up the voter cards, going to the campaign office of whatever candidate they support, and handing out these voter cards to other individuals who then walk into voting stations with friends who vouch for them with no ID." This is not some random reference. This is very specific. One imagines a very vivid memory in the member's mind when he makes this statement. I should also say that he made this statement when this bill was under time allocation. In other words, the time for debate of this bill had been restricted by the government, and for a record number of times by this government, which itself challenges our democratic system. But then we have this statement by the member. Now, it kind of defied belief in the sense that one would imagine the member opposite trotting after people who had picked up these random voter ID cards, following them to opposition offices, campaign offices, and then seeing these distributed. And one would wonder how the member himself would be able to do this. But nevertheless, we operate with this notion of trust, this notion of privilege that the member is entitled to. But then, lo and behold, a couple of weeks later, February 24th, he rose again in the House and said that, well, he wasn't exactly accurate. He said, in fact, I've not personally witnessed individuals retrieving the voter notification cards. He didn't apologize for his statements, but the question is here whether he was deliberately misleading the House. Oh, my goodness, I have only 2 minutes left. And I would argue, yes, he was. And others have outlined, including our House leader, in detail how he deliberately misled the House. In fact, he said himself that he had misled the House. And we believe that was deliberate because this was the rationale for one of the key changes to the Voter Suppression Act, which will deny thousands of people the ability to vote because far too many, when they get to the polling station, needed to have somebody to vouch for them. 100,000 people in the last election, and Elections Canada had not determined that there was fraudulent activity. There was activity that the government side was responsible for.
Order. The honourable member for Essex on a point of order.
Speaker, I know that she has precious few minutes, but she should probably at least talk about the question of privilege rather than Bill C-23.
I appreciate the point of order in respect to relevance. As the member may know, there's plenty of freedom for members to explore different ideas in the course of their remarks and, of course, bring that all to relevance to the question in front of the House as they feel fit in the course of their remarks.
She's debating the matter.
For Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, given that we've gone round the world to democracy in Ukraine and Russia and various countries, I would think we can talk about democracy here in Canada and the ability of Canadian voters to be able to get to the polling stations. That's what this debate is about. And whether this member, through his so-called vivid memories of voter fraud, is what he's calling it, was accurate, and whether his memories which have now been proven to be untrue, were in fact the justification for the changes that are being brought forward in this bill that will lead to voter suppression and the inability of voters to be able to cast their ballot. To me, that is the fundamental issue that his misleading has got us to. I mean, in my riding of Parkdale High Park, there are many vulnerable people who are challenged in terms of getting their voter ID. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'm out of time. I'm very sorry about that. To me, this is not a waste of time, this debate. This debate is fundamental to our work here in Parliament, and that's why the NDP is insisting that we have this debate. It's very important. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park will have 12.5 minutes remaining when the House next returns to debate on the question, and of course the usual 10 minutes for questions and comments. À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening, I rise because a few months back I put a question to the new minister responsible for the Quebec City Bridge to see whether she could bring a new dynamic to the problem that we're facing with the bridge in the city. It was a cruel disappointment. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Quebec City Bridge is a symbol. It's part of what people think about when they think about this city. They think about the Chateau Frontenac and they think about the Quebec City Bridge, but that's where the comparisons end, because it is degenerating. It's, in fact, the longest cantilever bridge in the world. It's also a structure that was designated a National Canadian Historic Site on November 24th, 1995. A few years before that, in 1987, it was designated an International Historic Monument by the Canadian and U.S. engineering societies. And that's quite a feat, Mr. Speaker. Every day, 35,000 vehicles cross the bridge. There is also a rail link, tracks across the bridge. Now, this is a local link between the North Shore and the South Shore, or between the South Shore and Quebec City. I'm on the North Shore, but this bridge, in fact, serves the people who live in Lévis-Bellechasse and Lotbinière-Chute-la-Chaudière, two Conservative members' ridings. But I don't hear their voices here on this issue, on the bridge, on the need to maintain it. I've never heard them once defend the interests of their constituents. And they're running counter to the public opinion in Quebec City, and I find that very regrettable. Now, Mr. Speaker, several studies were conducted on the needs for repairs and maintenance. The Delcan report, for example, which said that there would be problems if maintenance wasn't kept up. Recently, the government of Quebec produced a study on the surface of the bridge. Major work is required there. There's a great deal of rust, and I'll address that later. But I'm very concerned, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned because for 9 years now we've been talking about legal proceedings, 9 years that nothing's been done, and the bridge is deteriorating. The Conservatives, well, this reminds me of the F-35s, in fact. They wanted to imitate the Liberals so badly that they succeeded in surpassing them. Now, I'll wrap up this first part, Mr. Speaker, by reminding you that in 2005, in the House of Commons, rather at the Chamber of Commerce of Quebec, it was during an election campaign, the Prime Minister was making a mockery of Jean-Pierre, saying he can't even paint the bridge. And 9 years later, he can't even find a brush. Nothing's happened in 9 years, so he must have lost the paintbrush completely. And, Mr. Speaker, it's as if tomorrow morning you were going to go to a car dealership to buy a new car. And the dealership shows you a new one, but there's no paint on it. My question for you, Mr. Speaker, is would you buy that? Would you buy that car if it weren't painted, even if it was new? I'm convinced that you would not. So the question then is, even, well, over the past 9 years, over $400,000 has been spent on legal fees. How much will this cost in the end? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Speaker, pleased to have this opportunity today to speak in the House about the Quebec Bridge. The Quebec Bridge is an impressive structure of historical importance and a prominent landmark in the community. The Quebec Bridge is a vital link for transportation. CN and VIA trains use the rail lines on a regular basis, and thousands of vehicles cross back and forth daily. As such, the Quebec Bridge supports the local and national economy, as well as contributing to social vitality in the region. I'd like to briefly provide some context for my comments today. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, the Government of Canada divested itself of various transportation assets as part of removing itself from the direct management and ownership of transportation services. In this context, and just prior to CN's privatization in 1993, the Government of Canada and CN agreed to the transfer of a number of valuable rail properties to CN for $1. In exchange for the properties, CN assumed certain liabilities, including the Quebec Bridge. In 1995, CN became the full owner of the Quebec Bridge and assumed responsibility for the bridge's safety, maintenance, and operation. Upon assuming ownership, CN committed to a major maintenance program for the bridge. To support CN in meeting these restoration obligations, the governments of Canada and Quebec agreed to contribute toward a 10-year, $60 million restoration program. The Government of Canada's commitment was $6 million. When this 1997 tripartite agreement ended in 2006, CN had depleted the funds but had not completed some of the maintenance work, and about 60% of the bridge surface had not been painted. These were to be finished as part of the 1997 agreement. Despite several months of negotiations with CN to complete the restoration, the painting was not completed. As such, the Government of Canada initiated legal action in 2006. Specifically, a motion was filed by the Attorney General of Canada requesting that the Quebec Superior Court declare that CN has failed to meet its contractual obligations, including completing the restoration of the bridge. I understand, Speaker, the trial will be underway in May of this year. I would like to reiterate that the Quebec Bridge is owned by CN, and as owner, the restoration, operation, maintenance, and safety of the Quebec Bridge rests with CN. The legal action undertaken by the Government of Canada seeks to hold CN accountable for its responsibilities as owner of the bridge and to protect taxpayers. Our government recognizes the importance of CN completing the restoration of the Quebec Bridge and ensuring its long-term viability.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, now I briefly mentioned a report that was published recently. It's 515 pages. Now, we counted some words, how many times it was mentioned in the report. Rust, 2,511 times. Corrosion, 1,090 times. And perforations, 834 times mentioned in that report. Does that give the Minister of Public Safety some confidence, Mr. Speaker? To conclude, I would like to talk about an open letter from Luc Paradis, formerly of the Chamber of Commerce, and it was published in the Soleil on the 24th of February. And here's what he says. The solution? Well, what do we normally do when historical work runs the risk of falling apart or causing damage? The responsible must take action, and if it does not, there must be costs claimed from the owner of the facility. In the event of irreparable damage, an injunction might be necessary. The bridge cannot wait for the outcome of court proceedings. Now, there's a full report on this situation. The government needs to take action, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, let me be clear for the member. CN owns the bridge and is responsible for the bridge. The federal government's jurisdiction extends to the inspection of the rail line portion of the bridge, and we have met our obligations to inspect that, and the track is fine. The province is responsible for the inspection of the roadway portion of the bridge, and they've undertaken those responsibilities. But let the record show, in criticizing the $400,000 that's been spent on legal fees, Mr. Speaker, that the member opposite would let CN entirely off the hook for its obligations, and that is absolutely shameful. We won't do that. We'll guard taxpayers in this, and we'll ensure that CN meets their obligations. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.